Strange days are here again. Now I'm dancing with my imaginary friends. In my head, they say what I need to hear, whispering lies that make my problems disappear. Then I get paranoid. Oh no, I let them in again. Should I play along? Why yes, let's play a game of pretend. 1, 2, 3, here we go. Time to let my crazy show. They feed on fears, they twist my thoughts. Act like kings, but they're just bots.
Truth is, they just fucking bore me.
Now it's my turn, I'll flip the game. Step inside, let's play insane. Let's get this psycho circus started. You're at my party, dearly departed. I can make this fun, do you wanna run? I'm pulling out the big one, just for fun. Pop the champagne and run, bitch, run! Strange days are back again. Still dancing with my imaginary friends. In my head they say what I need to hear on repeat till the silence disappears. 1, 2, 3, now you know. This is how I let my crazy show. They prey on doubt, my insecurities. Play pretend like they've got authority.
But truth is, they just fucking bore me.
Hey, nature lover. This Hatfield and McCoy shit is funny as fuck at this point. I don't even know. Okay, well, nature lover, myself, many have covered Jodi Sue. Do we know that Jodi Sue had anything to do with anything? No, but in my opinion, Jodi Sue knows who did, just like I think Dawn and Candace and Andy do too. Fred, I think the whole fucking neighborhood might know what happened. There might be rumors. You know how, like, okay, look, for instance, hey, Kawana, hey, Killer. Do you remember when, I just don't even remember what I was going to say. Killer, that paparazzi. Mwah. Let me think back. Do you remember when Jodi Sue? I have a feeling this guy's going to become friends with Ryan. You ready? It's almost fucking predictable. But Jodi Sue had... I'm going to show you a bunch of shit tonight. We'll get into it. Don't let me waste your time fucking talking. Let's start with this. When Jodi reacts to this, which she's ignoring it right now, and I think it's probably because I put a post out and made even a comment in the fucking comment section about it, how this is going to be so fucking funny when Jodi Sue blows a gasket, but whatever.
That's just the way we believe now. We believe it's in God's hands, and God's going to have to solve this. But I got a call earlier, and the name was brought up, Josie Sue, or something like that. A neighbor of Don and Candace. And when the person was talking to me about this person and possibly another person, it brought back the interview that Sheila and I had done with Candace and Don, where
Josie
they
Sue.
also brought their neighbor's name into the mix. I think it was something when I asked, when did this, when did social services, CPS, first come into the mix? How did social services come to your all's property on what kind of complaint, who complained, and so forth?
Good
He said,
question.
well,
Good question.
had a complaint from somebody, and Candace spoke up, and Candace said she made up some names, but she said her neighbor, I think from across the way, across the hill on the other side of the road where they pointed. And Don said, yeah, the neighbor had social services.
I'm going to have to go look for a clip if I can get through all this. Dawn said the same exact thing when he pointed to Jodi Sue up to the moon. Do y'all remember the moon on Cher's channel? And he was like, the neighbor heard a scream way over there under that moon. Y'all remember that shit? Okay. It was the same words that guy just used. Funny.
Had been called on her. Now, if I remember correctly, it's in the first video. If I remember correctly, Don said that the neighbor had CPS called on her, that they were there investigating her one or two children. I can't remember what they told us or what the person a while ago told me, how many children she has.
This guy knows damn well how many kids Jodi has. He damn well knows her name too, in my opinion. Jodi Sue did have CPS involvement. Chicken on a Stick told us that. Jodi has admitted to that. Oh, my kitty cat. I'll tell you guys about her. She's in an odd place right now. I'm keeping an eye on her. She got up and walked. She did some really weird things this morning that freaked me out while I was on a live. My cat's very old, so I get paranoid all the time, and I dropped into tears. I thought she died in her water. Okay. Anyways, Jodi did have CPS on her. Jodi has admitted, Nature Lover would know, she has all the clips, more than I do, or more than I'm willing to even go through and listen to. I love Nature Lover. She's been a huge help to Summer's case. If you are not subbed up to her, before I get out of here, I'm going to. Nature Lover, can you put your link in my chat, or if I have a mod available, can you put Nature Lover's link in my chat? Jodi Sue has had CPS called on her. Jodi is not ashamed to say that. Part of the reason, and I should go find the video, but I have a million up another day. Part of the reason is because she claims that Fred's parents, Ronald Hill, and the mom, Evelyn Hill, or Crawford Hill, and the Elliots and all of them, and Fred would sell rugs, and that she couldn't allow her children to go to the bus stop. Chicken on a Stick says, well, Grandpa, whatever they called him, was extremely disappointed. I shared that with you guys the other day. Because Jodi didn't allow the son to graduate. Now, here's something I will stick up for Jodi with. Her daughter, her son did eventually have to graduate in order to go to the services. You cannot go to the services without a diploma. So we know Chicken on a Stick lied about that. Or at least a GED. So Paw would be proud today. Chicken on a Stick. Now, the daughter, you're welcome, Nature Lover, is extremely intelligent. She is an intelligent young woman. She's not dumb. Uh, she's very artful. I can tell. I'm not going to dox her daughter or show you her daughter's stuff like I have in the past. That was a mistake of mine. I didn't know how to run YouTube, but I can tell you what I notice from conversations with Jodi, from hearing things in the background while being on the phone with her times, from just all of that. Her daughter is an extremely intelligent young woman. And I believe that Jodi has been through domestic violence. I believe that her children have witnessed that. Um, I think that's maybe what made her son think to go to the services. He probably wanted to get the fuck away from this shit show of Summer Wills, right? At the time, people were putting him on the internet saying that he had touched children. Now, we don't know if that's true or not, but I think the police would have arrested him by now. I think Josie, Wyatt, and Wayland would have known that that was going on if the son was up there all the time. I know that Cracking Cases had put out a video of an old man and tried to pass it off as Jodi Sue's son. So that is the kind of things that makes me side-eye Jodi being guilty. I do think Jodi may have inside information that somebody may have stopped her from turning in, including Andy and his parents. And I'm going to show you some things tonight Jodi has said about his parents. Nature Lover, if you have any good video, and I know you have, of her speaking about his parents, I would love if you would share the link with me somewhere where I can grab it. I have a few. I don't know where we're going to go tonight, but Fred recently made the claim. I'm getting way ahead of myself. This was about CPS. Jodi Sue has admitted to CPS being involved in her life. So this is no fucking secret by any means that this man is bringing this out. All right. Thank you, Nature Lover. Or any about the CPS. It would be helpful.
But Candace spoke up negatively, of course, negatively on the neighbor. And then Dawn said that she had called in and said that the kids had real. Now, I saw a photo on a YouTube video where the kids were out in the yard and looks like they had BB beans. There's nobody raised in the mountains or kids that doesn't have BB growing up, and 22s as they get older and so forth. That's just something that's, but BB not. I won't get on that. Let's stay on the subject at hand. The subject at hand is this neighbor, because this caller says that, well, I won't say what the caller says, because the caller is actually somebody that's probably got some.
I am Tammy, ovarian cancer.
Did he say he has another caller? Is that what we're going to hear?
Is only part of my story.
Are we really starting off firm?
What do you say, partner?
Law enforcement. The kids were out in the yard and looks like they had BB beans.
They did.
There's nobody raised in the mountains or kids that doesn't have BB growing up, and 22s as they get older and so forth. That's just something that's.
Maybe didn't own one,
but BB not. I won't get on that. Let's stay on the subject at hand. The subject at hand is this neighbor, because this call.
Look, I love to mix a little of my life and shit. I have a BB gun story. Y'all want to hear the craziest shit? It wasn't really crazy, but it was like a memory. My ex-husband and I went down to Miami. He had inherited $27,000 from an uncle who passed away. Hey, little Dev. If you could look on Nature Lovers for anything I've been talking about, I'd really fucking appreciate it. Since you have a wrench, I think you can share in my private chat or something. If I could find that. I don't know how to work my shit still. I do the same things all the time. You always hear my clicking. I apologize. But, my ex-husband who unalived himself and I went down to Miami. It was before we had gotten married. We went down for vacation. We took, how the fuck did we get that down there? I can't even remember how we got there. Greyhound. We went by Greyhound because remember lugs were real big back then, and I had a pair of lugs pants and a pair of lugs shoes, and they costed me like a lot of fucking money. We got that money, so I wasn't used to spending that amount of money, and I had went and bought myself some nice clothes to go to Miami in. We had gotten married and went down for our honeymoon. Actually, the first time we went, I went there with Earl too to meet my sister there who blew me off. But anyways, so we get down there, and somehow on the Greyhound, he snuck a BB gun on. We took it with us, and while we were down there, I think we flew back because my dad and myself had gotten into a fight. That's when I brought in with the green card person. I have stories mixed up. So my dad and I had gotten into a fight. I had gone down. I'd gotten 2 bottles of Cisco. I told you I was a really big drinker. You see me cry about it this afternoon. And I beat my dad's ass, like straight. The cops came. You could probably look the fucking call up. My father and I got into a fist fight because this girl looked underage, and his daughter, who looked older than this girl, showed up, and he's having sex with her in the fucking pool of the apartment complex down on somewhere between 70th and 74th Street. So her name is Tatiana. The green card marriage is on has been verified. I seen the girl with my own eyes. There was a police call because of her to his home. Things that can be verified, which is why I'm concerned about Ziggy's fucking ass, right? Like, okay. So, thank you, little Dev. So anyways, we take this BB gun afterwards because we get a plane back. And, he hides it. And, you know, I've been talking to you a lot about the Champlain Towers that fell next door. There used to be a Holiday Inn that my dad worked at. Well, it turned into the DeVille. And I loved staying there because every time we went down, because they had like cars chopped into like, I was really big into muscle cars and old cars back then. And they had cars like chopped into tables. And from when I was a kid, I believe their pool was shaped like a guitar. It was like really fucking cool. So anyways, about a year later, we go back down. No, that's when we got married. We went down for vacation, and we come home. We moved to Mount Oliver. We got married. We go back down. That's when I find the green card marriage, I think, somewhere between that time. So we go back down, and we stay at the same hotel, of course. I love that fucking hotel. And he hid the BB gun. Let me tell you how easy it is to hide a gun in another state. And this was just a BB gun. He hid the BB gun in the rafters in our room. We requested the same room. When we went back and stayed in the same room, and the fucking BB gun was still fucking there. Or maybe he hid it in the bathroom down in the restaurant. But that fucking BB gun was still there. So let me tell you how easy it is to hide a gun. I'm saying gun. I'm getting demonetized. Let me tell you how easy it is to hide a gun in another state and come back a year later when people would least expect, or something like that, and I know that just because of the BB gun we hit. So, I mean, I've had BB guns. The boys had BB guns. I believe the day CPS came that evening to the Wells, that the Wells, if this guy goes on to tell us that they closed, that Jodi had CPS there, or maybe the Wells called CPS at one point on Jodi. Hey, Michael, thank you for coming back. I'm loving my locals have been coming in. Thank you guys. Yes, Killer Looks channel. Make sure you sub up. He has so much fucking content, and I am unable to watch all of it all the time. I have missed quite a bit lately, and I need to fucking catch up. But I've seen a lot. He did a really good one with Benny the other day. Thank you for sharing those for me, little Dev. All right. Anyways, my story. Let's go. Let's listen to this guy talk about CPS.
Caller says that, well, I won't say what the caller says because the caller is actually somebody that's probably got some law enforcement, let's just say, experience. Now, my question is, because I asked Candace and Don says they passed a polygraph. And I had a hard time, I'll just be honest with you, I had a hard time believing that until that the sheriff or somebody had conveyed to the news media that they said that they passed a polygraph.
Let me remind you about the polygraph. Day one, Candace is unable to take the polygraph. Candace and Dawn, they were tired. They were looking for their daughter. They were upset. I agree with that. Day two, Dawn takes a polygraph, if my memory serves me correct. Candace did not. Candace couldn't sit still for the polygraph. Dawn passes his polygraph. Dawn comes to Sheriff's channel and he says, it has been weeks or days. It was a long period of time, like 9 days or something, that Candace couldn't take the polygraph each time. It was around the time, I believe it was like June 17th. Dawn had come out to the news. He was standing in a white t-shirt, sunglasses on. I can't find the fucking news clip. I had it forever. If anybody has it, please send it to me, ctsims@gmail.com. But Dawn's standing in front of the car, and Dawn says, Candace passed the polygraph. Now that one clip we can find. However, in that same clip, earlier that day, same clothes, same area, the news caught him. This is the clip I can't find. Dawn says they're accusing Candace of leaving twice. If anybody has that clip, I need it. But it wasn't easy to get Candace to take the polygraph. Number one, Benny can confirm that even. I have some video we're going to listen to. I don't know if he talks about it in it. Benny can confirm that. Others can confirm that. If you go back and listen to Cher can confirm this. It took a very long time for Candace to take that polygraph. And when Sheriff Lawson came out and told us that they passed the polygraph, do you also remember how agitated he seemed? Those are some news clips I'll go over next time I do news clips. All right.
My question there would be, how experienced is the polygrapher? How many tests did they receive? And all kinds of different things.
I did, honey, but I think you shared it. Oh, you know what I could use some help with? Nature has video about Jodi Sue talking about her being involved with CPS, if you know where that is. And what was the other one? I forget. You'd have to go back a couple minutes. I'm sorry. But I think Nature Lover said she'd look for it. So if she doesn't find it, I'm sure she'd know where it is. Don't worry, little Deb, you've been doing great. She is like my only mod that comes in anymore. I'm so fucking happy I have her. She has been with me since the beginning. Little Deb's never folded on me. It took me a very long time to put wrenches back, and I'm very happy with my choices. So, what did it take me? Like 2.5 years. I managed my own all the time. That was rough at times being trolled. Yeah, he called her Josie Sue. Did you hear it, Michael? Her name's Jodi. Me and Jodi have a history, a long history. He's my neighbor. He don't know much. We're filling him in. If anybody can fill him in the chat, I'd appreciate it.
Things, but that's irrelevant on this because I want this video to be about this neighbor. Does anybody know this neighbor? What happened to this neighbor? I've heard two stories. I've heard that the neighbor moved away after this, just moved out of the area, got away from there. Why? Why?
Well, why don't you ask the bigger question? Why did her husband, well, I would call it a common law marriage, leave before Jodi Sue and then kick her out after she filed a domestic violence court order? However, Andy left several times in the weeks leading up to that. Without the restraining order, over and over and over and over. So, I mean, you have to ask that. That's the bigger question. Why are you just attack? I agree some of these questions are questionable. I'm not saying they aren't. Jodi has answered for a lot of them. My cat just fell again. You see? Now she's sneezing. Let me let you listen. I think Andy needs to be.
Would a neighbor just up and leave when a child comes up missing? And I've heard that the person is still there. So I don't know. Again, guys, I throw this stuff out there for comments. I throw it out there to see what sometimes you just throw it up in there and see what sticks, and like taking a piece of wet toilet paper and throwing it to the ceiling. Is it going to fall down or is it going to stick? That's what an investigation. You just.
No, Michael, she's 18 years old and passing away. She's old. We're having a hard time. I don't even have vet money right now. And I don't know what to do. And she fell asleep in her water, and I love her. It's Taja. I don't know. She doesn't really travel down by your ex's house. Yes, very old. And you remember Chico? Michael could probably tell you about Chico. He scratched her daughter and they pressed fucking charges on me. After the daughter trespassed on my fucking property, mind you. I had a warrant for the longest time. It's gone because it was a bench warrant and I didn't do shit to it, and shit can't be done about it now. So, the kids were little. Okay, you haven't. It's okay. I have a couple, I think. I'll see if I can find them. But yeah, she's a very old kitty. I ended my live earlier today because she fell asleep in her water and I thought she died. I had a whole ass fucking breakdown for about an hour and couldn't stop crying because it scared me, and I was here alone and I don't handle death well, so I don't know. All right. She's fine now. I'm just going to stay.
And especially an investigation like this, because I've said from the beginning, God, Sheila and I both have, God is going to solve this case. But I have a feeling that he's going to solve it through YouTubers not Sheila and I, but other YouTubers. I've heard several people, some people call radical, some people call this, they call that. Sometimes they come up with a good analogy. So what do we know? We just have to throw it up there and see what sticks. This is a different type of case. You better believe it is. 5 years, it's a different type of case. I should have wrote some of these comments down that this person was telling me about this neighbor, because I find it very interesting. Now, my question here, since Candace and Dawn has taken polygraphs, my question would be, because, see, guys, in an investigation like this, I'm just speaking from personal experience and from my experience, but after you look at the parents, after you look at the next of kin, the people that's in that.
Is he here? Michael, do you have him in character over in L? I'm not going to say where. If he's over here, I want to come pet him. Thank you, Karen. No, it's never. My Chico was like my heart. And I had another dog named Buddy. He came from Texas. I have a friend who works for the mayor down in Texas, or somebody political, the governor, up in Austin. I'm not going to say her name. She ain't even really my friend no more. But she came to visit, and she left her. She abandoned her dog. And he was such a fucking Texan. If you guys remember when I started my channel, I had Buddy and Chico. They were both here. I showed them a lot on my channel. But Buddy had passed away. No, maybe I didn't have Buddy. Buddy passed away during COVID, so I didn't have Buddy. But he was a long-haired wired hair Dotson. And I swear to God, that little guy, that's what he was like he was like Eeyore. Dude, he looked like Eeyore. He acted like Eeyore. You can ask Michael. Michael knew Buddy. Oh, he's with you over in L. Yeah, do that. That'd be cool. I'd love to see him. I love floppy ear bunnies. I'd love to have one, but it would be too much. They shit too much. I don't know.
The house, grandma. After you look at anybody that last saw this person, now they're missing, you start looking at the closest neighbors, closest in proximity, the closest to where Summer lived. If there's a neighbor across the way or up the hill, or as an investigator, and I'm sure the police have, hopefully the police have interviewed this person, and especially with what I was told. Just because I'm told something doesn't make it true. I don't believe everything that I'm told. You have to put that with and investigate. That's why I'm throwing it out here to you guys, because some of you guys have been at it.
I'd like to know why you ain't talking about the robot call you said was a tip for Summer.
You say since day one. I've been on this case for 5 years, since day one. Well, then you might be able to put in the comments a little bit and give me some insight. And then when Sheila gets home, I'm going to discuss this with her and let her hear it's interesting. My question would be, was this person
It hurts, little doubt. That's what I was saying. Right, nature lover. I hope you're getting ready to do clips on this guy, because I'm trying to think. Like, he's funny. It's fucking funny. This shit is fucking hysterical to me. But, little Dev, it is, let me tell you, when my buddy passed away, it was the most heartbreaking, heart-wrenching thing I ever went through watching. And then when Chico passed away, it was even worse because he was attacked by, he was 11, but he was so healthy. Like, I feel like that little guy would have lived till he was like 26. And a pit bull mastiff. It was my dog's fault because he stepped into the yard and the dog was on a chain, but it was only this far from the back of the alley, like literally 2 inches onto the patch of grass. And the dog snatched my dog and ate him. My grandchild seeing it. My cat, I've told the story. My cat, Simba, who has since got hit by a car because he wouldn't come the fuck home. He was chipped, very well taken care of, but he ran away. He hated us because he watched the dog killed. Like, cats and dogs feel that shit. They feel each other. They love each other. But Simba was fixed and chipped, and a lady up the street kind of took him in and took care of him. And I was really, really fucking grateful for that. But Michael could probably say that before Simba was fixed, he probably was responsible for all the orange kitties in the fucking area. Captain Kangaroo, yes! Oh my god, you got it. That's it. You got it. Look, look, look. You fucking got it. I knew there was somebody. Oh my god. Why do you do this?
Good morning, Captain.
Morning, Captain.
Good morning, Captain.
Good morning.
Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Captain. Won't you come on out and play? Wake up the sunshine and share this rainy day. Good morning, Captain. It's a smiling song we sing, 'cause we're happy to see you and the good times that you bring. Hey, good morning. Hello, how do you do? Wake up the sunshine. We'll share this day with you.
Hey, Captain, it sure is a beautiful morning, isn't it?
Sir.
You hit it on the fucking head, yo. Okay.
Across the road, Josie? Josie? Was she polygraphed? Was she questioned extensively?
I question that myself. Now, I know Jodi was questioned. I know Jodi states, I don't think with ever proof, that she has talked to Roush and that she's been questioned. Andy stated he was questioned, but I'm just opening up a million fucking tabs here. This is where I get into their parents and all this shit. That's Little Dev. If you can find, I need Jodi Sue talking about Andy's parents either on my channel or on Nature Lovers channel. The Real Andy B has some food videos, a few lives. This one. Let's listen to what Pruitt says about and what Andy says about being questioned.
Sheriff's office.
Yeah, I was
I was just trying to get a hold of Detective Pruitt. I was trying to find out a couple things about something.
I didn't know that. I thought y'all were broke up. Y'all don't live together, though. Listen, he has his oldest son is the most athletic little baseball fucking player. I know him from a different neighborhood from much earlier. My husband knows him too, and Michael, I'm sure, Earl is fucking listening. He is reading my text messages in Facebook, and the other day you wrote me you were going to kick Earl's ass or send somebody to kick his ass or something of that nature. Could you please, in my chat, for my husband, ex-husband, whatever the fuck we are doing today, could you please tell him that I did not ask you to kick his ass? Because he thinks I asked you to kick his ass. In truth, I don't even think that you could. However, I don't mean that in a mean way. I think it would be a fair fight between the two of you. And if it ever happens, can I fucking record it? Because then he went on to tell me that y'all fought or didn't like each other when y'all were little. And I didn't know that. They're from the same neighborhood, him and my husband. I would also like to know if you by chance know Brittany and Deanna Zacharias or their brother, the Zacharias people, because that's who Earl was having an affair with me about. And I would also like you to tell them about abuse of Chris Pallone, who sells drugs, who I caught trying to sell triple stack E to Earl. If you could help me out by any means, it would be fucking amazing. Okay. Oh, and if you know Brian O'Toole, by any chance, Chris's boss. But let's listen to what Andy B says about being questioned.
Hold on just a minute.
Thank you.
Detective Pruitt.
Yes, sir. How you doing today?
I'm fine. How are you?
All right. My name's George Bernard, Andy Bernard. I live at 125 Ben Hill Road. I was just trying to figure out some information, maybe, possibly.
What about?
Well, okay, for 3 years, I've been wrapped up in the middle of the Summer Wells case. For a while now, Fred, my cousin, has been saying that I was on the road that day. Nobody else has questioned me after I left my residence, when I separated from my
You're cutting in and out, sir. I can't hear half of what you're saying.
Can you hear me better now?
A little bit.
Okay. I left my residence, didn't go back till September. I went through a separation in the process. I mean, I was just wondering, I was just trying to figure out if there was anything I could do, needed to do. Do you need to talk to me, see me? I mean,
sir.
Was I on?
Unless concrete leads come up that we can sort of verify the direction it's headed, we're just accepting concrete leads, and your name has not come up.
Okay. Well,
that, and I wouldn't put too much faith in what Fred Hill is saying.
Well, I kind of knew that for the rip, but for 3 years, this has kind of been affecting me for 3 years.
I understand, sir, but like I said, your name is not relevant to the investigation, so you don't have anything to be concerned about.
Okay, I greatly appreciate that. That eases my mind a lot, and I greatly appreciate you, sir.
Have a good day.
You too, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Sheriff's office.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a hold of Detective Pruitt. I was trying to find out a couple of things about something.
Hold on just a minute.
Thank you.
Detective Pruitt.
Yes, sir. How you doing today?
I'm fine. How are you?
All right. My name's George Bernard, Andy Bernard. I live at 125 Ben Hill Road. I was just trying to figure out some information, maybe, possibly.
What about?
Well, okay, for 3 years, I've been wrapped up in the middle of the Summer Wells case. For a while now, Fred, my cousin, has been saying that I was on the road that day. Nobody else has questioned me after I left my residence, when I separated from my
You're cutting in and out, sir. I can't hear half of what you're saying.
Can you hear me better now?
A little bit.
Okay. I left my residence, didn't go back till September. I went through a separation in the process. I mean, I was just wondering, I was just trying to figure out if there was anything I could do, needed to do. Do you need to talk to me, see me? I mean,
sir.
Was I on?
Unless concrete leads come up that we can sort of verify the direction it's headed, we're just accepting concrete leads, and your name has not come up.
Okay. Well,
that, and I wouldn't put too much faith in what Fred Hill is saying.
Well, I kind of knew that for the rip, but
I believe that but you knew Pallone from the kids playing baseball, right? And Sausage was the coach up there I caught hitting the kid that day. Do you remember now? When Austin was up there playing? Did you by chance know Krishna? He's from their area. I knew Michael from here in Carrick. However, his family owned a really big store. I'll just say it, in Lawrenceville, because you guys have heard me mention these names. Lawrenceville, Pittsburgh, which is where I believe that judge's son, Brian O'Toole, was, in my opinion, moving more than rungs. Okay, I'm going to start being careful how I do things. And I do know Michael's kids played baseball with Pallone's kids, because that's why I was there watching Pallone's kids play baseball. His wife was at one time one of my best friends. And we would both go over and watch the kids play baseball games. Chris was very abusive, in my opinion, to his children, his wife, in public, even at the baseball games. There was a coach there, this was in Bloomfield, and the coaches weren't exactly exemplary to the children. The area is an Italian area. Not everybody in the area is bad. You have a lot of good people in the same area. Yeah. Corky, which one? The one from Oakland, Cork and Mandy? Is that who you're fucking talking about? Yeah, I want to go in her mouthpiece, if that's who you're talking about. You know, when Mike died, she was posting all kinds of shit on Facebook about, oh, look who's dead, I'm so happy, he's such a retard, and all this shit. Like, I'm ready to go in her fucking whole ass fucking face. But, and my grandmother told me some shit about her. She was working up at a nursing home up here. Whoa. She, you got me doxing a whole nother bitch. Yeah. I do remember Corky. Let me think. I think I do. Send me a picture if you have one from when the kids played baseball. And tell Austin I said hello and give him a huge hug for me. And please tell Earl I didn't come to you to kick his ass. He died. Didn't he own something up in Bloomfield? All right, we're getting too much into this. Let's go. We could do this in Messenger. Or even down the street. I'll come see you. Are you going to be in the area tomorrow? All right. That was Andy B. But there's more proof for you guys, all the things I've been discredited about. He's not discrediting me about Paloon. But, yeah.
You know, some people has a hard time. We don't know. See, this case is all over the place. That child could have went up in the hills. That child could have went down the hill. That child could have been taken off before she was ever reported missing. That child could have been missing for 3 hours before she was reported missing. We only know what Candace has told the police. That's Candace's story, and she's sticking to it. Don says he's got 7 alibis, and Candace ain't got none. It goes all over. This investigation is all over the place.
Honey, I brought back enough tomatoes to last us a whole month.
Good boy. Now sign this divorce paper. My daughter is remarrying someone who doesn't smell like dirt.
I spent all...
Was this woman across the way, was she polygraphed? Was her children? I don't know how old they are. This person didn't know for sure. At least one of them, I think, was a juvenile when this went on, but maybe both of them was. I don't know.
Hey, look, when I lived there, you know how I tell you all my organized fucking crime connections? I dated this dude named Ryan. Michael's family owned the fighting hot dog shop. They fought for business, even though Michael says he doesn't remember it because he was a kid. But I've heard the stories because I dated this guy that owned a hot dog shop that was also involved with Italian type shit. He sold tomatoes. Yep, the Italian. Okay, Frankie's. Yeah, that's it. Thought you didn't remember last time we talked. Okay. Hi, Ryan.
Polygraph? How did her polygraph turn out? Did it come back pass, fail, inconclusive? They tell me, I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, please correct me, and I'll have a disclaimer up here, but because I don't know this person. She could be the pillar of the community. She may be the pillar of the community. She may be the next candidate for mayor there in Rogersville. I don't know. But does she have a criminal record? Does she have a criminal record? Has she ever been convicted, especially of a felony? Does she have any felony convictions for?
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Does he have any phone calls or does he just talk? We're going to take a break from him. I'm going to leave him up. Oh, Ernie got some interesting shit I wanted to listen to too, and I think he's still live, so we're going to wait a little bit. I'm going to move on to just a bunch of videos that I had made that that I pulled up. Like I have a whole list here. We're gonna call him Captain. What do you think? I think that's a good name for him. I can't wait to see the nickname Jodi fucking gives him. I'm not even fucking lying. It's gonna be so fucking funny to watch Jodi give this motherfucker a nickname. I think it's Captain Kangaroo. What do you think, Jodi? Do you agree? It's bad. Michael, we're both going to court for domestic violence. Um, it's not that I'm hitting him because I want to. I am very angry. That's why Earl's not here. It's because of Brittany. He lied to me for 3 years. He had an affair behind my back. Brittany is. Do you remember when the kids were playing ball and Chris was starting to bring the young girl Deanna around? It was the daughters, I'm not going to say the names. It was one of the daughters' friends. There was the blonde and the brown hair girl. Well, like reddish brown. Well, Earl was having an affair with her sister for 3 years, and Chris was selling more than rugs with her. And he told me how to find my sister, Shannon. Do you remember Jordan, my nephew? The one I raised? His mother in Canton, Ohio. And he told me it's because they were selling more than rugs, and it was about that girl. Up in the same spot, I would find my sister. Um, it was a very bad situation, but it proved that that's what was going on. It also proved that when my husband is having an affair with somebody who possibly could be connected to bringing me down on YouTube, while my husband was also, Michael, with my subs able to tell you, trying to bring me down on YouTube with my ex Jordan's father, Eggplant Penis Head, the one that was in the military. You remember Jordan. Remember Charlie threw the gallon of piss on my fucking nephew and all the shit that started? Yeah. So, fucking, he told me about the crazy woman next to you. He said she wouldn't leave you alone. What fucking crazy? Oh, next door. Yeah, because we were talking about that in chat. But anyways, everything I'm talking to about Michael has something that can connect to my missing friend Lisa, and also to, oh, hey, Iron City Motors. Do you know anything about that down there on Butler? Could you answer that while we listen to this video, and I'll be back if you do.
Now, if Don is a regular guy who has all his kids and he wants to drink and booze and beat his wife and be a liar, that's his business. But when your child's missing and you have completely opened your whole cavity, your whole vessel to the YouTube, and you come here and lie. Like you came here looking for help. And so it's almost like we've allowed them a pass for all of this bad behavior.
Down on 50-something Street, going towards the zoo. Down by LaDawn's. You know, the girls that do the bad things in the clubs with men, and they're like this giant. It's that bike they fix mopeds. Let me show you a picture. I want to know if you know somebody. I'm trying to confirm this person in my life with my audience. I'm not going to talk bad on this person. It's my cousin, and I love him very much, even though he is a member of the KKK. Do you know that human? He is cousins. No, you don't. Okay, but do you know where the bike shop I'm talking about is? Way down on Butler, between the zoo and the bridge. Like maybe even after the bridge, right after the bridge. He is my cousin who has cousins with Summer Wells neighbors. And I connected him, not him, to Summer's, not him. However, his family lives in Arizona where my father bought borderland. And that concerns me because I have a missing friend who Krishner. Okay. He owns that, or he at one point owned that shop or a shop next to it. That's what I'm saying. I think his shop might have closed down. I haven't talked to him in years because I married Earl. But, Jesus, his family are Morlocks and Elliots, and they are neighbors all around Summer Wells community. And I just I'm trying to confirm with people who live over in that area, this human in my life and what he is. But because my own family's ignoring me, they see me, they know I'm out here. My cousin Stephen has been out here and told me he's out here, so. And I had a live that was removed immediately in a very strange way. I have screenshots of it. I'll find it and pull it up. Where my cousin said he was in my chat. That's when I started discovering everything. Not him, but his brother. Okay. We're going back to this.
Because Chris came in and didn't do what we thought we were going to do. That's no reason for Don and Candace to go ape shit on the internet because Chris made them do it. I'm not saying you said that, but people have, they've had that contempt.
Wait. I'm going to start this over. One of the things that Captain Kangaroo said that I wanted to touch on was Jodi's charges. Yes, Jodi Sue had charges. She was involved in a smaller operation prior to the James Light bust that led to the James Light bust. Jodi Sue and Andy, who I think you should look more into instead of Jodi. We all know where we stand with Jodi. She never shuts up. You can go to her fucking channel and watch her. But anyways, they both had drug charges, and they tried to pass it off as weed charges, but that's not what it was. They were both caught for selling Lortabs. Now, Andy Bernard came in my chat and said it was one Lortab, but more so than him, I think you, sir, Mr. Kangaroo, need to look into Captain Kangaroo. Fred Hill's sister, Karen Elliott, because she also had the same charges around the same time. And everybody seems to be ignoring the fact that their sister, the Hill sister, Julie, and her daughter was on the road the day Summer went missing and witnessed an accident on the Thompsons' property and said that that accident was probably caught on camera. So we're just going to restart Benny and go from there, and I'm going to now wait and go back to Captain Kangaroo later. But I wanted to address that because I didn't when I should have. Now this is the last time I'm restarting this. Let me shut my fucking trap.
It's like, now, if Don is a regular guy who has all his kids and he wants to drink and booze and beat his wife and be a liar, that's his business. But when your child's missing and you have completely opened your whole cavity, your whole vessel to the YouTube, and you come here and lie. Like, you came here looking for help. And so it's almost like we've allowed them a pass for all of this bad behavior because Chris came in and didn't do what we thought we were going to do. That's no reason for Don and Candace to go ape shit on the internet because Chris made them do it. I'm not saying you said that, but people have, they've had that contention. It's like, oh, well, if Chris wouldn't have did what he did, it wouldn't look like this. Whoa. Chris didn't make Don take a dump on live, and Chris didn't make Don slap up on Candace online. Like, I'm not going on that, but I said is when you have a profession.
I literally just shared the other day Dawn taking a dump online while Candace is shooting up. Benny tells us often about Dawn's trips to Knoxville, which the friend confirms many times as he speaks to us over on Ziggy's channel. He tells us about the Lady of the Night, and there was a time Benny went down in December of 2021 around the marathon, and Dawn was abusing Candace, threw a fit, got in his truck, left, and went to fucking Knoxville. He was throwing heaters around, elbowing Candace in the face. He was doing all this crazy ass shit in front of the YouTubers as he was asking YouTubers to sign NDAs and not tell people what was being witnessed up on the fucking hill. You know what I say when you're witnessing shit like that? It is storming here. Let's hope nothing goes out. You know what I say when you are committing fucking abuse like that and you're asking people to sign an NDA? Suck my whole fucking ass. That is domestic fucking violence. And what Benny is stating he witnessed is fucking amazing to me, that everybody just flew past this and didn't speak about this. Even around the same time, Molly Go Lightly is having a live where Dawn is abusing Candace on a fucking live. Who was making? Who? Yes, the grandparents raised the children a majority of their life. The grandparents that Jodi Sue Downs often, not her mother, not her sister, Andy Bernard's mother and sister. However, Jodi tells a lot of stories of the father abusing their children. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the shit you need to listen to. The way Jodi speaks about Andy, George, Andrew Bernard's parents is kind of grossing to me, and it tells me why Andy may have grown up an abuser, just like Dawn.
Go this way. The sheep that are watching you, who don't maybe have your experience or care or whatever, they go berserk, and then you can't. You can die in a fire that couldn't be saved, and then did it. My point was, if Chris had just done that, left it alone, and didn't start interpreting, you know. So, I mean, and I agree with what happened. I mean, you still had a Sherry, you still would have had a Don, you still would have had all that happen. I mean, but same time, my point is how much did those people affect what Don and Candace might have done? Well, this is fake. I don't think who Don and Candace were when Chris McDonough first came there. Clearly, those aren't the people who they actually are. That was a front. It isn't that the internet turned these people into savages. Like, these people were savages, but were trying to act like regular people. They just couldn't keep the act up for any time at all. You go that way until
After Benny experiences these people coming back from with Chase 423, you're hearing the shock of him telling you about the PIs. Now, Benny was just on my channel not too long ago speaking about some of this with me. You're hearing the shock of the PIs turning on Benny. And he is literally calling Dawn and Candace savages, telling us that the PIs and Trudy are witnessing this abuse, asking people to sign NDAs and ignore it. This is why I don't think Benny had a bigger role with the money or anything. Benny was the only creator to call the abuse that he witnessed out while visiting that hill. To me, that says something, even coming from somebody who himself will tell you he went to jail for abusing his wife. To me, it seems like a very scary situation. I don't. People interpret things differently. I looked at different things in this call, other than the cameras and I looked at that shit too, don't get me wrong, the cameras, the phone. But I looked at everything they taught. Benny was showing us a lot of shit they were talking about in this call, and I feel like he was using the cameras and video as a reason to be mad, but to show the whole call. Benny can come dispute me. I don't. He can come talk about this. He can. I'm not. This is just my feelings. Here's a live stream link. Anybody is welcome. Open panel at all times tonight if you want to come up. But please know, if you're going to fucking troll me, I'm going to fuck with you, because that's what I do on this channel. Go ahead and show your pecker. I'll cut it out. We'll put it up there. You want to show me some pee? You're disgusting. That makes you a pedo or a grosso to even want to come to YouTube and do that when you are on a live stream about a missing child. So if you want to go ahead and troll me, we can play the fucking games. I don't do this often. But open panel if anybody would like to join. I don't have many people watching tonight.
Looking at all the pictures of the children, not the pictures that look sad, but I'm looking and I'm going, look at them. They're all she cares about.
But one of the last things he did was to our daughter was to scream at her about Summer's dead body in the most gruesome details you could ever imagine, and to continue to yell about it until she was we were like, stop, cleaning it, already traumatized her, so it was going to bother her. Just like earlier in the day, he had terrorized her with her grandparents bitching about food, and he knew that was a trigger for her because of how they abused her brother. And
So, how they abused her brother is talking about my friend and this little girl, Summer. I'll show you who they are, Michael, in a moment. Thank you, little Dev. So, she's talking about Andy's parents there abusing her brother. My video looks like this because I think I extracted music from the background of it so you could hear it. No, I didn't. Was it in this? Should I start it over? 48 seconds?
So your fire and he had no contact for years because of it with food. And so he knew the triggers and he knew that he had already traumatized her to the point she was having nightmares and also.
These are things she said that Andy would do to her daughter. And not only Andy, but his family would also, because their daughter was a little overweight. I don't know what she looks like now. She was still beautiful. I don't think she was an ugly little girl at all. And she said that Andy and that his parents would torment her with food.
So, and a guy who that the last time Equa searched them were all asked not to give their locations, he was screaming at Equa search to come and kill him and to do whatever and to fuck them and fuck this and whatever. And so we kind of.
I think I lost Penny for a second, Jodi.
And I forgot, I don't think I'm supposed to cuss. I think it gets y'all demonetized. So he knew the triggers and he knew that he had already traumatized her to the point she was having nightmares and also, and a guy who that the last time Equa searched them were all asked not to give their locations, he was screaming at Equa search to come and kill him and to do whatever and to fuck them and fuck this and whatever. And so we kind of.
I think I lost Penny for a second, Jodi.
And I forgot, I don't think I'm supposed to cuss. I think it gets y'all demonetized or something, doesn't it?
I cuss all the time. Just don't say things like PED. Just
whatever, and fuck them and fuck this and whatever. And so we kind of.
I think I lost Penny for a second, Jodi.
And I forgot, I don't think I'm supposed to cuss. I think it gets y'all demonetized or something, doesn't it?
I cuss all the time. Just don't say things like
I'm worried about squad
PED. Just
really?
Use like RSO, registered blank offender.
Well, that's interesting. That's where they're.
That's not what I wanted to show you, but I hope I didn't skip it. I forget what she said, but you hear her, she doesn't understand how YouTube works. Oh, so this tells you Jodi wasn't prepared to come to YouTube. She didn't understand that you couldn't use words. So that's what, when a lot of people state, this is where I try to discredit shit. Otherwise, there are other things she states that shows me she might have wanted to come to YouTube. But to me, this is one of her first times talking to Scott and Penny. It might have been the first. I forget where I got this. But I think this is an important one. Let's go back. It's 8 minutes long. I'm sitting here. I'm in no rush. I wasn't earlier either, so. This is about the cemetery.
But one of the last things he did was to our daughter was to scream at her about Summer's dead body in the most gruesome details you could ever imagine. And
so, Michael, we don't know. It seems that way. She could have been human, moved around. She could have been accidentally unalived. There's a long story behind her. You can just go into YouTube and type in Summer Wills and watch everything. It is a fucking lot. So this case has been going on since June 15th, 2021. Let me show you a picture. My big face is probably going to come up. This is the latest age progressed photo. Summer went missing, and I think it's important to share her in my area because I found the connections I did up here. I'm not saying that's why Summer's missing or it had anything to do with her, but I do have connections. Summer went missing June 15th. About 6:30 p.m., her parents called in to two different jurisdictions, one in Jonesboro, Tennessee, and one in Rogersville, Tennessee. About 6:30 p.m. We don't know what time Summer went missing. She went swimming earlier that day at a local swimming pool. Was a teenage boy. There's a whole lot behind it, but she was last seen walking away from her home wearing gray pants, a pink shirt. Summer was 5 years old at the time of her disappearance, weighing 40 pounds. She had blonde hair, blue eyes. Her hair was shaved at the time. I can show you a video in a little bit. She has been missing for almost 5 years, and I've been covering this case for almost 5 years, and it's been a fucking roller coaster, to say the least. There's a lot of speculation around her case. I speculate. I'm a speculation channel. A lot of games, a lot of money, including by the neighbor we're showing you, Josie Sue. Captain Kangaroo calls her Josie. I call her Toxic Poop sometimes. She calls me CZ. Piss Pad. I changed my channel name one time, and she has nicknames for everybody. She's the kind of person that has to down everybody while saying everybody downs her, but she came out here called like Benny Keys, Floppy Burger, or Doug, or no, Floppy Bridges. What are some of the nicknames? Go ahead. And Summer also has an aunt, a direct aunt, that is missing out of Wisconsin. Yes, Rose Bly has been missing since 2012. Is that correct? Wow. You hear the thunder? I gotta shut my air conditioner off. Okay. Anyways, let's. I don't know what I just fucking did. Huh?
And he would yell about it until she was we were like, stop, because he really already traumatized her, so it was going to bother her. Just like earlier in the day, he had terrorized her with her grandparents bitching about food, and he knew that was a trigger for her because of how they abused her brother. And so you're fired, and he had no contact for years because of it with food. And so he knew the triggers, and he knew that he had already traumatized her to the point she was having nightmares and all sorts of, and so, and a guy who that the last time April searched them were all asked not to give their locations. he was screaming at Equisearch to come and kill him and to do whatever and to fuck them and fuck this and whatever.
I'm trying to look for the 30 kids, but I had to fucking pull that part out. Listen to what she said. The last time Equisearch didn't want to share their locations.
And a guy who that the last time Equisearch and them were all asked not to give their locations, he was screaming at Equisearch to come and kill him. And
so Equisearch was asked not to give the locals their locations. Andy was screaming at them to come unalive himself. Jodi Sue has also made comments to the fact that Andy could pew a public area. Jodi has accused Andy of owning illegal pews. There are pictures, actually green eyes. I think brought the pictures out, or I did, and we were showing them way early on in this case, inside a home with the pews she had with her children. It wasn't the children I was showing, it was what was behind the children, which were real semi-automatic rifle AR style pews. Jodi says that the parents would drop the pews off to Andy and he would terrorize her. She was scared he would unalive her and the children. Nature, I think I just seen you, you're still in here. Could you please elaborate a little on some of the things Jodi has said?
To do whatever and to fuck them and fuck this and whatever.
So we kind of.
I think I lost Penny for a second, Jodi.
And I forgot, I don't think I'm supposed to cuss. I think it gets y'all demonetized or something, doesn't it?
I cuss all the time. Just don't say things like PED. Just
really?
Use like RSO, registered blank offender.
Well, that's interesting. That's where they're going to go. That's their hard line. Bless. Okay.
Well, you've heard me on my chats before, if I have a troll or whatever, I just tell them to fuck off,
Time that happens, I have to refresh. I have no idea why it does that. It's an older phone. I'm looking at chat with my other phone and I'm on Restream with my older phone. It's a thing, I just have to refresh. So whenever that happens, just hang tight, bear with me. So we sped right past that. I didn't want to interrupt you or cut you off, but you said he tormented your daughter in gruesome detail about Summer's dead body. What the hell? What?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, how would? Can you expand on that?
Well, here. Do you want to explain? Do you want to go on? Or would it bother you? She's got headphones in, so she can't hear me.
Other children before he harms somebody else's children. There were moments. I'm fucking telling you. There were moments that she would say that she found shoes in a car and she was worried. You think I'm playing it now? All right. Oh, thank you, Okie. I haven't seen you in so long. How are you doing? All right, let me just shut up and let this play. And I did find about the 30 kids. We're going to go read that next.
Because, I don't want to, unless she's come from something. Would you like to explain Voldemort and what he did with that, like when he was screaming at you about Summer? Okay.
She doesn't have to.
Herself that please don't, if she seems like she's getting uncomfortable and she's pretty shy and soft spoken and she's not real, she's pretty introverted, so if she seems uncomfortable or something.
Well, I don't want her to do anything that is uncomfortable for her. Just make sure.
Okay. What was it? What was doing?
That day,
Do not say his name or anything like that.
that day he was, whatever, doing his usual roundabout, screaming at people. But that day, I went down to the cabin. I sat outside the cabin while he was, on his escapade about, whatever it was. Then
I'm trying to run to the bathroom, but I know what I want to say here before I do. So I've covered this before. No, the aunt has never been found, but there are a lot of people that look like her on Facebook that play games, and it has been said that she was human trafficked out of a shed on Somerville's property by Fred Hill, the neighbor. But anyways, another neighbor. With the daughters getting ready to say here, what you're going to hear is the son was at the cabin when the daughter approached, or vice versa, and Andy was already fighting with the son. Pay attention, because I really gotta fucking go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I got into the cabin after he screamed at me about being near the cabin. And then he comes back a few minutes later after storming off. And then he comes down, says something he said to Boog.
Which is her brother.
Yeah. And then he started screaming again, and then he was like, I already know Summer's dead bodies. I know Summer's dead somewhere in a ditch, I know Candace did it. I know Dawn did it, whatever. And he was just screaming about that. And then he was like, after that, it was like, I'm so tired of, he mispronounced Equa Search. And he said Aqua Search. He screamed, I'm so tired of Aqua Search. Holding me back to all these police officers and stuff. And he was on about that. And he was screaming it. And yeah. And then he went back onto the Summers dead body thing. In worse detail. And then
I was asking him to stop. You were asking him to stop, but he was.
It wasn't him. He was outside the cabin.
Yeah, and then he joined into the chorus. You stood up playing Believe. Just Believe. Get out. Stop. No more crying.
Yeah. And then I slammed the door on him to the cabin. And then he stormed off. And then I guess Book told him to shut up or something outside, and then he left to go be a reckless hazard on the road.
Well, thank you so much for being strong and brave and telling us that. I really appreciate you. And there's a lot of love for you in chat right now, and everybody's telling your mom to give you a big hug. So thank you.
Headphones in, please.
Oh my.
But yeah, we're crazy. We weren't abused at all. Voldemort's a wonderful person.
Well, I don't know who the hell's saying that.
Oh, I don't know. Alleged. Gets me every time.
Oh yeah, when they say she was allegedly. Yeah, I don't like that either. That irritates the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jodi said she had a strong mama to get her out of there. Yep, sure did.
I mean, if I could have done it a long time ago, then.
You know why I disagree with you, Nature? Hey, Marie. I hope your health's well. You feeling better? I'm so happy she got really good results recently. She didn't have cancer, I think is what it was. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Um, I have no wonder she's just trying to hurt his reputation out of spite. No, I'm gonna tell you why I don't think so. First off, I've had a conversation with her. Jodi's been on my channel. We've spoken about where I was on the phone with her, and a real quarter pointed person had called in while we were speaking, and she was questioning about the abuse the daughter had gone through at the same time, speaking about how the daughter should have witnessed in court Andy lashing out in court. There is an actual, we call it a PFA of abuse. What was the other reason? Hold on. I truly believe Jodi knows more and is maybe scared to talk about it. I don't think she's hurting his reputation. She really defended him at first, and if you notice now, she's no longer doing that. And I think a lot of that has to do with the people that Andy, since he showed up at Summer's, what was it, a birthday party or something they were having at the church. He showed up with Ryan and Nana for life. And when Andy, I noticed a change in Jodi. And for me, that was when Nana for Life really came into the picture. Jodi knows who Nana is. And if you listen to her speak about Nana's family, I think it's very important. I also believe they've been arrested in this rug bust, and you can see it in Jodi's videos. I don't think she did it to damage. I'm going through similar abuse with my husband. I hear a lot of it. My views have changed. I do think Jodi knows more. And I think it might be some things Jodi's afraid to say. Not right now, honey. I think I'm pretty good. I got a whole slew of videos. We're like an hour and 37 minutes in, and I didn't even get anywhere. Yeah, it is possible. I think it's possible, but I think they feed off each other. Sometimes I even often wonder if their breakup is fake. Do you remember at the beginning, Jodi was having a mystery man coming in? She had sucker bites on her neck. There was also another moment, I think I did a live or a video on it, where somebody, I think it was Fred or somebody, said Jodi and Andy had all these new cars and they would switch out cars. I have a whole slew of reasons to think different things, and I think something turned Jodi. I don't. You could be absolutely right. It's okay to fucking disagree with me. I just think there's a little more to this, and I see the proof of things Jodi's saying, like the pews and the picture. And one day I'll find that picture and share it with you.
Be done, and it's just try.
Yeah. It makes me wonder, like, why would he know details about what Summer's body looks like? And why was he so confident that he would be able to go and find her, but not Equisearch?
Well, it wasn't that he was. Rain was during the egg search. It's part of his, I don't know, for months, like I've said. He, threatens, does all kinds of.
Some of you all know that's not been working out well.
She blackmailed me. Tried.
Some of you all know that's not been working out well.
With the court shit.
Because there's a shit show happening over there today. Which I'm ignoring for the most part. I don't even care. There's all kinds of things I'd like to say right now, but I'm not going to. And, for a few days I've been concerned how when this moment came, well, a week or two now, how I'd kind of feel about it. And I don't, in a couple days I'll touch on it. This will make more sense, I swear. And I'd love to tell you it has nothing to do with that fucking circus over there, but it does. And this con ring, and who thinks they're going to shut me up by whatever means so they can keep the money flowing right now, because that is definitely what this is about, and it's definitely picking up kind of on the timeline that I was given. I see you. I see y'all. But y'all fucked up. Because you're still not going to shut me up. Secondly, I don't care. I don't care. For the first time in almost my whole life, I really don't feel responsible.
Little Deb, thank you for asking Michael if he has a channel, because I don't know. But however, if you could go to my community post and share the man I shared a lot of this afternoon from the area where I grew up at, Kevin, I'd really fucking appreciate it. I'm really asking everybody to sub up to him. He's a really cool dude, and his channel, especially if you're in the Harley Davidsons and bikes and things of that nature, he has an amazing fucking channel going on over there, and it could actually teach you a lot about the steel mill industry and things of that nature I went over earlier today. So if you could please grab that channel and share it for me, I'd really appreciate it.
For fixing another human being's mistakes or keeping them from making a mistake. Not even a little. Nope. It's kind of fucking freeing. Meanwhile, while all of you over there in shit Fanville today continue your little path of trying to make that a thing, let me tell you, I'm just going to get the popcorn and watch all of you implode. Because that's exactly what is going to happen after you think you've gotten this aha thing. You don't have aha shit. You don't have aha shit. And old Raven ass there also apparently is too lazy to even watch my videos. Lazy bastard. Lazy little rat.
Nature, I think you and I are probably the only ones that can decode her old earlier videos. Is my dog howling? I think my dog's howling. I hope he ain't fucking outside. Jesus. I need to go check. It took a lot to learn how to. I think my dog wants outside, and it's fucking storming. Thank you, Kawana. Yeah, he's by my door. He wants out. I'm gonna have to go see if it's raining and let him out. I'll be right back. But it was really hard to learn how to decode Jodi. And right now, what she's talking about is green eyes and the feds. And this is a very early on video, right after she moved into her trailer and they were trying to shuffle her around. I'm going to actually start it over. It's a 14-minute video. I may be going for a second, depending on the rain.
Tried to rest. Some of you all know that's not been working out well. Because there's a shit show happening over there today. Which I'm ignoring for the most part. I don't even care. There's all kinds of things I'd like to say right now, but I'm not going to. And for a few days I've been concerned how when this moment came, well, a week or two now, how I'd kind of feel about it. And I don't. In a couple days I'll touch on it. This will make more sense, I swear. And I'd love to tell you it has nothing to do with that fucking circus over there, but it does. And this con ring, and who thinks they're going to shut me up by whatever means so they can keep the money flowing right now, because that is definitely what this is about, and it's definitely picking up kind of on the timeline that I was given. I see you. I see y'all. But y'all fucked up. Because you're still not going to shut me up. Secondly, I don't care. I don't care. For the first time in almost my whole life, I really don't feel responsible for fixing another human being's mistakes or keeping them from making a mistake. Not even a little. Nope. It's kind of fucking freeing. Meanwhile, while all of you over there in shit Fanville today continue your little path of trying to make the other thing, let me tell you, I'm just going to get the popcorn and watch all of you implode. Because that's exactly what is going to happen after you think you've gotten this aha thing. You don't have aha shit. You don't have aha shit. And old Raven ass there also apparently is too lazy to even watch my videos. Lazy bastard. Lazy little ravens. They always like to pick the shiny things, though, instead of sticks and leaves. Dummy.
Now that makes me curious, was she even talking about green eyes? Do y'all remember? I'm back. The dog wanted fed. Hi, Wendy. Do y'all remember I told you about Jennifer Satterfield? How she thought she was a good witch. She practiced in witchcraft. She was also Karen Renfro's best friend. Listen to her say, we hear Jodi talk about the psychics all the time. I believe that's how the psychics may have come in. With the help of Jennifer Satterfield, who was also David Britt's best friend. That's how I found David. Now, Jennifer was a witch. She had the fuck around find out same thumbnails all over her Facebook. She went by Raven Bledsoe. Or Lovebreed. Raven Lovebreed. On Facebook. You could go look her up. I want you to listen again to what Jodi says. I don't believe she was addressing green eyes, but made it sound like she was.
Think you've gotten this aha thing. You don't have aha shit. You don't have aha shit. And old Raven ass there also apparently is too lazy to even watch my videos. Lazy bastard. Lazy little ravens. They always like to pick the shiny things, though, instead of sticks and leaves. Dummy. Oh, that's already out there, buddy. In my videos. Dipshit.
Always likes to pick the shiny things, sticks and leaves. This is what the raven I'm talking about was into, but then she changes it into buddy he. No, has any of you seen Green Eyes do any videos about picking up sticks and leaves? I have seen Jennifer Satterfield, before she passed away, do videos about picking up sticks and leaves on her Facebook. Where's that bitch Tracy at? As above, so below. She can point you right to it. She's the one that showed me it.
Cute, though. Real cute. Either way, y'all have fun with that. I don't care. I'm going to get the popcorn. And I'm going to laugh. And I'm going to laugh. But a word to the wise. There's some things you can't come back from. It's not my job to save. And even that leaves a bad flavor in my mouth. And you see where I'm at. If you think that's just because of normal, you're wrong. It's not. And when you're more bad guy than good guy, the process is going to be quicker. You know, I like the flavor of that. But like I said, I'm going to get the damn popcorn. Oh dear. Hold on, guys.
To make your life better, Chango.
Okay. I can't see all that good, obviously, because I've lost my glasses again. It happens quite a bit lately. Oh, they're here somewhere. But anyway, I'm going to continue to try to rest, ignore the shit show over there, because I'm like, not today, Saturn. Not today. That there is no laugh emoji to that offends me to my soul, guys. Anyway, it's been a very long night. I feel like hell. And see, they get it. I swear to God, I know exactly what I'm sending down there for Christmas. I wonder how much that shit is per yard right now. I don't know.
Sending down where for Christmas? What are you sending down where?
Y'all, I might be salty at all kinds of people right now. So I have been trying to watch my tongue on some things. But God, after 6 months, it's so hard to make a sad joke. Anyway, almost 6 months. Too damn long. But anyway, I'm going to try to rest. It feels guilty as hell. I don't know. Nothing came along.
Let's see.
Go do the family thing. Try to do help where that's needed. And before the temperature drops anyway, because I'll tell you, my body's not having any of that. It's not even having regular weather. But yeah, any of those that.
Okay, we're gonna take a break because I had to run to the bathroom, so I put that other video on. We're gonna take a break from Jodi. I have been told all day today that they have found 30 missing or runaway children found after operation in Tennessee. This was posted by Andrew Brown on what news channel are we looking at? Local 3 News. I've never heard of this news channel. Operation in Tennessee, August 7th, 2026, updated 13 hours ago, missing teens. We can listen to the article.
A 6-day operation from July 29th to August has resulted in 30 children being found in Shelby County. These children were between the ages of 10 and 17 and were listed as missing, delinquent, or runaways. The joint operation was led by the TBI Criminal Intelligence Unit Missing Persons Clearinghouse along with the U.S. Marshals Service, Memphis Safe Task Force, Memphis PD, and Department of Children's Services. Agencies checked 109 addresses across Tennessee, Georgia, and Mississippi. Hundreds of children go missing in our state every month, said TBI Director David Roush. Every single one of them deserves a fighting chance, Georgia and Mississippi. Hundreds of children go missing in our state every month, said TBI Director David Roush. Every single one of them deserves a fighting chance, and that's why they also deserve our best work to help them. U.S. Marshal for the West Criminal Intelligence Unit Missing Persons Clearinghouse along with the U.S. Marshals Service, Memphis Safe Task Force, Memphis PD, and Department of Children's Services. Agencies checked 109 addresses across Tennessee, Georgia, and Mississippi.
Tennessee, Georgia, Mississippi, Georgia.
Hundreds of children go missing in our state every month, said TBI Director David Roush. Every single one of them deserves a fighting chance, and that's why they also deserve our best work to help them. U.S.
David Roush, I showed you, is the same FBI director agent on the main agent on Summers' case.
Marshal for the West District of TN is incredibly thankful for the collaborative effort in the rescue of all 30 children. For more info on missing children in Tennessee, click here.
I hope that will bring answers. I see missing teens. Missing runaway teens. I don't think that's going to have anything to do with summer. However, I will say that's hope for Sebastian. Thank you for sharing that with me. I am happy. I'm going to look more into it. Yeah, it's Rogersville, Tennessee, Michael. And they're also from Wisconsin, Arkansas, California, Utah. They've moved Texas. They've moved all around. Summer's family, but she went missing from Rogersville, Tennessee. 110 Ben Hill Road. I should have said that earlier when I shared her picture. Thank you, Marie. I have the best subs. What's under the house? You know, there was a lot of, if I can look, I roll my cigarettes. I'm sitting there rolling a cigarette and trying to talk to y'all. There was a lot of rumor and speculation early on. I think even by Squad H. Maybe even Squall. I can't remember, don't quote me. That there were tunnels underneath the Wells home. There was one building on the property that they don't talk about often that got me up in arms. Is the building where the mom used to hold the food. When you first come up the hill, Chris McDonough looked at it. He made such a big fucking deal about that tiny shed. But there is this huge building on the property at the top of the hill. I also don't think, now we looked the other day with this new channel coming out, Hatfield and McCoy. I don't see the school bus no more. And immediately when Dawn and Candace started coming to YouTube, one of the things I called out so fucking bad was it didn't look as if And I'll show that to you one night. That the TBI, FBI, or anybody cleared that bus. It was packed from front to back with shit stacked up to the fucking roof. You couldn't even walk on the motherfucker. But the way you hear Fred and Jodi tell the story, they just got that bus during COVID. That was during 2021. COVID had already started. How the fuck does that bus get so packed when people like Bill Benton and shit was supposed to be fucking living in it? It doesn't make sense to me. Why wasn't it emptied in the first videos and pictures we seen with Prude and them up on the hill? That has always been a huge fucking bother to me. I don't know. Let's move on to my next video here.
It's possible, right? So you say, well, 5 minutes. You say 2 minutes. Even though that's not true, in this country, most people would accept, well, they were outside playing and I had seen them for an hour. You know, but you want to sound as good as possible. And maybe you say things that are try to keep your other children safe or from being taken the next day. And maybe you also tell law enforcement that's the only child there because you have hope they're going to find your kid in 10 or 15 minutes and everything's going to be over, but it's not over and your child's still missing. And oh shit, now you're walked into a timer.
Yep. No, I
heard them and I heard things from them like, as I was getting in the creek, you know, I heard Candace and come back and circle around at each other at the top of their hill. And I heard them talk and, yell, talk, whatever, to each other. And then, as I get around to the main thoroughfare, like Beach Creek Road itself, I start seeing them at a certain point to the left towards Simpson Road. Not Simpson Loop, but Simpson Road. They're back towards the creek, and they're kind of squatted down playing near the fence line that separates back there in the field. But I continued looking until I made my way to them. They weren't really paying attention. They were playing with something, and then when I finally got to them, they kind of jumped up and started on us like, hey guys, and, you know, I was like, I asked some questions like, you know, when have you seen your sister last? What, you know, this, how long? And, you know, this part of what I'm not really saying out loud to, you know, the public, because I think it's important. But I continued looking until I made my way to them. They weren't really paying attention. They were playing with something, and then when I finally got to them, they kind of jumped up and started on us like, hey guys, and, you know, I was like, I asked some questions like, you know, when have you seen your sister last? What, you know, this, how long? And, you know, this part of what I'm not really saying out loud to, you know, the public, because I think it's important. But I continued looking until I made my way to them. They weren't really paying attention. They were playing with something, and then when I finally got to them,
I asked them, you know, where the last place they saw Summer was. But what I was told was that the last place they seen Summer was at the swing set. 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 And I was like, and then I asked how long that had been. And I get told 5-10 minutes. I immediately know that time's a lot, you know, but like with their kids, you know how time travel is different for children, right? So, pay no mind, but I do take the location seriously.
Okay, a little about the swing set. So the last place they seen Summer was at the swing set. I don't know if this is going to go into the playground by the horse pond or not, but that's always been curious to me. The newly plastered fireplace. I didn't see a fireplace or the spot where the wood pile was at the bottom of the driveway. The wood pile to me, in the middle of summer, in the middle of the fucking woods, where Dawn just cut down a million fucking trees, we hear Jeremy Pill say, Dawn had all the wood in the fucking road around him. He was requesting people send him wood. Fred Hill, and I don't know if I have that pulled up. I didn't pull any Fred up tonight. Fred Hill had stated that Dawn was stealing wood off of his property. And you could sort of see in the background, in my opinion, a feud between the two before we knew the feud was there over stealing wood on people's property. And then Fred had come out and said, after Dawn had made a comment, Fred had come out and said, oh, I think Summer was under that wood pile. Did you see how it disappeared? It was there. It's funny how it just showed up. That bothers me. That's another spot, Marie, I agree with. We should investigate the house. You never know what's under that man. There's why you ever see poltergeist. That shit might have been a burial ground at one point. Thank you for sharing that. And he does a little more than motorcycles. He does a lot of the Still Valley, Long Valley ride-throughs, and he has a very interesting channel. Please sub up to him. He has shared a Megan's Law offender, but he's not like my channel. He's a little more, I'm a not give a fuck type of person. He's not, but he's one of the good guys. I promise. Yeah, very odd feeling. The school bus to me is an odd feeling. There is. Could they have been hiding a scent under that wood pile? Is wood something that would... The swing has been removed. No, it's still there. I seen it in the video the other day. Yeah, I know, Wendy. You've been with me for quite some time. Yeah. All right, let's get back to the video. I think this is going to go into the playground. This is interesting. If that's what this is, though, I'm not going to give a lot of commentary on it because I want to get through these videos.
But because they seem pretty well firm on theirs, as opposed to Candace, who doesn't. It's so vague with her. And the one part that felt different was talking to her, where I just was like, whatever, she didn't have eyes on her at all or something, you know.
What part, can I ask? I mean, we're here talking about
as like what the boys said to me in the last place, they saw Summer and how long it had been. That's something I think is just like for cops to know, you know?
Yeah, okay. Well, that's
I'd rather keep it from public consumption.
Yep, okay, keep it quiet. Yep, totally agree.
And,
I did hear the boys were playing hide and seek. Is that true?
no, like when they were playing like you would, like they're spotted down at the creek there, and they were just playing like in the water, like they were looking at something having a name or, and it's pretty shallow. I mean, at that point where it had been dammed up, it was just like a little trickle, you know. It wasn't all deep at that spot, and so they were just kind of squatting down. I don't know that they were taking it seriously. They're a bunch of kids. They think, yeah, it'll be all right type of thing. That's the way I took it, and their mannerisms and stuff. Just being kids. But when I come there, like, adults, we were supposed to be looking, you know, and yeah, and the oldest looked at me, and I mean, you know, me and the oldest know each other a bit, you know what I mean, like 3 years.
And I was like, I asked him, he was the spokesman for the little group, and they had that look like, oh man, we've got to march back to the house. We're going to get told on, we're probably going to be in trouble type of, I was like, because they're acting a little weird. I thought, man, they think I'm going to tell their mama, and they're going to be in deep crap for play instead of looking for summer.
Welcome back, all my friends and viewers. Tonight, I'm looking at a video from Squall Tip. And as I look at here, let's read this. It says, we just moved there about 7 months ago and live one house down from them. Search crews and deputies have been on our land pretty much every day and have been keeping us updated on what they are seeing in our neighborhood as far as evidence. There is physical evidence that she was in the woods by my house and in my neighbor's yard after she went missing. Excuse me? There is physical evidence that she was in the woods by my house and in my neighbor's yard after she went missing. Okay. First of all, I need to know, has this been vetted? Second of all, where's this neighbor at? Has this been mentioned before? There's physical evidence that she was in the woods at someone's house after she went missing?
And they had come to when I was going towards the creek to get in, and after I heard them talk to Candace that last time, they went down to your staring directly, face on it, Candace in the mailbox and stuff. They went downhill to the left and towards the creek that way, towards Simpson. So where they were at, everything made sense. But no, when I come across them, they weren't playing hide and seek. They were playing in the water, like all squatted down in a little row, chin sort of almost touching knees, really enamored looking at something, and I interrupted them. They went right back to them until then back towards, the house.
But we have to take into account till law enforcement verifies anything, it's all hearsay till they confirm or deny. But on that note, I can also tell you that people have went out and talked to the property owner and looked at it and verified stuff. But we're just giving you what the information, as we've said from the beginning, is from the property owner and so forth and so on. So bear with me just a second, and I'm waiting for something to be emailed over to me, and I'll be able to show it to you. I worked on this. We kind of threw this together. We've had all this information, but I wanted to do it in a safe way that I'm not putting out somebody else's against their wishes, putting out their location. So I'm going to give you a general roundabout area, not exactly on the location, because they asked that their location not be shared. So I respect their wishes, and will only show a general area and the direction that we feel, in our opinion, that we feel direction of travel is. On another channel stream, they said that somebody had debunked it. I don't see how you can debunk something when we know that people have been out who are licensed and went and talked to property owners and looked at and seen and exactly what they were talking about. We are going on what the property owner has disclosed and made public. Again, these were not anything new. This came out the first week of the search for Summer Webb, the first few days. And we've had to go over, people are thinking this is all brand new stuff. No, this is from the beginning. No, law enforcement hasn't debunked anything. Thank you for saying that, Reluctant Healer. Law enforcement hasn't said anything about it. So we're going on public information. What I can say is where their search areas were this past 2 days that they did their searches. They were right there on that whole area. That's where they were at. That's what they were doing. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, that's all right. We'll allow people to say what they want. That's their own prerogative. But we're going to show you what we have and what we've been working on and what we feel like from working with the people that is very crucial that you take this into account. But again, this is hearsay evidence till law enforcement either confirms or denies what our theory is. And not theory, but what say it how I should. It is well till it's verified. That's what it is.
We're just going off of what property owners have said and
public information.
Yeah.
So that's all you can do unless you have inside information and you're in law enforcement in the know with them and they're not releasing anything. And so we will go on what we have, and we can say that we've been out and talked to property owners. We've talked to people that have told us exactly.
We've talked to people who, I don't know how to say that.
What? Explain to me what you're trying to say. Well, type it out at least. That's fine. We'll say what you're going to say. You spoke to people who do have knowledge.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. All right, here. So let me go in here and zoom in, and we'll get started on this. So there we go. So this here.
So by public information, we mean by the property owners. One of them has come out. He posted things on a Facebook group. He posted everything about the footprints. We've shown you guys a couple of the things that he's posted.
Well, we actually showed you quite a few things. I've showed you every screenshot that we have.
That we can find now, yeah.
Yeah, that we can find because he deleted everything.
Yeah, his whole family ended up getting doxxed and it was a bad situation for him. So he just deleted everything that he had posted, every comment.
He came out, spoke about it. Then he would go even further and say, deputies told me if I'm going to speak about it to be very precise about it and to share everything that was said. And we showed you guys, if you've been following us, you know about this. If you haven't, I'm sorry. I tried to brush you up on it. You might have to go back and check out those streams. Let's see. Okay, cool. All right, so this right here, this top one, if you can see my mouse, can you see it on there?
Yeah.
Okay, so right here at the top, this is Summer's house, right here.
Yeah, 110 Ben Hill Road.
This is 110 Ben Hill Road, right here.
We're not going to give any kind of addresses to anywhere
at all.
But
so
that's a good starting point. 110 Ben Hill Road.
Yeah. All right. We know that the prints, what we think, in the direction we're traveling, west southwest. Okay. So in this area, we're going to go use. Let's say we're going to use Beach Creek Road right here as our line. In this area here,
sorry guys,
these footprints were found behind ridges on property in a direct line of travel. So we'll follow down through here. I can't mark exactly where they were because it's not, this is a general area of multiple landowners.
Yeah, multiple properties here that we're covering, but this would be the general direction of travel.
So we'll use, like I said, Beach Creek Road as a general direction of travel, going this way. You're in this general area, in this mapping area here, that she'd come, and it's a path that I would feel comfortable saying was traveled through these woods, cross roads, back in this way, until, our farthest point would be here. Let's see where Mount...
As I get around to the main thoroughfare, like Beach Creek Road itself, I start seeing them at a certain point to the left towards Simpson Road. Not Simpson Loop, but Simpson Road. they're back towards the creek, and they're kind of squatted down playing near the fence line that separates back there in the field. But I continued to look at them until I made my way to them. They weren't really paying attention. They were playing with something, and then when I finally got to them, they kind of jumped up and started on us like, "Hey guys," and I was like, I asked some questions like, when have you seen your sister last? But this how long? And it's part of what I'm not really saying out loud to the public because I think it's important. But I continued to look at them until I made my way to them. They weren't really paying attention. They were playing with something, and then when I finally got to them, they kind of jumped up and started on us like, "Hey guys," and I was like, I asked some questions like, when have you seen your sister last? But this how long? And it's part of what I'm not really saying out loud to the public because I think it's important. But I continued to look at them until I made my way to them. They weren't really paying attention. They were playing with something, and then when I finally got to them, they had come when I was going towards the creek to get in, and after I heard them talk to Candace last time, they went down here staring directly, face on it, Candace's mailbox and stuff. They went downhill to the left and towards the creek that way, towards Simpson. So where they were at, everything made sense. But no, when I come across them, they weren't playing hide and seek. They were playing in the water, like all squatted down in a little row. Chin sort of almost touching knees, really enamored looking at something, and I interrupted them. But they went right back to them until they back towards the house.
So I was putting pizza in, making coffee, rolling a fucking cigarette, and doing some things to take a break because I'm wide awake. I'm not fucking going nowhere for a little bit. And a point I want to make, but I made a little earlier. She starts coming down the hill at 6:09. She hears Candace calling for the kids. It doesn't take her long to take her shoes off, put her feet in the creek, walk down to Simpson Loop, check under the trail, walk back to the front of Beach Creek Road, to where the kids are playing. Somehow this is after seeing Candace come down the hill, right after hearing Candace yell to the boys. Candace yelling at Josie. What happened to Summer? What was he yelling? Something and those. She was yelling at Josie. What happened? What did you do? What did you do? All of a sudden, Jodi has 50 minutes to run down from one end of Simpson to the other end of Beach Creek, stop, talk to Candace, have a phone call with Dawn, run into the boys. This just doesn't make her search. Doesn't make sense to me. The timing wouldn't make sense, in my fucking opinion. But let's move on to the next.
I think PG has me muted. I don't have you muted, sweetheart. Jodi Sue, we can hear you.
All right. Do you care to kind of just let me and Dawn talk for a second, PG?
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead.
All right. Dawn, you know you're a liar. I know you're a liar. I've known you've been a liar the entire time we've lived beside one another for years. I didn't care about any of it. I was cool. No, you're not going to do me like you do everybody else.
I never heard of my fucking life. Fuck you, Jodi.
I'm telling you, you know when I...
So this is Dawn and Jodi fighting, and yes, he did that. And guess whose house I think that was? I talked about them earlier today in my first live. Jeremy Pills. Jeremy also says my neighbor's house with the footprint right behind it. Stephanie Pill is Andy's cousin.
I know you just lied. The traffic
dumb
wasn't
bitch.
at our house.
Fuck off here. Man,
No,
fuck
I'm telling you,
You're the
and you
biggest
know
dumb
it.
bitch I've ever
No,
seen in my
look
life.
at you being an abuser.
off.
Look at you being an abuser.
Stupid, man.
Bitch, I ain't
Fuck you.
Candace.
Man,
I ain't
fuck
Candace, and I ain't some little girl going,
not
stop,
talking
daddy.
to her.
Stop, daddy.
Man, fuck
Stop,
you, bitch.
daddy. Right?
Dude, I can't
Right?
talk to this dumb bitch.
Yeah, because you
Fuck
can't talk
lying
all over.
So at the beginning of Summer's case, there was a big discrepancy between what you can hear from Jodi's house to the Wells house. This was in reference to the scream. There were 2 screen tests done independently, not by law enforcement. One was when Gavel was on the road. They recorded it. There was a recording. Ryan was there. Andy was there, I believe. Karen Elliott was there that day. Fred was there that day with Kathy, the friend. Not Kathy, the friend. Kathy Gordon. They were stirring poop all around that time. Everybody was visiting. Benny was very pissed off. He couldn't go to Tennessee. There was a money ripoff. Benny had sent Krama Mama some money. That was one of the tests, the more important test to me, which I don't understand why Krama Mama and everybody had to come do this that last test, because the PIs did a test. Jodi Sue has a video in a car where she's saying, "Did you see it? Did you see it? I was cleared." She was talking to Scott. She had many. I think she even did a panel with Scott where she was saying, "Did you see?" And she named the kind of test it was. So my point of this was, yes, we heard about the scream and what people could hear. In this video we're listening to, you hear Jodi Sue say to Dawn, "I'm not Candace. I'm not Summer. I'm not screaming, 'Please, Daddy, stop.'" This goes in reference with the video of Benny and the abuse that was taking place up on the Wells Hill for many years. And you don't really hear Dawn deny in this video. Listen to this. This is an important video, in my opinion. An important clip, because this is the only time we've seen interaction between Dawn and Candace live. And Dawn Candace, Jodi Sue. I think it's important to hear and listen to the things they were saying to each other.
Because you can't fucking abuse me, and because you're a goddamn liar.
You're a fucking lying bitch.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah, right. Everybody's
You're
lying. I guess
insane.
including the bruises
Get
on
off
your
the dope.
kids too, Dawn.
Get
Right?
off drugs.
The traffic.
man.
I ain't on drugs, bitch.
Fucking
I
so
passed
stupid.
my screens for DCS. How about you and
Fucking
Candace,
stupid.
motherfucker?
You're the liar.
Right.
You are
Right.
Proof she was involved with DCS. What did we say? I passed my screens for DCS. Like I said, Jodi Sue never kept that a secret. Captain Kangaroo, Dawn Candace, whoever's putting him up squall to this fucking shit.
I got proof of my shit.
You ain't got no proof. You
Right.
got no proof.
Right,
Don't
I got
tell it to
proof.
fucking TBI or somebody.
Oh, I have,
They won't
Dawn.
listen to your dumb ass either. Get the fuck out of here.
Right. I ain't getting the fuck out anywhere because I ain't Candace
What
and
the
I ain't
fuck?
a little girl and I ain't
Everybody
the boys
knows
you
you're so
fucking
full of
abused,
shit.
motherfucker. And you ain't Andy and you ain't the.
Was it on another channel, Moonshine Girl, or is that just you as a local knowing that? Because could you get me the date and time, any links, anything to it? I would love, I have broadcast, that's why I think it's paid for, to go back and listen to that. Wow, I didn't even know about that. Did you hear about the police standoff on Van Hill the other day? Who was involved in it? Was it a search property? Was it a neighbor of a search property? Holy fuck, that's news. No, Moonshine Girl, I have not heard of that. Thank you. We will be looking into it. Would say, stop daddy telling him for mom, dad to stop fighting. Yes. Yes, as Dawn left bruises and his Knoxville trip runs to out leaving Candace is what she's saying. And mhm. Nature Girl, Nature Lover, I'm sorry. Do you have the clip where Jodi had stated Josie went to school? Or one of the children, one of the boys, not Josie, I think it was the youngest, had gone to school and told the principal and teachers on Dawn. I'd really like to know if you knew where that, or even do you know where it is so I can find it. Did he cover it, Moonshine Girl? Because I'll share it. I don't watch him. That's Mrs. Doubtfire.
Unicorn in the world. You don't bother me. What I'm telling you is the only traffic was at your house. Tell them about your ties to Fred, Dawn. Tell them about your Knoxville runs that supplied fucking Ben Hill, Dawn.
Yeah, really? You're the
Tell
one
them about how you really came about it. Wasn't to care for your mama. Guess who did that, Dawn? Oh, I don't know, Shirley and Mom, who took care of your dying mama, you lying piece of shit.
You're the lying piece.
Who did that, Dawn? Oh, I don't know, Shirley. Dawn.
Yeah, really? You're the
Tell
one
them about how you really came about it. Wasn't to care for your mama. Guess who did that, Dawn? Oh, I don't know, Shirley and Mom, who took care of your...
Tell them how you came about, Dawn. It wasn't to care for your mother. Tell them about Sharfie and Maud.
Dying mama, you lying piece of shit.
You're the lying piece of
Go
shit.
find another woman to abuse, Dawn. I ain't it, motherfucker. Ha ha ha, you laugh. I ain't Kansas. You don't freak me out. Your shit ain't cute. Be a liar. We all see the fuck shit going on at your house.
Andy.
I don't give a shit who you're happy for, dude. That don't bother me none either, because I ain't some desperate hoe. And I ain't Candace out here looking for a piece as soon as your ass is in jail. Because she's tired of being abused too. You small old dick mess.
Candace was out looking for Dick from Ernie, Shell, Benny, whoever was willing to give it to her. In my opinion, I fucking absolutely agree with Jodi Sue there. And now she's attacking Ernie on this new channel with Trudy. Makes absolutely no sense to me. Candace was following Ernie to far off fucking places after him breaking into her property the next morning to smoke shops and far off lands. I just
smoking motherfucker.
Let me ask you a question.
You ain't got no question.
What was you doing on the bottom property down there in the creek when Summer come up missing?
I wasn't there when she, quote, come up missing, but guess what I was doing, Dawn? With other...
It sounds like Jodi Sue don't like them. But Andy was good friends with them, and we just heard Jodi Sue say Sharfie is the reason Dawn came to Tennessee to live with Candace this round. I think that's what she said, which means the neighbors wouldn't not like them, that they would be involved in some weird shit with them. In my opinion, that's what I'm hearing. They all hated the Wills. Yeah, but could it be Clyda Trent? got the property, and Shurfy called and said, hey, you need to come fucking take this property. We don't want this lady having this property. Because the Trents weren't from Ben Hill, they were from Churchill. And Karen Goad left it to somebody from Churchill. I definitely think it was a land dispute, but I think we got the land dispute a little confused. Listen to what she said.
Me. What I'm telling you is the only traffic was at your house. Tell them about your ties to Fred, Don. Tell them about your Knoxville runs that supplied fucking Ben Hill, Don.
Yeah, really? You're
Tell
the one
them
that's
about how you really came about it. Wasn't to care for your mama. Guess who did that, Don? Oh, I don't know, Shurfy and Mom, who took care of your side.
I had that wrong. Tell them why you really came about. It wasn't to care for your mom. Shurfy did that. That's what she's saying. Shurfy and Mom took care of Mom. So I had that wrong. So why did Dawn come into Jodi? Why don't you tell us if it wasn't to take care of Mom and you know why? That means you know about organized crime going on in the area, correct? Why don't you tell us?
Hey, Mama, you lying piece of shit.
You're the lying piece of
Go
shit.
find another woman to abuse, Dawn. I ain't it, motherfucker. Yeah, laugh. I ain't Kansas. You don't freak me out. Your shit ain't cute. Be a liar. We all see the fuck shit going on in your house.
Andy.
I don't give a shit who you're happy for, dude. That don't bother me none either, because I ain't some desperate hoe. And I ain't Candace out here looking for a piece as soon as your ass is in jail. Because she's tired of being abused too. You small old dick mess.
You small old dick. I fucking love Jodi when she goes on a tangent. I cannot wait to hear her when she talks about Captain Kangaroo. Anyways, what did she just say? I was going to say something else, and then she said small old dick.
I ain't some desperate hoe. And I ain't Candace out here looking for a piece as soon as your ass is in jail. Because she's tired of being abused too. You small old dick meth smoking motherfucker.
Let me ask you a question.
Meth smoking motherfucker.
You ain't got no question.
What was you doing on the bottom property down there in the creek when Summer come up missing?
I wasn't there when she, quote, come up missing, but guess what I was doing, Dawn? With other neighbors and witnesses. I was looking for your daughter while your fat-ass wife was in her goddamn car lying to the rest of the neighborhood and the other witnesses you all can't fucking outrun with your stupid YouTube chaos.
You're so fucking dumb.
Eat that shit.
You know more than fucking law enforcement, don't you?
No, I don't, but I know enough, and I know it wasn't my ass that were calling guilty. It wasn't Dudley they're calling guilty. It wasn't fucking Fred they're calling guilty. It wasn't Allie or Hunter. Guess who they were calling guilty and still do, Dawn? That'd be you and Candace. While Pruitt...
So who is calling her guilty? The neighbors. They're calling Dawn and Candace guilty. I don't... Jodi, that's not true. The neighbors are actually the ones that are coming out and speaking. Are calling Andy and you guilty.
You're the one that says that.
Have them come out and clear your ass in. Go down there and knock at the police department. Go talk to the feds. Go have them clear you, Dawn. Go have them clear you. Go talk to them without lawyers. Without.
Okay, so the Wills haven't been arrested. I think that the Wills have, Jodi, this is where you make stupid ass fucking statements. What year was the bust in the area of 32 people? I believe 2017. I don't, 12, 2011. It was a lead up. There was a bunch of busts over years. It lasted quite some time. But I believe, let me go tell you, let me go see. 2013. Oh man. Wow, I'm seeing things I never even seen before. James Light was sentenced on 2013. Lome L. Wansel, 32, Rogersville, Tennessee, was served. And all these people got out. Like, my cigarettes are like rolled cigarettes, and they're like half. I got a good one. I'm going to smoke this one. I'm not really. Tennessee James Light, 65, of Rogersville, Tennessee, was sentenced to serve 150 months in prison, followed by 4 years of supervised release by Honorable Leon Jordan. U.S. District Judge Light pleaded guilty in December of 2012 to conspiracy to distribute, to possess, with the intent to distribute 500 grams or more of cocaine, and conspiracy to distribute and possess with the intent to distribute oxycodone. As a result of the investigation, several other individuals have been convicted and sentenced for their involvement in the drug conspiracies. On April 25th, 2013, Mike Will Dykes, 51, of Rogersville, Tennessee, was sentenced to serve 37 months in prison, followed by 1 year supervised release. Dykes was allowed to remain on bond until reporting to the Bureau of Prisons. He pleaded guilty in January 2013 to conspiracy to distribute and possess with the intent to distribute marijuana, and conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute oxycodone pills. This list goes on and on and on and on. Let me share the link. You guys, I've shared this. I've put robot voices to it. I do plan to go over it again. Thank you, little Dev. Michael Dykes is a name people should probably look into. Talk about Captain Kangaroo. I want to know if she gives him a different name. I can't wait. This shit's gonna be funny as fuck. Okay, but anyways, where were we?
Yes. Go have them talk to you, dog. Go have them swear you.
Jodi Sue, please.
I don't need a psychiatrist.
You do. You really do. You're fucked up in the head, man. Get your shit together.
I know people like you're good at telling women who tell the truth that
you
they're
are.
crazy.
You think you're good, but you're not, because you're full of lies, and nobody believes you. So
Right.
shut the
I don't.
fuck up.
Right.
Shut up, you dumb
Hey,
bitch.
yeah. You know,
Shut
I'm
the fuck up.
your bitch,
Shut
Don.
the fuck up. You're stupid.
Hey, go find a prostitute in Knoxville
Man,
and
fuck
take one of your
yourself,
kids in
bitch.
the car for a
Fuck yourself.
weekend. You know all the
Ziggy talks about Lady of the Night. Fred talks about Dawn doing the same thing, taking the kids to Knoxville, leaving them in the car while he has a prostitute.
Yes. Go have them talk to you, dog. Go have them swear you.
Jodi Sue, please.
I don't need a psychiatrist.
You do. You really do. You're fucked up in the head, man. Get your shit together.
I know people like you're good at telling women who tell the truth that
you
they're
are.
crazy.
You think you're good, but you're not, because you're full of lies, and nobody believes you. So
Right.
shut the
I don't.
fuck up.
Right.
Shut up, you dumb
Hey,
bitch.
yeah. You know,
Shut the fuck up.
I'm your bitch,
Shut the
Don.
fuck You're stupid.
Hey, go find a prostitute in Knoxville and take one of your kids in the car for a weekend. You know all those Knoxville trips? Oh no, you don't want nobody here to prove.
Go find a prostitute in Knoxville. You know, when you take the kids on a weekend and leave them in the car. One more time.
Don, go have them clear you.
Jodi Sue, please.
I don't need a psychiatrist.
You do. You really do. You're fucked up in the head, man. Get your shit together.
I know people like you are good at telling women who tell the truth that they're crazy.
You think you're good, but you're not. Because you're full of lies, and nobody believes you. So
Right. I don't. Right. Hey, yeah, you know, I'm your bitch, Don.
You're stupid.
Hey, go find a prostitute in Knoxville and take one of your kids in the car for a weekend. You know all those.
Go find a prostitute in Knoxville. Take one of your kids for the weekend.
Knoxville trip? Oh no, you don't want.
You know them Knoxville trips? Oh no, you don't want.
Proof, do you? Go take. Oh wait, you can't take any of your kids anymore on those Knoxville trips and leave.
Oh, you can't take them kids anymore on them Knoxville trips and leave them.
I can't stand this shit. I'm not listening to bullshit.
Oh wait, that's right. You can't
you,
take
bitch.
your
Fuck
kids
you,
anymore.
bitch. I'm not listening to this bullshit.
Where the real traffic comes from, right, Dawn? Oh no.
Where the real traffic comes from, right, Dawn?
Oh, I ain't psycho. You just don't like truth. Oh, I've dealt with that for 30 years. Oh, and you're a rapist, you're a child abuser, and you're a woman abuser, and you're a mess and crack smoking piece of shit who can't fucking stay clean or do right long enough to keep your other kids. Any of them, and you're almost goddamn 60 years old. You lose your.
You haven't done shit. You haven't done shit. You've never worked a fucking job. You ain't
how do you know, Dawn?
That's not true. Andy has said that Jodi, before they started getting busted and going to jail, that Jodi would work catering businesses. Jodi has stated, hey, innocent. Jodi has stated she's worked catering businesses. Jodi has stated she worked at a strip club. Andy has stated she worked at a strip club. Jodi also got Social Security for her cancer. Jodi was bringing income into that home, probably more than Andy was, who would hold a job for 1 or 2 weeks and then get fired constantly. I agree with Jodi there.
I worked for most of my life. You don't know shit about me.
Motherfuckers bought a fucking camper. You
No,
ain't about
that's
shit.
right. See, that's
You
how
have
much
no
you
right
know.
to talk. Fuck
Right,
off.
I do have a right to fucking
No,
talk.
you
You
don't.
living in your dead mama's
You
house,
have
you
no
couldn't
right to
even
put
get
me
the balls
down.
to take care
You
of
don't
before
even
she
know
died.
me.
Hey, actually, guess what? You're not. You're
Fuck
living
off,
in your
Jodi Sue.
stepdaddy's house.
Fucking
Your stepdaddy's house and land that was
Fuck
supposed to go to
off.
Mom and Sherfy. Yeah, you remember those people? That land.
You know what makes me even more curious? Nobody has looked into James Goad's children. Dawn has way more family from that area of Tennessee through Steph than people have ever been curious to look at. Could Summer be at a James Goad daughter's home? I believe he had 4. One lives in Michigan, where Lips is. One lives in Kingsport. I forget where the other 2 are. There might have been a son, but there is a slew of children that James Goad's kids probably would have wanted the land that was given to Dawn Wells' mother, who didn't marry James Goad until the 90s when they were already adults like Dawn. So I think that those have always been some really curious people nobody has ever looked into. But listen to Jodi here. It was more than just a Sherfy's.
Murphy too. What, the fucking one that got caught with all the pornography on his phone?
Oh no,
What are you talking about that nigger?
No, wow, look at you, racist. Summer should be proud.
Fucking racist against.
Listen. At least if you're going to use that word, use it in the privacy of your home, not in fucking public, on fucking YouTube. Like, come on, man.
White niggers, black niggers, I don't give a fuck. They niggers,
Oh,
they niggers. And you're one of them.
Words. Oh, no, I'm Mexican, Don. Get it right.
Well, whatever. You still a nigga.
Didn't keep you from peeping in the windows, did it, you piece of shit?
Fuck you and your stories. Who would want to look at
never
your
mind.
fat
That was
ass
directed at my fucking six.
You want to say hi? No. Boo don't want to say hi tonight. He wants to go to bed. He went, did you let Jasper in? Can you do that? And lock that door? He brought me pizza. So we're going to listen and eat pizza. It's good for the shit show.
Why would I want to look in your window at your fat, fucking, ugly ass? Fuck you.
Right.
Really? You got problems. Go see a
I
fucking
forgot you're not into adult women. My bad. My bad, bro.
What's up?
You're not into adult women. Just the 5-year-olds.
You're fucking stupid. No, you do.
Stupid. I can do
I
math.
think you got Summer, matter of fact. What'd you do with Summer, Jodi Sue?
Right, with what car that
day? You fucking done something,
What
man.
motor?
Fucking be real.
Dude.
Tell the fucking truth, bitch.
Right. I don't
You
have
had
your
something
daughter.
to do with it. You and your fucking hillbilly friend and all the men that you hang out with shit. You got something to do with her disappearance because you was jealous.
Hey, Don, do me a favor. Go ask FBI to
No,
give
fuck
me a
you. I ain't
polygraph.
talking to you, bitch. Fuck you.
Hey, go
I'm
ask
not
FBI
listening
to give me a polygraph. I'll sit down
Fuck
for it,
off.
and I bet I don't fall asleep, and I bet I don't have to have two.
Anybody who was early on in the search should have been polygraphed. That right there is proof Jodi Sue was not polygraphed. And my pizza's too hard to fucking bite.
2 or 5 done. I'll do a polygraph. Go
You're a
ask
dumb
the
bitch.
feds to one on me. Go ask the feds to get me a polygraph, Don.
Yeah,
Anytime
I done a polygraph, you dumb bitch. I
And you
passed.
failed it. And
You
so
go
did
do a
your wife.
polygraph.
Yeah.
You do a polygraph.
Go tell them to do one on me, Don, if you suspect.
I will.
Okay,
I've done
do it.
one. I've done
Okay,
one.
yeah,
I
passed it after 5 times, right? You psychopath.
Why the fuck you turn on us? Why are you so psycho? What the fuck is
Because I
wrong?
fight for all, try to set up everybody in that goddamn road, holler and sling shit at everybody that was fucking innocent for 2 goddamn years now, and
That
turn
wasn't
Mullen
me.
into a weapon.
That wasn't me.
Tormenting the shit out of us, Don.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, it was. Mullen even
Who?
said so, or if you not
Who?
listening to all the calls, Mullen got caught on.
Who?
Your little buddy, your bestie. Yeah, there's all kinds of recordings and proof out here, Don.
There
And
ain't no
they
proof.
don't look
Where's the
guiltier than
receipt,
fuck
bitch?
because of your buddy Mullen. It ain't my fault. It's all over the place, Don. You're fucked, bro.
Shut up, man. There ain't no point even talking to you. I'm fixing
No,
to get
it's
off here
because you
because I'm
can't
not
control
talking
me
to
like
psycho
you can
bitch.
everybody else, Don. Oh,
I'm not talking to psycho bitch. I'm getting
that's
off.
why I had to be the one in front of a
I
behavior panel,
refuse
right?
to talk to this
How
psycho
about you go use your own YouTube and talk instead of everybody else's? You know why? Because you have to be lead fed, covered over, and
Why
have
do I need to do all that?
Right.
I don't need to do all that. There's no need in it.
You know, you
I don't
could
need
run
to
your
talk to your
fucking narrative on
psycho
your own
ass
fucking YouTube, bro.
You're a fucking dumb bitch. Nobody believes
Oh, I'm
anything you
dumb.
fucking
Yeah,
say
yeah,
anyway. So I can give a fuck less.
Oh, I'm dumb, I'm stupid, I'm fat, I'm ugly. You got any other insults like any other good abusive fucking liar trying to get out of trouble?
Well, that's what you're doing.
No, it ain't. I
Yeah,
cooperated
you
with
called
law
me everything in the book. So what the fuck?
Yeah, you are a lying motherfucker, and you shouldn't have been a lying motherfucker trying to set up everybody else, including Fred and everybody else.
Trying to set up nobody. I just tell the truth. There was a lot of
You ain't
methamphetamine
just telling the truth since moment
You
one.
and your husband were selling dope. Man, get the fuck real.
Hey, I don't know what fuck shit you all were up to with Andy, and I don't care. But let me
You
tell
was
you
just
something.
riding with him and you don't know shit, really, Jodi Sue? You was riding
yeah,
with
I
him,
don't know
going to
what the
other
hell all
states
you
buying
tackle
dope,
lying
but you
abuse
don't know nothing. You're
were
that
at.
fucking stupid, huh? and you don't know
Look,
shit.
I was trying to fight cancer while you people were fucking off and tweaking
Oh, that's
out.
a good fucking excuse. And they don't fly before the law, Jodi Sue.
I had shit to do, like raising my kids
before
and
the
knowing
law.
their fucking
Also,
whereabouts.
while you was fighting cancer, you went to other states to buy dope. Really?
No, I fucking didn't, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, give me a break, Dawn. Give me a fucking
you ain't
break.
give me no.
Other states to buy dope. Chicken on a Stick says that's true too. I think she was involved in it. In my opinion, I'm speculating. I think it was a neighborhood operation. They all snitching.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, Knoxville trip, bring the dope back, have more money, take your kid with you to the Knoxville trips over the weekend, trap them in the car while you bang prostitutes and bring the dope back to the fucking holler and disperse it. Go ahead, Don. Keep lying, bro.
You can go find proof on all that and then go call
Oh,
the
I
cops.
do, because of your stupid life over
Okay.
here, Don.
You go,
Are you not
go get
aware?
your receipts. And,
Oh, yeah,
I'll be
I got
arrested
them.
for it.
I got them for
Then
this.
do it. Go do it.
They've already
Go
been
do it.
turned
Don't sit
in,
there and talk
Don.
shit. No,
Virginia.
you just want to bring YouTube drama because you have no receipts.
No, I do have them.
You went to other states to buy dope. Really?
No, I fucking didn't, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, give me a break, Don. Give me a
Boy,
fucking
you ain't
break.
give me no break. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, Knoxville trip, bring the dope back, have more money, take your kid with you to the Knoxville trips over the weekend, trap them in the car while you bang prostitutes and bring the dope back to the fucking holler and disperse it. Go ahead, Don. Keep lying,
You
bro.
can go find proof on all that and then go call
Oh,
the
I
cops.
do, because of your stupid
arrested
life
for it,
over
okay?
here, Don.
You go,
Are you not
go get
aware?
your receipts. And,
Oh, yeah,
I'll be
I got
arrested
them.
for it.
I got them for
Then
this.
do it. Go do it.
They've already
Go do
been
it.
turned
Don't sit
in,
there and talk
Don.
shit.
Fucking
No,
Virginia.
you just want to bring YouTube drama.
They've already
Go
been
do it.
turned
Don't sit
in,
there and talk
Don.
shit.
Fucking
No,
Virginia.
you just want to bring.
Virginia. What receipts do you have on Dawn going to Virginia? Jodi Sue, that's important. Gate City, Virginia. Like Karen Elliott and Fred Hill and Laura White, Virginia.
You go,
Are you not
go get
aware?
your receipts. And,
Oh, yeah,
I'll be
I got
arrested
them.
for it.
I got them for
Then
this.
do it. Go do it.
They've already
Go do
been
it.
turned
Don't sit
in,
there and talk
Don.
shit.
Fucking
No,
Virginia.
you just want to bring YouTube drama because you have no receipts.
No, I do have them.
No, then go fucking call the cops.
No,
Go
bullshit.
tell the fucking cops that I sold you dope or whatever you're trying to say.
I
Go
didn't say
for
you
it.
sold me dope. I didn't
Just
do
go
dope.
for it. You're all about talk, Jodi Sue.
No, I'm not, Don.
You're
You just
drama.
gotta.
You're just drama. You have nothing.
Says Don, who has to be.
Go tell the cops I sold you dope.
Don't get me fucking arrested for selling dope.
Pampered.
You're such a dumb bitch. Shut the fuck.
You've been trying to get me arrested for so long now. You're such a dumb bitch.
Fucking narratives to try to get your
I
ass
ain't gonna go. I am not doing this. I'll fucking not. Dumb bitch does.
abuse one another, and you can't even stay clean to keep your goddamn kids.
Man, I've been clean. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Right, you never know what anybody's talking about, do you, Don? Especially those you can't spin your bullshit on, and I ain't one of them. I've lived with one of you motherfuckers for longer than you have been anywhere near the station.
Why you gotta be a jealous bitch? Because
I ain't jealous
we
of nothing. Why would I be jealous of two meth head
You're the one
crackhead
who said
motherfuckers
it.
who ain't got a
You're the
kid
one
one
who
left
said
on
it.
earth?
You said you was jealous because we had brand new vehicles.
I have never said I've been jealous of a motherfucker in my life, let alone you
10
two.
vehicles in our yard and all this
Dude,
shit.
I have never said I was jealous of you ever. Are you kidding me?
That's what you said.
Kidding me? You
Why would you say that then? Why would you say that then?
Dude, nobody's
that's what makes me think that you had something done with Summer because you hate me so bad. I think you have something.
Oh, everybody hates Polo Don. Hey,
Because
Don,
you hate
nobody hated you till you started trying to set everybody the fuck up and fucking with them.
Nobody's trying to set anybody up.
Bullshit, Don. That's
I was
all
just
you
bringing
all
the
done
point.
from the beginning.
All I
to
said
lie on
was
everybody. Name your own Name your own traffic, name your own suspects, name the real people on your real hill and your real company.
Name your own traffic. So are you alluding to you have traffic too? Quit naming mine.
Now, Jodi Sue Brown. I think she's my number one suspect.
Then go ahead and call me a suspect all day long, motherfucker.
Okay,
I don't care. But I'll tell you what's been said is we've been.
Well, look how much hate you got. Why wouldn't I think that you did have something to do with Summer?
Your little buddy Mullen, and
you hate me so bad.
I don't hate you. I don't
fucking
even
get after
you much at all.
You
Other
would even
than
fucking take my daughter.
Right, I wouldn't.
You know all these motherfucking hillbillies in this area. You know all of them. You got family here. You can have a lot of shit done.
And I know none of them.
Look at all the dope you hauled in your car.
I didn't have my car that day, Dawn. The abuser.
I'm talking about the day you come up to my house and you showed us all that dope you had.
I didn't have those, Dawn. I do not do
really?
those.
Okay.
I don't have.
I'm still hungry. I'm gonna go get more pizza. I don't care if I'm fat. I'm talking about the day you came up to our house and sold us all that dope you had.
Give me that.
Andy's selling dope to the kids. Andy's selling pills to the kids.
Fucking shit in the day summer. I didn't have a car either. Yeah, okay, Dawn. You even know what was happening while you were at work most of the time and all the traffic at your house?
Oh, I was at work all the time. Okay, thank you.
Do you even know what happened while you was at work all the time and all the traffic at your house?
I appreciate that.
Hey, guess what? That, alibis work or not, you're still the motherfucker they've been calling guilty since day one, so congrats,
No,
bro.
that's what you do. That's what you do. People like you.
That's what I heard.
Straight bitch. That's
Oh my
what you-
gosh.
People like you.
It's going to wound me to my soul that Don Wells calls me a bitch. Oh, dear. I'm devastated.
Okay, how about fucking cunt?
I actually prefer that one. It's a pet name.
Okay, there you go then.
Go ahead and call me that too. It ain't going to bother me none. You can say
whatever, huh?
You all are the liars. You all are the last.
I'm so happy this interaction happened. I wish we'd get more of these. Regardless of all the shit they're telling on each other, this shit's funny as fuck. Look at all the laughy faces. Y'all are a whole shit show, just like me. Welcome to the world of shit shows.
Ones around and with Summer, everybody else in the neighborhood, all the bad neighbors, they brought their asses out to look for your daughter, just like they brought their asses out to look for your son. The last time you all lost in the fucking woods.
Don't you realize,
because
Jodi
your wife
Sue,
couldn't even stop
Jodi
drinking
Sue.
while she was pregnant with that one either.
Jodi Sue, listen for a minute.
No, I'm not
Don't
listening.
you realize the minute you get on YouTube,
I don't care.
You get on YouTube, all the trolls start up.
No.
Do you know that 75%?
Oh, you mean,
all
wait. Was this after or before you doxed me and my kids and my family and wanted you to scream? Yes, you did. You apologized for it down the road. It was when you were on Sheriff's channel.
The trolls did. You're not listening.
You showed there where we lived.
Jodi Sue, you're not
Your wife
listening.
did 2 days after.
No, that's not true.
The proof is there, Don. You can't lie your way past
The proof is that the trolls did it.
No, they didn't. No, they
Yes.
didn't.
Do you not know that 75%? Listen, 75%.
Pieces of shit.
Can't listen. You can't fucking
Because
listen.
what you're not going to do is spin one on me. You're not
No,
going to.
I'm not trying to spin one on you. I just want you to think about it. Look it up. Look it up, Jodi Sue.
I have the proof of it. You're a fucking liar. So Candace, you know what you told me in that road too. I'm sorry, we accidentally doxed you and showed where you lived last night. My bad, dude.
Fuck ever, man. That's just a lie.
No, it's not. No, it's
Listen.
not. Like y'all sitting there laughing the day you pulled the fuck
Okay,
out.
you're being all mad at me. Okay.
No, hey, nobody cares enough about you to be mad at you, Don.
Oh, I know you never have.
I didn't fucking hate you. The problem I have with you now is the fuck shit you all done to Summer and her fucking case, yourselves, your community,
Look
the
what you
neighbors.
did. Look what you did. You're the one on YouTube night after night saying all kinds of crazy psycho shit.
Right. That really had nothing to do with
You're
you.
fucking hilarious, Jodi.
Almost 2 years being
Go
a
get some psych medications, please. Or go
Right.
smoke a
You
joint.
need one like
That
your wife
works.
wanted to take those, or you.
Please go get some psych meds, Jodi. See, you need them bad.
I know how you and all the abusers,
Really do.
monsters, all the women are crazy. Anybody speaking truth is crazy.
Please
They're
go.
lying on us.
Please
They
go get some psych
think
meds.
most of us. I don't need psych meds. I need less
You really
psych the shit around that hill, and then look at you, fucking bitch. He done took off. Done run off. Well, if you can't abuse them and talk over them, bro.
Andrew, is that you?
Yes, damn.
I'm gonna have to go listen to that because then Andrew got on piano. Oh, the best moments of Summer's case. Oh, here, I got some cute videos for you.
Where you at, Grandis? Where you at, Grandis? I know you're in this motherfucker somewhere. Where you at? Y'all see Grandis? Where Grandis go? Grandis!
Check was real either. Hold on. Nobody believes none of your shit. The only reason we ever bring your name up, if you ever think about it, the only reason they ever bring our names up. Boy, I tell you what, y'all just can't stop bringing my name up. What are you talking about? You've been making your monthly drug money on my name. You and Shay and CZ and everybody else for weeks now. Won't you shut the fuck up and leave my name at your mouth? Talking about we only bring your name up, blah, blah, every live, every panel you've ridden, the subs and view count you got back. Bitch, that's because of me and my fucking name that's spewing out of your asshole mouth.
This is like the extra spicy. Okay. I'm like, no, Batman. All right. Okay.
anyway, at the same time, we start hearing from the community and others that apparently Andy and his group of narcopaths are being targeted with death threats, etc., blah, 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 right? Now look, guys, y'all are wild out here. And I'd love to tell you that I cared. But I care about as much as they cared about my kids or I throughout all those years, quite frankly. Especially last year when they knew what poor Boo Boo was up to, and into the home, and when they bought him one, even as their grandkids begged them not to, because into the home. But I care about as much as they cared about my kids or I throughout all those years, quite frankly. Especially last year when they knew what poor Boo Boo was up to, and into the home, and when they bought him one, even as their grandkids begged them not to, because we all knew how dangerous he was with those, and that he was a very real threat to us and could easily kill us. And they didn't care, just like they've not cared throughout the years as they abused their own grandkids and me, and definitely helped in this cycle to abuse and further harm us as they pulled favors locally. And the setup bullshit they pulled, as little narcopaths do with Boo Boo, I just don't care. And I really don't. And they wouldn't have cared, trust me. They would not have cared one bit, and that's why they were pushing those weapons in. That's why they bought him one, because it wouldn't matter, and they can be all whatever over Boo Boo, but I promise you they don't give two shits about him either. Because they wouldn't have visited him in prison or put commissary or anything else on him if he'd sat there his whole life after killing us. They wouldn't give a shit. Just like Andy himself knows. They've let him sit there before. They don't give a fuck. If they wanted to be part of drama, they wanted to be cruel, they wanted to do whatever. And they got what they wanted this time. To be super extra cruel to I and the kids in this particular discard cycle and run, and they've accomplished that, so they can run all they want. I don't care how anybody takes that, but they would not have given a fuck had he ever killed us. And they helped this year to make sure we were quiet, more docile. And they wouldn't have given a fuck if he'd sat in prison his whole life. They wouldn't have given a fuck if either of these kids had ended up dead. And honestly, that's probably what they hoped, and that's a fact. They're all abusers of children, and they can all just bite me. That's how I fucking feel about it. However, that being said, I mean, I've told the internet a bazillion times, that some bitch has been checked out. He was on camera all day long. Y'all, I see it. Like, for real. And, y'all just know no line you won't cross. But I do care about Summer and her case. And when you were calling and doing the death threat things and all the other jacked up crap you're doing, It takes real agents and real people off of Summer's case. In real time, away from real police departments, and real cases and real victims. And it ain't funny. It ain't cute. It's not just some stupid phone call you're making. Call your brother.
At Amica, your time and peace of mind matter. Bundle your auto and home coverage with us and enjoy savings that make
Sorry, guys, I have a million fucking tabs up. We're not going to cover Ernie tonight. I'm going to go back over Ernie. I pulled up.
make life a little easier.
Josh Melton. Listen to what Jodi tells us. This is a consistent with Jodi. Much like others, quit calling TBI. Don't turn in your tips.
And honestly, that's probably what they hoped, and that's a fact. They're all abusers of children, and they can all just bite me. That's how I fucking feel about it. However, that being said, I mean, I've told the internet a bazillion times, you know, that some bitch has been checked out. He was on camera all day long. Y'all. And I see it. Like, for real. And, you know, y'all just know no line you won't cross. But I do care about Summer and her case. And when you were calling and doing the death threat things and all the other jacked up crap you're doing, you know, it takes real agents and real people off of Summer's case. In real time.
We don't have the evidence in this case to know for sure whether or not Summer was abducted or whether or not she walked away from her home and became lost. It's really important to us to not focus all of our efforts on just one of those two. We think that the only way we'll be successful in finding Summer is to continue to walk down both of those investigative paths to ensure that we don't become focused on one area alone and miss something that's crucially important. I would say this case has not gone cold. A cold case is typically framed up as a case where there are no tips or leads that are coming in and there are no investigative efforts that are happening because there is no place to travel with the investigation. I would say in this case, thanks to the public, we've continued to have tips and leads that have come in that agents have been able to follow up on continuously. And the agents have worked tirelessly when tips and leads weren't coming in.
Y'all just know no line you won't cross. But I do care about Summer and her case. And when you were calling and doing the death threat things and all the other jacked up crap you're doing, you know, it takes real agents and real people off of Summer's case. In real time, away from real police departments, and real cases and real victims. And it ain't funny. It ain't cute. It's not just some stupid phone call you're making.
We don't have the evidence in this case to know for sure whether or not Summer was abducted or whether or not she walked away from her home and became lost. It's really important to us to not focus all of our efforts on just one of those two. We think that the only way we'll be successful in finding Summer is to continue to walk down both of those investigative paths to ensure that we don't become focused on one area alone and miss something that's crucially important. I would say this case has not gone cold. A cold case is typically framed up as a case where there are no tips or leads that are coming in and there are no investigative efforts that are happening because there is no place to travel with the investigation. I would say in this case, thanks to the public, we've continued place to travel with the investigation. I would say in this case, thanks to the public, we've continued to have thanks to the public, we've continued to have tips and leads. In this case, thanks to the public, we've
Milton came out here with a whole different approach than Leslie Earhart. I don't know what that was, but Milton was asking us to call him. He was telling us that, and this is the director, he's a bigwig. He's not Leslie Earhart. We're going to listen to this uninterrupted. Listen to what he says about the public calling in tips, how tips from the public have helped in leads in Summer's case, and how people, Jodi Sue, many others getting on here and saying it's crowding up lines, led to no calls coming into Summer. Jodi, you're a bitch. They want our help. And this is
We don't have the evidence in this case to know for sure whether or not Summer was abducted or whether or not she walked away from her home and became lost. It's really important to us to not focus all of our efforts on just one of those two. We think that the only way we'll be successful in finding Summer is to continue to walk down both of those investigative paths to ensure that we don't become focused on one area alone and miss something that's crucially important. I would say this case has not gone cold. A cold case is typically framed up as a case where there are no tips or leads that are coming in and there are no investigative efforts that are happening because there is no place to travel with the investigation. I would say in this case, thanks to the public, we've continued to have tips and leads that have come in that agents have been able to follow up on continuously. And the agents have worked tirelessly when tips and leads weren't coming in to try to find ways to investigate when typically people would lay down their effort. It has been a great partnership between the community and law enforcement to not let this case sit and go sterile. We continue to focus on ground search efforts. We continue to focus on interviews of those who may have information about vehicles that have traveled through the area or technology that could have been used that
Leslie Earhart states we've checked out all vehicles in the area. What is this, 4 years? My nose is running. Sort of, it feels like it, but it's not. 4 years after Summer goes missing, Milton comes out and he says we continue to look for vehicles. We get the phone call with Ziggy and Fred where they are extremely interested in the blue truck. Just thought I'd point that out.
may give us an investigative lead. All stones are being turned over
right back.
There's not one thing that's being done. We've been extremely creative as we've investigated this case and continue to try to find ways to turn over rocks that we didn't even know that were there to turn over. Children are our top priority at TBI. They are the most vulnerable population that we have. They're our most precious things in our world. TBI has always placed an emphasis on missing children, and we've done that through multiple programs that are established here. We look for children when most people aren't. And this case is one that we've just not been able to overcome, and it's troubling. Many people have speculated what they think has happened in this case. The difficult part of the speculation is that if we as investigators speculate and focus our efforts in one direction, we're making a huge mistake. We have to make sure that we're being completely comprehensive as we investigate. And being focused in one direction is a tragedy for an investigation. So until we find evidence that points us in a direction that we know is the right direction, we'll continue to be comprehensive. We'll continue to explore every option that can be out there, and we would continue to ask for the public's help in doing so. Typically, we have a couple of agents assigned to an investigation, and that's been enough. We've had over 6.
We will continue to ask the public's help in doing so. No, he doesn't say local public. He doesn't say not YouTubers. At this time, I'm not saying it was my tip. But when he came out around this time, it was right after I had turned in some of my ties to up here and with Detective Flynn and Jake Hedder's case. I don't know if there's any connection, but this was very interesting to me to hear him say. Now, me and Boo's going to put the mute on while y'all listen and smoke this fucking bowl.
6,500 leads, tips and leads come in on this case. Those have all been reviewed. They've been worked. We continue to get those. And it is a monstrous task, but it's one that's not overwhelmed us. We have been strategic in the way that we've handled this investigation. We have some of our most talented agents assigned to this case, some of our most talented intelligence analysts from the Bureau assigned to this case. We have brought in subject matter experts within TBI from across the state to assist in this investigation. We have thrown everything that we know to throw at this case, and we haven't had the answers that we need yet. We know we'll get them, but we don't have them today. When I see the picture of Summer Wells, I see my daughter. And I can tell you that if my daughter was missing, I would sure hope that somebody was looking for her every day. And it brings me concern and satisfaction, really.
So what do you think about the neighbor of this missing kid telling people not to call tips in?
What?
The neighbor of this missing child is telling people not to call tips in to the authorities.
Why?
She says it clouds up the system and you shouldn't be calling tips in. Is that odd?
She probably told him.
Boo. He doesn't know much about this case. Just like my friend Michael, who was in here. Just like my friend Kevin, who was in here. What are their statements? She probably took them. Okay, let's finish listening to Melton.
Concern that we don't have the answers, the satisfaction of knowing that we have the best agents at TBI that are working on this case in connection with other local law enforcement and federal agencies who are doing their best. And if my daughter was missing, all of the people that are working on this case are the people who I would choose to work on a case if my daughter was missing.
Some people say that he's still down there.
What is human trafficking?
I shared this the other day since it was next, and it's a short video. I'm going to let it replay, and then we'll go back to some more of my videos I made that I want to share. I have 2 left. One's 10 minutes and 42 seconds, and the other is 1 minute long. Here you go, listen. It was just burning. That's a big one of me. I don't know what Jodi is. I think she set me up.
Human trafficking is unfortunately very prevalent in the state of Tennessee, but we're not unique. It's prevalent throughout this country. And in Tennessee specifically, the types of trafficking that we have experienced, obviously the one that most people pay attention to is sex trafficking.
It isn't men snatching girls in parking lots. It's girls and women, boys and men, forced, tricked, groomed. Sold for sex or forced to work by someone, maybe even family. Profiting from their pain.
What we see is it is a unfortunate situation where individuals take advantage of family members and they see it as an opportunity for economics, and they will traffic a loved one, frankly. There's also the horrible and egregious nature of labor trafficking. And that is certainly something that is also happening in large numbers in Tennessee.
It quietly happens every day in every part of Tennessee. But don't just watch out for yourself. We need you to watch out for warning signs of trafficking.
Getting educated, learning about the signs of trafficking, understanding what that means and what it is, receiving some training in that space.
Know what to do if you spot them, even if it's a stranger. Learn more at ithastostop.com.
I don't see that Jodi went live. I don't see it. Okay.
For Christina Meadows, my favorite.
I've been sharing these. I'll share just that one tonight. Okay. So this one is Jodi Sue talks about family courts. This is about, I was going to end this. I was done. I was already done with all my tabs I had up. And I went and pulled up 2 more because I'm really not freaking tired at all tonight, but I need to get tired and go to sleep or I'll have a bad day tomorrow. But anyways, we're going to listen to this in the next short one. But this is her talking about the family courts and her fight with Andy in the courts. And his family.
That in court, Voldemort, one of the only pushbacks against Voldemort was because he tried to say that, oh, well, she's driving by 3 or 4 times a day. Bullshit, y'all. It was absolute bullshit, and let me tell you why. And why it was a lie, and even Voldemort knew it. But it was to further gaslight, to abuse, and he was absolutely using the system to do it. Let me tell you why it's a lie. Several weeks before this shit started going down, the birth givers all of a sudden bought cameras, right? And Voldemort was all concerned about getting them up. Kept telling me this, so one of the birth parents, come watch the cat outside. Y'all, it was for this bullshit. Everybody's so scared of me. It was part of the setup. Right? It's always that shit. Y'all, always. And I've never been the one to harm them, but they have absolutely harmed me and abused me and these children. And it's always a flip script, these fucking narcopaths, dude, in this fucking pretend game of.
Y'all keep saying she went live, but she has gone live streaming. I don't see her live. I don't know if I'm just not seeing it. Can somebody please share the link to her live? Because I don't see one. I don't even see a post. Her last video was 2 weeks ago. We got Pruitt is a werewolf. McDonough is still in. I don't know. JIT Jensen Justin at some point. 2BD to point that finger in a direction. I dare ya. Yawn. That's my hackers. They're giving you a sentence here. You go figure it out. Um, I'm not seeing that Jodi Sue went live. I don't know.
Anyway, so there are cameras there. Okay? Now I ain't afraid of those cameras. Wasn't afraid to go down that fucking road, but I didn't want to see it. Had no need to see it or drive by. Because I didn't give a fuck. Right? And I avoided it. So I took other way. You know, like I went out of my fucking. Dear tragedy pimp assholes, we all know what y'all are up to. You don't even have to push a button. Nobody cares. I personally don't care. I think we're all aware of an expletive, setup-y, tragedy pimp, paid for smoky whore, all the things going on, okay? I will tell you what, I'm resting. I don't feel good. Clearly, all lights are out. And there ain't no need for nobody, especially none of y'all here on the ground or otherwise, most likely, to be flying your asses by here, honking horns like a bunch of damn clown cars with your beep, 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 beep. Ain't no need in it. I didn't even know you could move a horn that fast. But either way, y'all hauling ass by here and towards Beach Creek, probably get up some more fuckery.
I feel like people at this point are just doing this because it gets a fucking rise out of her. I believe her when she says people are flying by. She has showed us. We have seen the pictures of Fred's buddy with shovels, and we have seen cameras. She shows us. Listen, I don't know what the fuck I think of Jodi Sue. My mind changes daily. I definitely think the bitch is in some, as she says it, set up shit. I think, and this is more than a short, it's a little longer, but we're going to start it over. This is funny. This has been a whole fucking night for me. I needed this. I needed to smile tonight and laugh. It's been hard. And this has been, I wonder if she has lied on AB some. I don't think so. When you look at this all as a whole, and you add the marathon, and you add all the money that was collected, and you add the fake profiles and the things AB has been caught doing, I truly don't think Jodi Sue had anything to do with Summer. I know a lot of people truly do suspect her. I do believe Jodi Sue has details that could lead to finding Summer, and more than she was willing to tell at the beginning. Trauma bonding is a horrible, horrible thing to go through. We're going to listen to what Jodi Sue has to say. I told you this was going to be a great response, and we're getting it. I think this is going to be towards both me and Hatfield McCoy, but we'll listen. Maybe just Hatfield and McCoy. But I don't get the vibe Jodi took. I feel like Andy hid a lot, a whole lot from Jodi Sue. And I know men can do that because my husband is proof.
We all know what y'all are up to. You don't even have to push a button. Nobody cares. I personally don't care. I think we're all aware of an expletive, setup-y, tragedy pimp, paid for smoky whore, all the things going on, okay? I will tell you what, I'm resting. I don't feel good. Clearly, all lights are out. And there ain't no need for nobody, especially none of y'all here on the ground or otherwise, most likely, to be flying your asses by here, honking horns like a bunch of damn clown cars with your beep, 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 beep. Ain't no need in it. I didn't even know you could move a horn that fast.
But either way, y'all hauling ass by here and towards Beach Creek. Probably get up some more fuckery, I don't know, with your blue ass, bright as fuck headlights and your newish what, SUV-ish, Spanish type thing. I don't know. It's hard telling whether you just fucking with us out this way or whether you headed to Candace and Don's or somewhere else in the creek to do your bullshit. Really hard telling, but don't worry, I'm not gonna help you with your content, your bullshit.
So this is a content creator. Oh fuck, I need another. You got me chain smoking. This is not just a local. This is a content creator. They don't know if they're heading to Candace and Dawn's all the way from Lone Star Road. Well, beep 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 beep. So is this another visiting content creator? Jodi, go live. Is this the Hatfields and McCoys fucking with her? Like at this point, this shit is laughable, and y'all locals are just doing it to get a rise out of her. It has to be, because it is fantastic to watch some of her fucking reactions to shit. No, I'm not saying that she hasn't been robbed. I believe that somebody stole her SD cards. If she told us that, we're meant to believe it. She says she doesn't lie. However, she still has SD cards, and what do you think? Does she have the SD cards, or did Amy and the Flying Monkeys come in, or Andy and the Flying Monkeys come in and steal the SD cards? What do you think?
Shit. The eyes, views, subs, and ain't nobody gonna go histrionic at the damn stop sign and be calling the police and to heighten your drama and crap. Ain't gonna happen. Anyway, those in Beach Creek who aren't aware, they're, quote, asshole con artist, boots on the ground, and smoky whores working with them. Those in the area near the cemetery need to make the others aware behind it of who and what these people are for their safety and everyone else's.
No.
Anyway,
Hold
I'm
on.
resting. Y'all can fuck off now. Don't bring it across the white line. Keep your bullshit shenanigans out there on the roadway. And I do apologize if you're a local and for some reason you thought it would be a good idea to do this at 2 in the morning, but it really ain't. Okay, then that shows me you ain't acting right.
I got it.
Is crazy. This here is getting ready to be something that needs to be put in history. I'm telling you right now. Here we go.
Jodi said they were moving.
Eric, I've been looking for you, man.
Ernie's in the area. I forgot to tell you.
Hold on 1 second here, guys.
Share earlier. Ernie's in the area.
Congratulations, Tarek.
To be over.
Now, where's the rest of my people out here? I'm going to wait till everybody gets in here. That way I only have to do it once. I'm going to play this video multiple times. Tonight, as you know, we do investigations. We work on investigations together. I wanted to separate this from everything else because I needed a way to tie the timeline into the Morrison Cemetery. And now we have someone who not only helped with Timothy Morrison, but also a caregiver for Timothy Morrison. And what he has to say is, whoa, wow. Now, if someone comes in here acting stupid, automatic ban, automatic. We want everybody in here together. We want to do this together, okay? Now, okay. Timeouts accordingly, okay? We want to give everybody opportunities, but if they come in and something stupid right off the bat, ridiculous, don't have anything to do with the damn show, it's over. Now, thank you. I appreciate it. The songs are good songs. I got a lot of good songs. Okay. Now, I talked with Timothy Morrison's caregiver, and what he had to say blew my mind. As a matter of fact, we're going to show you video of the Morrison Cemetery as we walk up on it, and we're going to show you Morrison Cemetery, the whole atmosphere area, all that. Now, here we go. Here we go. We're going to do this in the right way. I'm going to do this. Is everybody in here? Is everybody? I'm looking for a special person right now. Thank you. Marissa, look at you. You're going to go. You're going to get out of here. Now here's examples. Spam in the chat. Get them out of here. Get them out.
Look, I don't mean to be a rude person, but all these creators, no matter what we think about them, they have quirks. They say funny shit. I'm going to go look for this fucking... I clipped this so long ago. But Ernie was talking about midgets and short people and women. And maybe, you ever hear like Dennis Leary Asshole? The song Asshole by Dennis Leary. Maybe I have like that sort of dark sense of humor, but it was so fucking funny to me. I just like to laugh, and sometimes I find things very funny, and I want to go see if I can find this fucking clip just so I already know we're gonna laugh at Ernie's done this here. Now he's going past Jodi's. Beeping his fucking horn.
Out of here. I'm going to let you mods do that. I've been doing it for the last 2. I'm going to let you mods do that. This is very important, people. When we talk about summer wells, very, very important. Now, okay, here we go. They're going to come in hard, the trolls are on this. Michelle, I need you. Where the hell you at? There you are. I need my floppy-eared dog. Here we go. Congratulations. All right. Now, okay. First off, I'm going to show you the cemetery. I'm going to show you the cemetery, a beautiful area, very, very beautiful area. So we're going to do this one.
I can't find it at the moment, but this is him in the cemetery. Let me hear what you heard from Timmy Morrison's caregiver, Ernie. Well, this is Ernie. He's literally in the cemetery going to these people's. Did you know the Morrisons? What kind of people were the Morrisons?
Now, that gives you a little bit of a piece of what the cemetery looks like. The Morrison grave. All that. Now, remember, we had somebody out there to clean the grave off. It was clean today. Now,
Yeah, in a minute.
yes, it was clear. We had to clear it off too. We cleared it off the other day. It was clear. Now, what I didn't expect, it was nicer than it was described. Yes, a lot nicer. They've been doing a lot of keep on it. Now,
why wouldn't it
this is going to go crazy, guys, right here.
Wow.
This is going to get scary. Have I got all my investigators in? Have I got all my investigators in right now? All the sleuths. You need to hear this.
We're here, Ernie.
This is the interview that I did. This is only part of the interview. I will.
Did you visit what did he say Brenda was? His aunt, his stepmom, something. Did you visit Uncle Pete's family, Uncle Cotton's family? Did you visit Brenda Shell's family that you were married to through marriage while you were there? Ernie, was you up at Glenda Heads? Who was married to Uncle Pete? I'm a little curious. Like, why do you gotta be in this fucking area when everybody's suspecting of you? You have people going around saying that the PIs are saying you're causing the county thousands of money, and now you're over there terrorizing the fucking community again. And if you thought this was even an option, why didn't you do this on a day you were delivering pizza and taking Candace to a whole nother county to a fucking smoke shop?
I will not put the rest of it on YouTube. I will not put the rest of it on YouTube. But I will put this on here for you guys. This is for you guys.
I also didn't see no image of Ernie there. So you know what's going to happen is somebody else in the area taking video for him. He's going to come back later when he gets accused of things, and he's going to say, I wasn't there, I just sent you a video. Let's see if he shows us any proof that he was there, since he can't show us anymore. He didn't even show us the fucking headstone. He's telling us he talked to Timmy so far, so let's see. Did Ernie know Jackie Dobbs? Is this Uncle Pete's family? Ernie. Uncle Pete Clark? The one that lived by Ziggy, who you just recently started trashing. Well, you were always a huge Ziggy supporter. I have some video to back that up, but I want to listen a little further before I get distracted here.
Part I want you to understand. This freaked me the hell out. Here we go. Lightning bolts in the chat if you're ready. Lightning bolts in the chat. Trigger warning, guys. Let's put trigger warnings in the chat. As a matter of fact, I think I've got a trigger warning right here because this is very important. I believe this is very important. Here we go.
Yeah, that's okay. What I was going to ask you was, you said that you was working on some will case or something of that. Are you any kind of law affiliated or anything like that?
No, man. I'm a former private investigator and a bounty hunter. I used to work over there in that area. And we're doing something with the Morrison Cemetery right now because a lot of people have said that when she went missing, you know, it was on the 15th. And, of course, I've talked to people because a lot of the suspects in the case and everything have often mentioned the Morrison Cemetery. That of a place of, you know, a place that will be maybe where a suspect could put someone at. I've been over there before, but I don't know that much about it. And I'm just trying to get a confirmation, man.
I do know. I was Tim's caregiver, and I stayed with him. And as far as knowing her, knowing the family, anything like that, no, I don't. You know, I did see search parties looking for her at the time of his burial.
So,
you know.
right. So, here's, okay, so that's something too. See, here's what got me is, you know, he passed away on June the 11th of 2021.
Yeah.
And she went missing on the 15th of June, you know. So, I was talking to people, and I've heard 2 or 3 different things. some said that, that the grave was opened on the 12th. It started on the 12th and wasn't finished till the 14th.
So far, I'm not
But,
hating
we
this.
Now, the grave wasn't ever broke till he died.
Right.
So far, I'm not hating this call. It also doesn't prove Bernie's in the area and he's the one beating the horns of Jodi. That's what we're looking for, but I'm not. I think this is relevant if true.
That was right.
And it wasn't a day of. It was a couple of days after. It seemed like it was a week till he was buried.
Yes.
As far as what could have happened, not possible. I mean, anything's possible. But now his family didn't have a vault for the casket.
Right.
So therefore, he is buried on top of her in a coffin. He's not got a vault.
Right. Well, what do you mean, like he's buried on top of her? Did you hear what he said? It was another slip up. He's buried on top. This is going to get scary. Have I got all my investigators in? Right now? All the sleuths. You need to hear this. This is the interview that I did. This is only part of the interview. I will not put the rest of it on YouTube. But I will put this on here for you guys. This is for you guys. This part I want you to understand. This freaked me the hell out. Here we go. Lightning bolts in the chat if you're ready. Lightning bolts in the chat.
Is this a
Trigger warning, guys. Let's put trigger warnings in the chat. As a matter of fact, I think I've got a trigger warning right here. Because this is very important, I believe. This is very important. Here we go.
Yeah, that's okay. What I was going to ask you was, you said that you was working on some will case or something of that. Are you any kind of law affiliated or anything like that?
No, man. I'm a former private investigator and a bounty hunter. I used to work over there in that area. And we're doing something with the Morrison Cemetery right now because a lot of people have said that when she went missing, it was on the 15th. And of course, I've talked to people because a lot of the suspects in the case and everything have often mentioned the Morrison Cemetery. That of a place of, a place that would be maybe where a suspect could put someone at. I've been over there before, but I don't know that much about it. And I'm just trying to get a confirmation, man.
I do know. I was Tim's caregiver, and I stayed with him. And as far as knowing her, knowing the family, anything like that, no, I don't. I did see search parties looking for her at the time of his burial.
So, right. So, okay, so that's something too. See, here's what got me is, he passed away on June the 11th of 2021. Yeah. And she went missing on the 15th of June, So I was talking to people and I've heard 2 or 3 different things. Some said that, that the grave was opened on the 12th. It started on the 12th and wasn't finished till the 14th. But,
now the grave wasn't ever broke till he died.
Right. That was, right.
And it wasn't a day of. It was a couple of days after. It seemed like it was a week till he was buried.
Yes.
As far as what could have happened, not possible. I mean, anything's possible. But now his family didn't have a vault for the casket.
Right.
So therefore, he is buried on top of her in a coffin. He's not got a vault.
Right. Well, what do you mean, like he's buried on top of her? Did you hear what he said? It was another.
Nah, Holmes. Nah. No. This could be a family member. This was extremely edited. There's no vault. No. This is too edited for me. We're going to re-listen to that and see if Ernie plays anymore. I don't believe this. I don't believe Ernie's in fucking Tennessee. Vault on casket when buried. If you mean a burial vault around a casket, yes, a burial vault is an outer container placed around the casket before the grave is filled. Typically, it works like this. The grave is dug, the bottom portion of the vault is placed in the grave, the casket is lowered into the vault. The vault lid is placed over the casket, the grave is filled with soil. What is a burial vault? A burial vault is a line of seated outer receptacle that houses the casket and protects the casket from the weight of the earth and heavy maintenance equipment that will pass over the grave. It also helps resist water, preserves the beauty of the cemetery or memorial park by preventing the ground from settling. If it's not lined and sealed, it's not a burial vault. An outer burial container or grave box is an unlined concrete box with drainage holes that allow groundwater to escape. Burial vaults are constructed of high-strength concrete and reinforced with metal or plastic liner. They provide the most lasting protection. By definition, if an outer burial container is not lined and sealed, it's not a burial vault. So, there was more to that. Here's some images. Water infiltration, soil pressure, reinforced concrete. Here's what it looks like. Why use a burial vault? It primarily helps support the weight of the soil and cemetery equipment above the grave and helps prevent the ground from collapsing as caskets around and surrounding the soil settle. A vault doesn't preserve the body indefinitely, and it isn't the same thing as a sealed casket. Even when a vault is marketed as sealed, it does not make the grave permanently airtight or watertight. If you're asking because what happens to the casket body inside the vault over time, no, that's not what a cemetery, like, what's the name of that cemetery? Can somebody give me the name of that cemetery, please? I'm not buying Ernie's shit. I'm sorry, I'm not buying this we're going to go back. He's going to play it again, I bet. We're just going to keep listening because this is fucking bullshit. That call was edited from hell and fucking back. I don't see himself in that video. We don't even know if that's Morrison Cemetery. He says he has a picture of Morrison. It is Morrison Cemetery. I was thinking Simpson. There's a Simpson Cemetery. Okay, hold on. Would a cemetery like Morrison Cemetery allow a casket to be buried without a vault. This cemetery, damn it, is off Beach Creek Road in Rogersville, Tennessee. Yes. All right. It is possible that Morrison Cemetery on Morrison Cemetery Road in the Beach Creek community of Rogersville could allow a casket burial without a vault, but I couldn't find published cemetery rules confirming that they are required or don't require one. I did confirm we're talking about Morrison Cemetery in Beach Creek, Hawkins County, rather than another cemetery. Public records place it around 36 Morrison Cemetery Road, across the road to the cemetery. The important part for small, older local cemetery like this, the answer generally comes down to the cemetery's own rules and the person, family controlling the burial plot. Tennessee law doesn't simply mean that every cemetery, okay, so here in Pittsburgh, I've been in charge of pretty much making plans for 2 or 3 funerals. We have strict rules. I'm sure I have a little cemetery up the street. They probably don't require vaults. Most larger cemeteries require a vault. However, I want to go back. No, we're not even going to go back because I know Ernie's dumb shit. And I still have to go over this Jodi Sue video. Hold on. I gotta find it. Hold on. I got a million tabs up again. We're just going to continue for a little bit here, listening to Ernie. I'm going to leave ChatGPT up, just in case.
Flip up. He's buried on top of her. He's buried on top of her. This is his caregiver, folks. He's buried on top of her. He's buried on top of her.
That's beautiful.
Let's play that over. Listen to the context, people.
I know you can bury a family member. I would like to see the headstone. Let's go find a grave. No, I just put this information in. I haven't been on here for a while. Give me a little bit. County, Hawkins, City, Rogersville, you selected location, search. I'm not even seeing Timothy Morrison, Rogersville. I'm not even finding. Let's see. We see one from 1834, a T.B. Morrison. There's some family members. Jane McKee Morrison, 1827. She died at the home of her son, G.O.W. Morrison, 2.5 miles southwest of Knoxville on Friday, November 8th, 1907 at 3 p.m. Jane Morrison died at age 70 years, 10 months, 10 days. Her death resulted from apoplexy and was very sudden. The serious, I don't know, of the malady. Her remains were taken to Persita, Tennessee for burial. Hold on. T.B. Morrison. Okay, let's go look at other fam. That was the spouse of Timmy Morrison. I am not finding a Timothy. Hold on. Let's just search all the Morrisons. We got Betty Jean Morrison, Charles Peter Morrison, Clifford Lee Morrison. He died in 2001. David Allen Morrison. Fanny Bernard Morrison, who died in 2006. So we have a Bernard family connection. Oh, an infant. That's sad. Ron J's. Ron K's. A Kenny Morrison. Kenneth. I'm looking for recent ones. Lillian Lovely Morrison. God, her grave is gorgeous. These are the kind of graves they have there. That is a beautiful headstone. Whoever she is, you guys did an amazing job on her headstone. There's a Maud, 1996, a Ray, a Rebecca, Warren S. Sam, Sarah Sally Morlock Morrison, dating all the way back to 1805 to 1880. This is a very, there's a Tim Morrison. January 6, 2020. There's a Jennifer K, wife, mother. Could this Timothy be buried on top of his mother or wife? Let's go see. This was 2020 though. Hamlet Dobson Funeral Home. A small plaque. It's odd. There's a Timothy with a different date. There's a picture of this Timothy. Tim Morrison, 55, Kingsport, went to be with the Lord Monday, January 6. Park West Medical Center. Tim was a lifelong resident of Kingsport. He co-owned and operated Morrison Construction for 40 years with his partner and brother, Dave Morrison. This was a gay man, so he was preceded in death by his parents, Jack and Linda Morrison, his brother, Johnny Morrison. Tim is survived by his wife of 25 years, Jennifer Morrison, Tim Bo Morrison, 2 sons. So this would have been a son that died. I don't see no other Timothy Morrison. We're going to have to go look up this obituary again. Let's see. Anybody have any information? Let me come to chat. Yeah, it is definitely voluntary. Middle name begins with an E. What was the Tim we just looked up? It doesn't say. And this one's buried in Mount Carmel Free Will Baptist Church Cemetery. So it's not even the same. Okay, we're not looking. Let's try this again. How about if we go to ChatGPT? Can you find me a Can you find me a Timothy Morrison buried in Morrison Cemetery? Yes. I found one that appears to be the person you're looking for. Here we go. Timothy Alec Morrison. Died 1957. Born 1957, died 2021, age 63, Morrison Cemetery. Here we go. I really don't like doing this. Here's the cemetery. Here he is. Born June 27th, 1957. Timothy Alec Morrison passed away on June 11th, that's confirmed, at the age of 63 and was buried in Morrison Cemetery in Hawkins County, Tennessee. Who else is buried? There's a Sarah M. Let's go ask. Let's take this to ChatGPT. Was this man buried on top of a family member. I look specifically for evidence of who is buried immediately beneath or beside Timothy Alec Morrison, and I want to be careful here. The online cemetery database does not give grave by grave positions or indicate whether a burial is stacked, double depth grave. It only confirms Timothy Alec Morrison is recorded at okay. What I can establish is there's a Timothy Alec Morrison, Teresa H. Morrison, Adra L. Morrison. There are numerous Morrison family member burials in this cemetery, but that does not establish that Timothy was buried on top of Teresa, Adra, or another relative. The fact that they're all in the same cemetery isn't enough to determine that. There is a way we can investigate further. If you're asking because you suspect Timothy grave is double depth, meaning one person was buried below another, I can try to locate the actual cemetery. Yes. Same thing. They go by, I can keep. Okay, so yes. Hold on, we're still digging. Just give me a minute. It seems as though if we're doing these coordinates, I don't know. He is definitely related to this Teresa Morrison.
Hey, don't log me out in the morning, alright? So I can get coffee. Okay?
Alright, I'll leave it open. Alright, good night. I can't find. It seems as though this Teresa is related to him. Let me come to chat. That's the name that bought down Dobbs. Look at this. This is why I smoke so much. I suck at rolling these damn cigarettes. Without a roll here, that's all I can do is roll because I can't even afford it. And he's smoking roll cigarettes. Ain't that nice? Fuck him. We're gonna go to find a grave again. We know he was born okay, hold on. We have more information. (1957), that year he died. 2021, cemetery location. Hawkins County, Tennessee. We'll do it that way. Let's make sure we have the correct spelling of his name. Search. Here we go. Karen. This was added by Lois Gilbert, so it must be a family member. It has a picture of him on it. Doesn't this say that he's buried on top of anybody? There's a light by the grave. What address? No, Glenview. I have not. What are you guys talking about? So much deleted. That name that Glenview was talking about? You said something about Dobbs with it. But this is Timothy Morrison's grave. Yeah, Jackie definitely bought the land. There was a whole realtor involved named Sarah. Or not Sarah. It was a Hans. Joy Hahn, I believe was the name. I've seen evidence that Dobbs has bought the land. What I haven't seen is who he bought it from. Now, Jodi says it was a Morlock. When you look it up on some maps, it comes up as part of Redmond's property. I believe that shooting was on that property with the Jeanette and them. If you look at another entrance to Andy and Jodi Sue's property, you know they have more than one entrance to their property, right? Jodi Sue and Andy. Actually, they have more than one address to 125 Ben Hill Road. One of their addresses is off Beach Creek Road because of the way their land's set. And they had an entrance off Beach Creek Road right next to the chicken fighters that Brandon took you by as he asked you about the chicken fighters where you see the blue van and all of that. There is an actual entrance and driveway onto 125. Did y'all know that? Yeah, I haven't seen the deed. I haven't seen the deed, but I've seen evidence that he owns it. And I will look up Robert Jr. Dykes. I'm going to look that up. Moonshine Girl, what can you tell me about him? Jesus, sell these damn cigarettes. Tell me about Robert. And you know what? Before I get off of here, in my earlier in the day live, I shared a video and gave commentary, but I'm going to go find that video again and share it. It was a Dykes family member, Destiny Dykes. Although it wasn't the Dykes she was talking about. She was talking about how addiction runs in her family. It might have been a Dyke she was talking about because she said, I don't know if that's her married name, but it's not her father's last name. Read his obit. Okay, Moonshine Girl, I will. I'll do it a little later. But this is Timothy Morrison's grave. I left it up there long enough for y'all to get screenshots. Let's go see. Timothy Elick Morrison, this one says 63 of Kingsport, passed away Friday, June 11th, 2021. Tim was preceded by his parents, Carson and Helen Morrison, infant sister, Frankie K, sister Teresa. Okay, there we go. We found the sister. She's also, they've all passed away. Left to cherish his memory is his son Dustin Morrison's sisters Linda Wayne Roden, Pam Larry Lawson. He's Lawson. Special friend Jack Dingus, Charlie Wright of Kentucky. Caregiver Jeremiah Molinex, several nieces and nephews. A visitation will be held at Trinity Memorial Centers Thursday, June 17th. From 4 to 5, the funeral service will follow. Pastor Rick maybe will be officiating. Maybe I'll reach out to Pastor Maybe. That's his name. Pastor Maybe can tell us about the burial. Now, if this guy got all these family members, why would he need somebody at 64 taking care of him like that? Let's go finish. A gravesite service will be Friday, June 18th at 2 p.m. Pallbearers will be was there some talk about Molinex Drive or something? Molinex like the paints. We have a Molinex up here in McKeesport, Pennsylvania. They sell paint. Josh Woods, Terry Crawford, Wayne Frazier, Zach Frost, Jeremiah, and Randy Molinex. Should I look into this Molinex shit? I'm feeling like, my God. Family members, parents, Carlson. Here's the Helen Greg Morrison. Greg's an interesting name. Oh my God. The baby died at 2 months old, Kingsport, in 1948. Long Island, Sullivan County. Frankie K. Morrison, 2 months, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Carson Morrison of Route 4, died Sunday at 8 a.m. at the home of the parents on Long Island following a brief illness. Surviving in addition to the parents were paternal grandparents Mr. and Mrs. Alec Morrison and maternal grandparents Mr. and Miss Frank Gregg. All of Route 4. The body has been removed to the home of the maternal grandparents. Funeral services will be Tuesday. Reverend J.L. Dykes. So, God. Here's a sibling, Gate City, Scott County, Virginia. She's buried there. Here's Teresa, a sibling. Looks like this grave is right next to his grave. So I'm going to bet he is buried on top of his sister. There's the pictures we were seeing. Now let's go back. I'm going to bet, no, really don't, but I'm going to bet that if there is, them two are buried near each other. He's a veteran. Oh, Molinex Drive was where the motel was. Which motel? Where Dobbs stayed? Yeah, I'll look at that true crime. I was just really worried about this. I want to get back to Ernie. Man, I've been on almost 5 hours. I don't even feel like it tonight. I must be in a chatty mood. Let's go back and watch more Ernie.
People. The rest of the interview is scary. It is crazy. It is wild. This is his caregiver. This is also a pallbearer. Now listen to what.
Innocent, I have had personal contact with Jackie Dobbs within chats of his on his channel. Zombie has interviewed Jackie Dobbs. We could go listen to that. I need some fucking water again. I have had conversations with one of Jackie Dobbs' children, and I really liked him. Like, I think one of his children's girlfriends, even, or I seen pictures of them or something. I really never had a problem with Dobbs other than he was there, and it's odd. I believe he's a suspect. I believe anybody who was in the area at the time is a suspect, but he's on the lower spectrum. For me, I feel like he could have been a setup. Like Jodi says, the perfect storm. Could he have been trafficking in some rugs or some humans? Yeah. It's fucking possible when you put that he lived just a few minutes away from the pain clinics that were busted in the James Light case. That's what Squall was trying to point out very early on. But let's listen. I really need to get some water.
It's said.
On my cup.
Yeah, that's okay. What I was going to ask you was, you said that you was working on some will case or something of that. Are you any kind of law affiliated or anything like that?
No, man. I'm a former private investigator and a bounty hunter. I used to work over there in that area. And we're doing something with the Morrison Cemetery right now because a lot of people have said that when she went missing, it was on the 15th. And, of course, I've talked to people because a lot of the suspects in the case and everything have often mentioned the Morrison Cemetery. That of a place of, a place that would be maybe where a suspect could put someone at. I've been over there before, but I don't know that much about it. And I'm just trying to get a confirmation, man.
I do know. I was was Tim's caregiver, and I stayed with him. And as far as knowing her, knowing the family, anything like that, no, I don't. You know, I did see search parties looking for her at the time of his burial.
So, right. So here's, okay. So that's something too. See, here's what got me is, you know, he passed away on June the 11th of 2021.
Yeah.
And she went missing on the 15th of June, you know? So I was talking to people and I've heard 2 or 3 different things. Some said that, you know, that the grave was opened on the 12th, it started on the 12th and wasn't finished till the 14th. But, you know,
now the grave wasn't ever broke till he died.
Right. That was, right.
And it wasn't a day of it.
No. The grave was not, okay, the grave wasn't open till the 12th and it wasn't finished till the 14th. You're saying it took them 12, 13, 14 days to dig 6 feet, something people in the cemeteries do all the time and have done in just a few hours? Ernie.
Was a couple of days after. It seemed like it was a week till he was buried.
Yes.
As far as what could have happened, not possible. You know, I mean, anything's possible. But now his family didn't have a vault for the casket.
The West Side Motel. I did the whole fucking series on what happened there years ago when John and them had a wiretapping and all that other shit. Yeah. I'm going to have to look that name up. Please remind me in one of my comment sections for when I wake up. Yes, that's what it was. You fucking got it. Oh, Kylie, it's okay. You can catch up. The rewatchers are just as important. Innocent, I never really looked into the Morrison Cemetery because I know there's cameras all over the motherfucker. I would like Arnie to take that video and walk all through the cemetery. I also know there's cameras across the street facing the cemetery. I also know the police were out there while they were digging if they were doing this, it wasn't done. Well, no. It wasn't filled till the 18th. He wasn't buried until the fucking 18th. That hole would have been there for them to look at while they were searching. Jodi Sue, where did I just fucking see it? Forget Captain Kangaroo. I was going to finish him tonight. He ain't even worth it. She was describing and showing pictures just recently. Jesus help. Oh shit. Point the finger in that direction of 125 again. I dare ya. 7 days ago. I'm gonna have to watch that. Where the hell did I see this? Look, I don't even watch her like I used to. I swear she just recently In one of these lives she did, I don't know which one it was. I have to look. I'm looking, but I can't find it. She was showing actual pictures of the police and where they were parked at the cemetery while they blocked off the road. I have those pictures. I have pictures of them with the police at the cemetery somewhere saved because Karen Refro's son had posted them from the direction of Light Hauler Road. He was taking pictures. There was definitely police all over that area. You could see in Bobo's videos driving by. Let's go to that. Oh, I don't want to click out of this. There were news reports all up and down that area during that time. You can see the chaos, the people out. You hear Jeremy Pill state that that's where his wife's family was standing, which would have been Stanley Dykes and all of that. So, hold on. Where the hell is this? I'm not looking at something right here. Rogersville Times News. Times News, Jeff Bobo. I like this itching. Where is Times News? There we go. This queue. We'll just look at this one.
Not an update, more of a ride through that's been shared with us, covering the Ben Hill Road intersection
Oh,
and
this queue car
other
lock.
areas as close as we can get without being law enforcement. I thought this was really awesome, and I wanted to share it with you.
Oh shit, I see something interesting. We're gonna watch it. So here you go.
Hey, this is Jeff Bobo with you.
We don't even have to watch the whole thing. Look, there's a whole ass tent. A whole ass tent. A thing set up right across the street from the fucking cemetery with the sheriff's office undercover. This is days after Summer had gone missing. Imagine what it was like the day of and the days immediately after Summer going missing. Damn, I can't believe it's been 5 years. This was June 22nd. Amanda Vita has the audio of that butt Dell from Dobbs. Yeah, I have that. I have it, Innocent. We'll go over one day when I'm going over Dobbs. But here you go. You're seeing police on the 22nd, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 5 days later, they're still tense. Right at the end of Ben Hill Road with police. The school bus, because they were bringing volunteers from Mount Carmel to Ben Hill Road and dumping them in the woods. They talked about that on the news. I actually covered it in my series. You'll go look, they're labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever. They were loading up school buses of volunteers from different agencies, giving them numbers and spots, locations, telling them where to go, and monitoring each school bus they were bringing in of the searchers. You can't really see the searchers because they were dropping the searchers off in the fucking woods. Like, let me go see. I think it was just Jackie Dobbs. Didn't he have his dog as his profile picture? I honestly don't remember, Innocent. I'm sorry, was that who asked that? I'm sure I have it downloaded somewhere. I'll find it. Amanda Vita. Do you guys want to go listen to that? Oh shit. I just clipped out of something I didn't want to. I'm sure. Let me go look for it while you continue, Ernie, here.
Right.
So therefore, he is buried on top of her in a coffin. He's not got a vault.
Right. Well, what do you mean like he's buried on top of her? So there's more to it, but it is not for YouTube. It is not for YouTube. This was about 13 minutes long. We will have a private StreamYard for certain creators, and I will let you all hear every bit of it. This goes into some crazy stuff. Now, you do not supposed to bury anybody, but he slipped up and he even tries to correct himself. And I go back and rephrase it again. And guess what? He does the same thing. Now, this is the Morrison Cemetery. So there's so letting you guys know that this is getting ready to take a very crazy turn. I'm already going to tell you. While we were up there was someone who stopped us. There was a person who stopped us. Now listen. This was crazy. Now, listen to me, people. The rest of it, it's not for YouTube. We will have a private, listen to me. Tomorrow, we will have a private live stream with just the people that's in our crew, the creators. We're going to invite some creators, and I'm going to let you listen to it. It is crazy what this guy says. This is his caregiver. But there's something very scary in the very things he says that we talk about. It is crazy. Very, very crazy. Now, no, Tim, no.
Involvement, or what I feel could be his involvement in the Summer Wells case. And for now, what we know is just his involvement as being a neighbor transient. But one thing that I was able to put together was JD's wife had accidentally sent someone in the Summer Wells area an audio that they found was a little bit weird. And it got sent to me, and I am now playing it just because I think it's something that should be brought up. Please use your best judgment when viewing this information and listening to this audio. Please don't go reaching out to these people, as many people have already reached out to them and tried to get answers. And what we know is what we're showing you. Again, this has all been shared with TBI already, so it's not something that you need to go out and share. But I am sharing it with you guys and condensing it so you all understand. Also, his wife has filed for divorce as of recent. I have questions, and also listen to this audio.
Because I said, that looked good, don't it? Boy, I know that looked up good that night. You wrinkled that one. I said it makes me horny. God wants me horny. Who? Who wants you that way? God. God makes me horny. Oh, yeah. He gave me to you as a present. You might have to give it back. You knew what to do with it. You might have to give it back, honey. But you might have to do. That would make me horny. You are there. Zachariah.
Hey everybody, welcome back. So earlier I made a live about JD and his involvement, or what I feel could be his involvement in the Summer Wells case. And for now, what we know is just his involvement as being a neighbor transient. But one thing that I was able to put together was JD's wife had accidentally sent someone in the Summer Wells area an audio that they found was a little bit weird. And it got sent to me, and I am now playing it just because I think it's something that should be brought up. Please use your best judgment when viewing this information and listening to this audio. Please don't go reaching out to these people, as many people have already reached out to them and tried to get answers. And what we know is what we're showing you. Again, this has all been shared with TBI already, so it's not something that you need to go out and share. But I am sharing it with you guys and condensing it so you all understand. Also, his wife has filed for divorce as of recent. I have questions, and also listen to this audio.
Because I said, that looked good, don't it? Boy, I know that looked up good that night. You wrinkled that one. I said it makes me horny. God wants me horny. Who? Who wants you that way? God. God makes me horny. Oh, yeah. He gave me to
you as a present.
He tried to blame it on you.
You might have given back. You knew what to do.
You might have given back. Yes.
But you might have to do.
That would make me envious.
You are that. Dr. Ralph. Yeah, all right. Here, go around for a little while. Yeah, you're trying to hurt him now.
I was saying, if you couldn't hear me over that, yes, that's gross. Quad makes me horny. What are you saying? Jackie Dobbs sounded shocked by her. That does sound like Jackie. However, I don't know his wife. That's weird. Somebody was trying to say she said something about Dawn in it, so I'm going to listen to it one more time if that's okay with you. That's why I turned it up. Yes, that's what they say it is. It's Alice. Oh, I seen the one he posted of what moonshiners used. Really? What was I going to say before? Oh, Ellie Mae. Karen Elliott. That was said in my chat, Glenn. Do you remember? You were in there. At the time, I had written Fred. Ziggy didn't want me talking to Fred at all. She panicked. She flipped the whole fuck out. She wouldn't allow me to speak to Fred at all. And then she came on here and said, anybody can talk to Fred. You just gotta ask me. The reason I was writing Fred was because I wanted to know if he knew Skelton. Ziggy panicking got my wheels grinding. Christy Vincent, as I'm looking Skelton up. Skelton lives and he is a registered sex offender who works across the street from. He works across the street from Dyke's Truck Company on. Fuck, what was the name of the road? It was on the way to the grocery store. On the way home at a storage location. Candace at one point had said she stopped at a storage location. On the way home from Summers, it was on the way to Food for Less or whatever the name of the fucking place is. They were going to get groceries. He's registered there, but not only is he registered there, he's registered 3 minutes away from the horse pond. I thought he was Squad H because in one of his photos, he looks exactly identical to Squad H, which is really weird. Because in other photos, he don't look like Squad H at all, and he's also registered in Texas for crimes down there. It's almost to me as if Squad H went in to take a photo of himself for the dude and say it was him. People could do that. No, I don't know if that's true, but this man, after I started making a fuss out of him, was checked into, from what I can see, because he was then placed in jail for not registering for something like 8 years. He got out of jail and started registering. He's free. Skelton. Yes, Jackie Dobbs got the land next to Jodi Sue Brown, Chaz. All right, but let's listen to this again because I want to hear if she says anything about Dawn.
Hey everybody, welcome back. So earlier I made a live about JD and his involvement, or what I feel could be his involvement in the Summer Wells case. And for now, what we know is just his involvement as being a neighbor transient. But one thing that I was able to put together was JD's wife had accidentally sent someone in the Summer Wells area an audio that they found was a little bit weird, and it got sent to me, and I am now playing it just because I think it's something that should be brought up. Please use your best judgment when viewing this information and listening to this audio. Please don't go reaching out to these people, as many people have already reached out to them and tried to get answers, and what we know is what we're showing you. Again, this has all been shared with TBI already, so it's not something that you need to go out and share, but I am sharing it with you guys and condensing it so you all understand. Also, his wife has filed for divorce as of recent. I have questions, and also listen to this audio.
Because I said, that was good, don't it? Boy, I know that look up good. That night you wrinkled that one. I said it makes me horny. God wants me horny. Who? Who wants you that way? God. God makes me horny. Oh, yeah. He gave me to you as a present. You might have given it back. You knew what to do with it.
Wow. You remember that night you made it wrinkled? God, are you listening to what the fuck she's saying? God gave me you as a present. He makes me horny. I didn't hear Dawn. People were saying she said Dawn a long time ago, but it's time for fucking bed. Hold on.
She's back, honey. But she mad us to do. That would make me horny. You are that.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back.
He said you should tell God to take you back. He said, my teeth, I don't want to laugh, it's so ugly. He said you should tell God to take you back. Dude.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. So earlier I made a live about JD and his involvement, or what I feel could be his involvement in the Summer Wells case. And for now, what we know is just his involvement as being a neighbor transient. But one thing that I was able to put together was JD's wife had accidentally sent someone in the Summer Wells area an audio that they found was a little bit weird, and it got sent to me, and I am now playing it just because I think it's something that should be brought up. Please use your best judgment when viewing this information and listening to this audio. Please don't go reaching out to these people, as many people have already reached out to them and tried to get answers, and what we know is what we're showing you. Again, this has all been shared with TBI already, so it's not something that you need to go out and share, but I am sharing it with you guys and condensing it so you all understand. Also, his wife has filed for divorce as of recent. I have questions, and also listen to this audio.
Because I said that was good, don't it? Boy, I know that look up good. That night you wrinkled that one.
I felt good that
it makes me horny. God wants me horny.
I said it makes me horny. God wants me horny.
Who? Who wants you that way? God makes me horny. Oh, yeah. He gave me to you as a present. You might have given it back. You knew what to do with it. You might have to give it back, honey.
what she might us to do. You are that.
Thing I know of was
Dr. Ross.
Jackie.
Yeah, all right. Here, go around for a little while. All the time. Yeah, you're trying to earlier now. We're over at Leach and that there.
You might have to give that back. Which PM is this? PM Corner or PM Table? Oh, they are just sick. I'm sorry I laughed like that. Just paying for him in a meal. He said, "Who said that? You might have to give that back." I'd have fucking loved her too, dude. God made me horny for you. He said, "You can have me." What did she say? He said, "You might have to give that back." Well, he was walking away from her like that. Sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. That was bad. I shouldn't have laughed like that. That was too fucking funny. Okay, but let me go back to this. We're going to remove this. I found a clip, another few minutes. It had something to do with Dobbs, and then I'm going to read what Andy Bernard's mom wrote on Facebook concerning Dobbs. Fuck, that hurt. My ribs hurt.
Only thing I know of was Jackie being at the bottom of the driveway. Now the problem I have is that tree's on my property, not his property. He wasn't on his property at the point in time. Mine. And he was arguing with me that his went a certain direction, and there's a second little driveway that was there when my mom was little that goes up through the woods and zigzags, and that's the property line from his to ours.
Okay.
We didn't tell him he had to go. We didn't tell him nothing. The police didn't tell him he had to. Well, they told him it would probably be better that he left and talk to the people that he bought the property off of and find out exactly what property was his.
Right.
Because I went in on the 14th, I went in to holler to my uncle's house and made the phone call to my mom and the police to have them come out, have her come down to deal with it, because it's not in my name. It's in my mom and my uncle's name.
Mm-hmm.
So they dealt with that. Nobody told her to find property lines. We knew where the property lines was. My uncle walked them with me, told me where they was about at. She had somebody come out that was a surveyor. Second, what I had done pulled out and marked off. I might not be right, I might be wrong. But I'm saying it's nothing to do with her being gone or Jackie buying the property and us catching him. Now, I don't know about that dude. That dude was weird from the rip. Didn't want to listen to reason. But, I mean, normally my uncle, when he came from work that day or came in, I don't know where he was at, he seen dude, didn't see dude's vehicle. But when I came off, dude's vehicle was there. He told him he was on the wrong property to move over about 6 feet, carry on. I mean,
you see, Little Dev says, was Jackie scammed on the property?
I mean, the company, as I see it, yes, the real estate company that sold that property, yeah. I mean, what was it? Was it 2.2, 2.1.8 or something? I offered them like 10 grand for it just to turn it into the property, and I didn't have to deal with nobody. And they sold it for
$13,000 or $17,000, and it was, you can't have a septic system on it because it would run off to the water right away and all that stuff. So I mean, it's really just useless woodland. I mean, it's on such a steep bank, it'd be hard to put a trailer, a house, or anything there. It's all sloped. You wouldn't have no yard. It's all woods. Man, I don't know. If he wanted it, by all means.
Andy's afterthought years after Summer went missing, it's a much different than EquiSearch. Him flipping out when EquiSearch is there. I'm still laughing over when Jackie Dobbs said his wife. Dude, that's fucked up. I'm going to fucking hell, yo. I can't. I get the giggles when I'm tired. I'm fucking tired. I'm sitting here, I'm having the fucking giggles about Jackie Dobbs telling his wife, you better give that shit back to God. Who said that? Can you imagine? God made me horny for you, baby. That is an odd. Where did that even come from? Where did Amanda Vita fucking get that shit? That's what I want to know. Where did that even fucking come from? How do we even know that was a butt now? How do we know that lady didn't fucking record that shit? Trying to remember it, thinking Jackie Dobbs was going to rip her clothes off. He's walking away from her outside, shutting doors. Until God takes that shit back. Yeah, he's like, I'm moving to the fucking land of pavement. I'm getting a first away. I'm sorry. I'm going to fucking hell, dude. I'm really going to hell. Alright. Told you I have a sick sense of humor sometimes. Cool. This is. Give me a second here. Could you imagine being a neighbor hearing that? Hey, pretty pixie. You gotta go back a little bit. We're fucking cracking up. Okay. Let me read this with a straight face. Prayers. There was some man on our property across the road yesterday. He was on our land, said he was going to camp. We called the cops. He wouldn't give us his name. We don't know how long he had been there. The cop told him if he had owned the property for over 200 years, we would know where the property lines are. He packed up and left. I can't help to wonder. We could hear the kids playing over on the hill when we were there. Well, you also seen fucking DCS come in. You also seen the gunplay and Uncle John come and all the other shit you ain't telling in this post is you harassed this man who's running away from his wife off the fucking property because she said God sent her to him. Jesus fuck. I can't. Their sacrifice. She went to sacrifice Dobbs to the sex gods of the old people. I'm old. I need to fucking stop. Who the fuck even thought to put that shit out without giving it a good listen? He literally said, you better tell God to take that shit back. Oh, okay.
Yours.
Broad
Paper removable whenever most.
New clear picture hanging strips now available.
that in court, Voldemort, one of the only pushbacks against Voldemort was because he tried to say that, oh, well, she's driving by 3 or 4 times a day. Bullshit, y'all. It was absolute bullshit, and let me tell you why. And why it was a lie, and even Voldemort knew it. But it was to further gaslight, to abuse, and he was absolutely using the system to do it. Let me tell you why it's a lie. Several weeks before this shit started going down, the birth givers all of a sudden bought cameras, right? And Voldemort was all concerned about getting them up. Kept telling me this, so one of the birth parents, come watch the cat outside. Y'all, it was for this bullshit. Like, everybody's so scared of me. It was part of the setup, right? It's always that shit, y'all. Always. And I've never been the one to harm them, but they have absolutely harmed me and abused me and these children. And it's always that flip script, these fucking narcopaths, dude, in this fucking pretend game of. Anyway, so there are cameras there. Okay? Now, I ain't afraid of those cameras. Wasn't afraid to go down that fucking road, but I didn't want to see it. Had no need to see it or drive by. Because I didn't give a fuck. Right? And I avoided it. So I took other way. You know, like, I went out of my fucking way. Only once, by the time I went to court, had I driven by there. And I knew the exact date. I knew why. I made that clear in court. And I was like, yeah, this is bullshit. I was like, I mean, y'all, this motherfucker knows I can count at least like 5 or 6 of the same car, same color, which some of them are different in years. They go between the Bragg curve and Ben Hill. They come in and out there every day. However, and Voldemort knows that too, right? So he knows what he's saying. And here's why he knew what he was saying was a lie and why it was part of the fucking setup and the bullshit to try to make himself look like a victim. Because, as all of you here know locally, Voldemort totaled that fucking car. Won't do shit with the insurance, no matter what was done. Like, it's distinctive on the driver's side. You can't miss it. And the front bumper where he'd already wrecked it before, right? You cannot mistake my car for any of the other 6, at least between the Bragg curve and Ben Hill before Lone Star, where those fucking, you can't. Voldemort knew what he was saying was a lie. They knew I had not been driving by that house. Still have not been. Not with friends. I've not had people driving the fuck by. I've not driven by. I think I've been by twice. Once on the 10th and once not long after. And it was, I think, the night after I'd been, the ambulance and all that stuff had happened. Because I felt like I was having an episode again. And I just went straight because it's the quickest way to the parkway and to help if I needed it. And I hauled ass, kept my head straight, wanted nothing to do with anything, right? Anyway, so, but here we are, right? Anyway, so at first it seemed, and look, here's what happened. It was the only pushback really in court. And the only point at which anybody was like, not joking or like, it was the only point. But I tell Voldemort, like, I'm like, Your Honor, I was like, that's not true. The only time I've driven by is on the 10th. I was late for an appointment. There's tree cutters on the right side. Or Voldemort was all like, you know, she drives by 3 or 4 times a day, and why could she drive by? And they were like, look here, buddy. There's 2 kind of separate rules. She can drive where the fuck she wants. You cannot. Stay away from wherever the fuck she is. Do not be driving by. At all. Voldemort was pissed. And he's like, well, why can't I drive by where she's at? Why can't I? Why can't I? Why you need to? Right? And at the time, I was still in Ben Hill. That's a dead end. Why the fuck does he need to? He doesn't. Right? But he knew where I was going. which is part of the box problem fucking now. And I mean, so anyway, he was pissed. Then I get out here and it seems like we're going to get some help with shit because stuff's happening. But then I think the car game interfered with that. And then one of the last times we even bothered to call because Sissy was terrified. I was like, fuck this. Not, everybody here was pissed. And I basically get told that Coleslaw is just skirting rules because she ain't on the fucking order. Which, whatever, I wasn't dumb, I knew this anyway. And then, so I knew it was way skirting it. In the daytime, it could just be coleslaw, and then at night, it would be something that just couldn't tell it was in the car, right? So then there it is, and they can check, whatever. But then what you have is, then it keeps getting let go. And then I get told, well, it's a public road. But it says on the fucking order that don't be driving by. Start what the fuck? Right? Not just at the other one, but anywhere I'm living. Putting the petitioner in fear or the children. Even the judge, even they pushed back on that one thing and said, do not be driving by anywhere she is. Even there. But then I'm literally told the last time I even bothered that basically not basically hell. They said what's going to have to happen is he's going to have to put hands on you again. And I just looked at people and I was like, so I have to die. We have to go fucking around and one of us has to end up dead. Okay. It's great. This has to keep happening until, I'm telling you now, it's going to, if.
One in 3 males over 40 experience drips and dribbles. But imagine being this comfortable.
So anyway, and now it's getting the past couple days to where it's not just the quiet ones, right? It's not just the look and make sure she's in the box. It's not just, look at this, I've won a game here. I'm not even playing. I've said from the get-go, I have nothing to compete with. I'm good. My family raised me better, and I've never once in my whole last life competed with another female, and I ain't gonna start now. I got more self-worth than that, and that's something he was never able to take from me. I'll be damned if, and I don't compete with shit like that. I'm sorry, and I know it sounds uppity.
Guys, I'm still laughing about the dog shit. The commercial just come on when a guy dribbles and this shit gonna fucking stop. I can't quit fucking laughing. This guy you guys are talking about, but he was meeting up with dogs at the Churchill Motel. Where did you hear that, innocent? What is this? Can you explain it to me, please? I'm a little lost. God, I gotta blow my nose and everything. It's like I was full blown crying. I haven't laughed this hard since Ziggy and the Gong Head. Remember Cam's show where he had all the pics of the hotel parking lot? Yeah, I don't think it was bricks. The only thing I seen matched for Dobbs was the motel Dobbs showed pictures of. But I'm absolutely willing to look at that, re-look at it, and see if I can remember something differently. I don't think that matched, in my opinion. I don't know. Oh, God. I haven't laughed that so hard in so long. She's like, Who the fuck said some like old people porn? I'm an old person. I'm 49 fucking years old. I would never. God's making me horny. Like, I'm crying tears. I don't think I ever listened to that deeply before. I always thought it was a little odd. But now that I actually heard it, all I hear is Tosh trying to get the fuck away from that woman. Yeah, I see that he had, but how do we know he was with Dobbs or meeting up with Dobbs, is what I'm saying. Like, is there proof of that? How do we know they knew each other? Are they on Facebook together? Are they, like, there has to be a connection that you've seen it other than a brick wall that Cam posted. Okay, and I don't mean that rudely. Please don't take it like that. Right. How do we know they met up? Oh, I gotta calm the fuck down because that was really the fucking biggest laugh I ever had in a long time.
And like, not like an abused whatever, but I don't compete with things that, I mean, I'm just gonna tell my tongue right there. But I don't play a game. There's no competition. Go on. And to help with that, like, how petty, how weird to me. Regardless. I mean, it was quiet at first, right? But it was to make sure I was in the box, I was doing what I was supposed to do, and that dawned on me in the past few days, right? It wasn't just a competition, the game thing I wasn't playing. It's also about the box and making sure I'm where I'm supposed to be. And then also circumventing the other shit that's going on behind the scenes and the people helping them further abuse me. That's the fucked up part. Like, they're doing both things right now. Pretending to be the victim, having people help them like they are the victim. And I don't know that those people know or paying attention. They're paying more attention to me, probably these videos, than they are what the fuck that actually is. And what it's up to, even behind, like, I don't know. It's all fucking crazy. It makes you feel crazy. Regardless. But this right here. And now in the past couple days, it's been louder around small town here. Hold on.
I had a really short live the other day. Since I started covering Summer's case, I've endured something I've never endured in my life. And that's not being protected by anybody, including the police in my area. I don't think it's because of Summer's case. I think it's because of the things I know here in my city. Fuck it, I've been on. We're just going to stay on till I crash. I haven't done this in so long, and I really needed it tonight. So I've just been in the mood. Wait, this is another video I want to share. So, fuck Ernie. He's ridiculous. We're going to go rewatch what's going on in my life. And I hate watching this. Like, I'm even going to walk out of the room while you watch it. Since I've started covering Summer's case.
Hang up, stand in line for the next available 911 operator.
You guys will understand in a moment. Look how good our 911 is.
Currently experiencing a high night, call William. Do not hang
You
up.
can't even get
Stand
through to
line
them
for
when
the
you
next
call.
available 911 operator.
This is Zone 3 in Pittsburgh. I had a break-in. My neighbor broke in my house, and the police are refusing to come to my home because of my YouTube. This is now my third call on a different date to 911. One was for abuse from my husband, that I believe. I can't remember correctly, but this is the third call where 911 has refused to send the police to my home, and the police have refused to come. So we're going to start live streaming. I am in fear for my life for my own police department because I cover Summer Wells and my friend Lisa Quebec on YouTube. We're going to show you what Zone 3 Police does in the city of Pittsburgh, where we can bring you hope is from. My address is 1710 Leoland Street, Pittsburgh 15210.
If you are going to grow, you do have to let go of you being the one to help everyone is not possible.
Okay. Did you call in for a neighbor dispute?
It really isn't a neighbor dispute. No, see, that's a lie again. I had a break-in. My neighbor broke into my house.
Okay, I got you.
But can I please explain to you what's been going on, sir?
Oh, I got a police officer en route, ma'am.
Okay, but please let me, I need you to understand that I had called 3 times. This is now the 4th call. Two other times within the last month I have called for one abuse and something to do with a missing child. And the police have absolutely refused to come to my home in the zone where I live because there's a domestic violence situation going on in my home, and they harassed me for the last year and a half. So every time I call them, they refuse to come. And the second 911 operator I spoke to today was rude as fuck. The third one I spoke to was very nice. However, I did let her know that this next call, which is to you, will be live streamed, and it was on a recorded call, and she understood. So I'm letting you know that. Now I'm just waiting for the police because I would like to talk to them while I'm live streaming, or record them and come back with the recording, because I am being completely ignored by my police and or harassed by them, and they need reported themselves. So can I call 911? Okay, thank you very much. Bye. So I'm going to leave when they get here, and I'm going to record them. I put a sign on my door. I'll show it to you in the recording when I come back. So we're not even going to watch the whole live. What comes next is I wait the 20 minutes with you guys. We watch some Tupac or something in between. No, the House of Horrors in Ohio. I call back after he just told me he had a police officer en route. They then tell me an officer will call me back for a break-in, mind you, in 24 hours. The update is they never called. At the end of this live, I tell you what happened when I went to get a PFA on my husband last year when all of this started. Crystal Sims.
Tell me exactly what happened.
My neighbors broke into my home to let my dog in. They've been harassing me, and I won't break in. No, he didn't glove you. No, he didn't. That's not even in his charges. Annie Saranac and her husband, his sister and her husband, found a thumb drive and clothes that they were washing of his. They picked up the phone. I have the court papers. I have every single fucking piece of it. Squall made up the barbed wire. There are actual charges. That's what I'm saying. This is how shit gets so confused. And I'm not saying Frank Light ain't a fucking pedophile for having child porn. However, he did not do what Squall Tit accused him of, and I'm going to show you. Give me 1 minute here. Status: sexual against children. Classification: sexual against children. Perform a background check instantly. Physical description: he was born in December of 73. He's a male. He weighed 182 pounds at the time. He's white, brown hair, brown eyes. His offenses are not abusing a child with barbed wire. His conviction date is 2015. It is sexual exploitation of a minor. We will go through all the shit I have here. Here is his jail picture in 2018 when he was convicted. That may not have anything to do with that. Hold on. Some reason they're talking about Sherry Light, who's his ex-wife. I have shit on her. Oh, here we go. Here's some of my shit on her. Here is with Squall around the same time as Squall. Some screenshots I believe Squall sent to me. Sherry Lynn Bailey Light, Frank Light, up on Frank Edward Light. Look him up on your sexual registry. He's right there in that area too. And funny, this all happened right after he gets out of prison. He ain't even out. He got up maybe 2 months before that little girl's disappearance. Maybe this was a comment on something on Don Wills. Even before Squall. I am married to him. We separated because he made my daughters uncomfortable. I'm telling you all the truth. He just got out of prison. He knows the area, being a moonshiner. Don't think I didn't call the feds. I have also had conversations with Sherry Light. Same thing I just showed you. Grady Light Road. Frank Edward Light. Here's exactly what he's charged with. Let me get rid of all of this. I got the literal court papers. Incident date 12/19/2015, 5:54 p.m. to 12/19/2015, 12:54 p.m. Location 415 Allen Drive, apartment 102, Kingsport 37660. Number arrested 0. Nobody was arrested at first. Completed, yes. Complainant. Saranac Michael E., 415 Allen Drive, Kingsport. Race, sex, male. Victim, business society. Suspect Frank E. Light, 415 Allen Drive, apartment 102, Kingsport. Birth date not of Hispanic, 160 pounds. Height 6 foot. Type suspect. Property $1. Thumbnail. Computer hardware software. Property status. Thumbnail. Computer hardware software. And that goes on for 2 more. Here's what happened. On 12/19/2015, Officer Dunworth and I responded to 415 Allen Drive, apartment 102, in reference to possible child pornography. Officer Dunsworth and I met with Michael Saranac, who advised that Frank Light, his brother-in-law, had been staying at his residence for approximately 2 weeks. Saranac stated that his wife, Annie Saranac, Mr. Light's sister, was putting up some of Mr. Light's laundry and located 2 thumb drives that Miss Saranac thought had a video from their mother's funeral. Miss Saranac looked at the thumb drive and saw sexual images of what she believed to be young children. Miss Saranac contacted Mr. Saranac, who contacted the police. I spoke with Mr. Light, who advised there were images of young children on the thumb drive. Mr. Light agreed to come to the police station with me to give a statement. I brought the 2 thumb drives with me to the station. Once the police officer, the detective Martin Taylor, responded out and took a statement from Mr. Light. Officer Dunworth took written statements from Mr. and Mrs. Saranac at the residence. Officer Dunworth brought the statements, a tablet, and a phone to the station. Officer Dunworth gave statements to the detectives. Taylor and gave statements to Detective Taylor and turned the phone off and tablet over to me. I placed the phone, tablet, and thumb drives into KPD evidence. Mr. Light's release pending further investigation. Assistant DA William Harper. Hold on, let me see if this continues. Here's the marriage record for him and Sherry to prove they were married. Full maiden name, Audrey Odell Matthews. Oh, ain't that funny? Didn't TT tell me her mother's name was Audrey? Fucking weird. They got married in Waynesboro. Webster City, Virginia. So you have your Virginia connection there too. I'm telling you all the truth. Oh, we already read this. Hold on. This is more from Sherry Light and Squall. I know people are saying They think Frank innocent. I don't find all these people lived on that creek all these years and all these nobody's kids ever come up missing. I guarantee you that won't be the only child ever come up missing as long as Frank's on that creek. And it's weird that he wasn't out but maybe a month, maybe not even a month. He hadn't been out long because I'd already spoken with Frank about my divorce. You read this police report, Frank claimed that child porn that his sisters reported. I reported that child porn on his laptop, so that's why they took other devices. Police couldn't find it. His sister Annie cussed me like a dog. So, I can't really say I even speak to Annie. So she's saying she found it earlier on another device. Annie refused to believe her. Then Annie finds these thumb drives. Could it have been a setup? I think it could have been. But I'll tell you one thing people need, that little Summer Wells girl needs y'all's help. You guys want to point fingers at the mom and daddy. I can't say anybody's innocent at this point in time or guilty, but I love your screens, the lights, and the dikes. I'm going to put my big girl britches on. I was woman enough to call TBI. Quit Squall B. Sherry. She from Virginia. Went to school with a missing girl from Virginia about our age. She definitely ain't this fucking Edith bitch people were trying to tell me she is. Here's the court document again. Nothing about a goddamn barbed wire. Sherry Light, Frank Light's wife. Squall's the one that brought out that Frank Light had children in the basement with barbed wire around their neck. I also have that clipped. As you can see, he was never charged with that. And if a man did that to children, do you think he would be out of prison now? Do you think he would have survived prison? I don't know what y'all are talking about. Barner's Land. Yeah, oh yeah. I have video on that. We can watch that too. But anyways, we're just gonna forget. I was going over my court shit where I had gone last May. Hold on, let me click out of some of these. Damn it, I clicked out of the stream. We were watching a Jodi Sue by mistake about the parents, but you heard her talking about the court system there. Hey, Wee! How are you tonight? Or this morning? I've been on for almost 6 hours and I'm not even tired yet. We could go. Maybe I should do one of these long streams. I haven't done one in so long. Alright, here's another video of Jodi Sue. I hope I proved to you Frank White did not put barbed wire on children. That's not what he was charged with. It was internet porn of children, black web type shit. Now we have to wonder, how did he get that material? Where did it come from? How do you find that? But there's no proof that he did it himself, as far as courts are concerned.
And the drugs make him worse. They take away very little empathy.
Hey, Earl, that little snippet sounds a little like you.
because the drugs make him worse. They take away very little empathy spots he has, and I know that. Not a goddamn doctor, but just a little bit of knowledge lets you know what certain things like pills he's on that everybody wants to hand him, take from you, and hit. You can't do that with somebody like that has very little anyway. And we'd all begged these people to stop handing him these, that it made him worse. I didn't give a fuck, just like I didn't give a fuck about handing him shit that made it so dangerous for us that holy shit, every day was living fucking terror. Still is. Like I'm 30 feet from a goddamn roadway. Do they give a fuck? Hell no. Hell no, they don't.
So that was Jodi talking about people giving Andy drugs. Her knowing he was on drugs, and now I've ran out of videos again. So let's go, because I am gonna get off of here soon. I'm having fun with you guys, but I should get some sleep. Let's go back down a little. I didn't finish these the other day. I gotta do that. I'm gonna go back. The reason I went over a lot of my old videos today was because somebody came in my chat this afternoon and said, please go over some of your old content. I think I'm going to work a little bit on going over this, but when I get up today, there's some Frank Blade, Neutral, Casco stock. I have a few things. I had my Marlena interview I had with her pulled up the other day. I was going to bring to you and ended up not. I got to go over that. We got to go over Dawn B's because we're talking about Jackie Dobbs. Interview with Jackie Dobbs. I think that's important. There you go. This is what we were just Jodi Sue was talking about the other girl in the woods.
And once again, they can't be seen because of all you assholes. Get it yet? Anyway, it's why my initial watching. But damn, there's no way to tell with so many looky-loos and online crazies going real life in here. Anyway, so then I go, you know what Fred said to me yesterday? Mind you, I couldn't tell if it was real Fred, dope Fred, or schizophrenic Fred. No lie. But he said there's a guy and girl in here stashed in the wood. Cooks. Says some of the others bring food and goods to them and help move the cook locations in the back of the hollow. Says he had in caps a little girl too that vanished, and he made it seem like they didn't report it because it was in here and they were cooking, obviously. Fred's speak is strange. Expressions like that would make sense on Candace saying that about the quote youngin' down the road. Now I was like, nah, not really, because Candace implied the one that was for sale for meth down the road, but did point in the same direction that Hollow travels and where the cook locations and all that work is.
Who was the interview with Dawn with when he spoke about the girl in the woods? Was that with Nerdy Addict? Remember, there was an argument. I'm going to have to find that interview. I'm almost positive it was after the argument with Nerdy. Dawn had invited Nerdy up to the land, and he had a quick interview, and he was mentioning, I think it was Nerdy, that there was another child sold in the woods. And he pointed over to where that was. And it's the same as what Fred is writing Jodi Sue in these old messages that she shared with us.
At some point that Fred was implying was a little one, a wee tiny one. And that was stated by her quite a bit before summer vanished. About the time all the weird changes started happening. Year and a half before summer vanished. So I know my reply to this is like, nah, not the same age, blah blah. But Candace did point in the same direction, so there is that. I remember exactly where she was standing and all this shit. She said which way she pointed. So that's neither here. But so not the same. But then again, maybe because of that Fred's time or that amount of time passing, or Fred wrongly assuming the age, or whatever. Maybe the fuck they were talking about the same little fuck. I don't know. But if you're a cook, you're making the meth. You then wouldn't trade a child off for meth. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully they're both talking about two different. Actually, all I can tell you is I hope neither were real and it was just Candace with diabetes, though hurt about it. I don't know. Just why lie about something? I just don't. They're again why lie about and hoaxes and all their bullshit. And Fred's Fred. Okay, Fred's Fred. So I hope neither thing is true. I hope both are full of shit. Always hope that. And I did try to get a beat on the one. I and Monster both did. Did report it in real time, just so you're aware. You know, because y'all do love that whole, why didn't you report it? Why did you just live beside this? Why didn't you do anything? It's weird shit you all don't know, but accuse us all of. Swear we didn't or did not do with.
That's the end of that, and it's Jodi telling you she definitely called CPS on DHS, whatever they call it, on Dawn and Candace. Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm sure he did with the Lady of the Night shit. Thank you for this. I personally don't think Jackie Dobbs did a damn thing this summer. I'm sorry. Tonight, that was funny as fuck. I'm still intermittently laughing at Tell God Take That Shit Back. One of the funniest lives I ever seen JLR do was hiding in the bushes behind Jackie Dobbs' fucking house. Poor Jackie fucking Dobbs, dude. I swear to fucking God. This is Jackie's channel. 8 days ago, Jackie had a live. So Jackie's still out there. I don't know why I'm not subbed to him. Jackie still has Elvis.
There were other scent alerts and footprints found. And where's
Watching Michelle walks and laughing at the dog.
the Wells property? But if we just get the map up, this is another thing that we can't on this channel if Fred and Sheila ever see video may not be aware of all of these different things that have.
So he's going back and playing Michelle Walks because his dog is in love with Michelle Walks' dog. One thing for me that was odd about Jackie Dobbs is that he was following missing children deeply before Summer went missing. And he does pay close attention to Summer Wells. That is a little concerning to me. But we follow missing children. Does that mean we took a missing child? No. We can't base that off of he bought this land, did he take the child? I find Jackie funny. His son is a comedian. He plays the guitar.
Step aside.
Hold on.
Hood's here to finish this.
I think everybody sucks. I think it's only fair of us all to look at everybody who was in the area as suspect. I think the police look at that too, but I also think the police would have arrested Jackie Dobbs by now. Jackie can't breathe. I don't see him running through the woods with all them footprints of Summer. If Jackie took Summer, how does Summer's footprints end up in the woods or in anybody's yard? Jodi and them harassed him. In the interview with Dawn B, you hear a lot of information, and if you haven't listened to it in a long time, I think it's important to listen to that information. But here he is 4 years ago, looks like his own family.
This is my grandfather on my grandmother's side. This is William Johnson Lowry. William Johnson Lowry. He fought in the Civil War, and that's the lady is my, I guess, great-great-grandmother, Alice Coffey. The lady is. Anyway, Billy Lowry fought in the Civil War. He was captured. He was sent to a prison camp in Ohio, and when the war ended, he refused to sign his loyalty papers to the Union and walked back to Georgia from Ohio. And I got a little bit of that in me. Yes, sir. I said Alice Coffey looks like me, kind of, maybe in the face. I don't know. But she's a pretty lady. Anyway, everybody have a nice day.
After talking to Jackie's son, this was a weird video. Some of these were weird. I'm not going to say Jackie's off the suspect list, but for me, I feel like it. Uh-oh, what's this? Oh, Jackie does have a red Toyota.
So if you're getting ready to work on some of the outlets in your home, there's actually a really cool tool that helps you find what breaker that goes to.
Yeah, 220,000 miles on her, and she still looks okay. She takes a licking and keeps on ticking. The engine's a little bit noisy now. Don't burn too much oil, but it leaks it. Yeah. I bought it new back in '02. Still running. It was down for 5 years because I had trouble timing it up when I had the engine apart for a lower intake.
We went over
Manifold
with Sally. I
gasket.
think it's a fucking
I had to have the engine apart.
rewind.
And
I gave that.
distributor had to come out, and I could not time that thing up to save my life. But
I share missing
when I
children.
got retired, I had more time, and I got back in on it. And yeah, one day,
I
got
share
it right.
today.
And it's been right ever since then. Anyway, y'all have a good day. Goodbye.
We also know Jackie has been extensively checked by the TBI. The best way to avoid divorce is not to get married. He has jokes. He loves guitars. He loves cars. He's happy with the Impala. He has a few minor problems. He loves dogs. You know what? Damn it, I'm gonna go to bed. Okay, well, I'm not tired though. We'll start this.
Hey, is this Jackie?
I believe it is.
Hey.
How you doing?
Hey, pretty good, buddy. Pretty good.
Let me put the speakerphone on.
Put a speakerphone on.
Yeah, I just I'm hard of hearing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm half blind and hard of hearing. Old.
Well, getting old sucks.
Yeah, it does. I'm proving that. I'm pretty strong. I got breathing problems, but I'm pretty strong. Helping my son. Me and my son trying to live together.
Oh, okay.
I never got to know him growing up. Now we're getting to know each other.
Well, that's good. I mean,
yeah.
At least you made it.
Yeah, well, it's yeah.
That's
well, this situation up there in Tennessee that I fell into. That's the damnedest thing. You can't make this stuff up.
You can't, can you?
No, you can't. You can't make this stuff up. It's crazy.
I mean, talk about being up here at the wrong time.
Yeah, and nothing in the world could have stopped it. It was meant to be that I was there at that time, at that place.
Yeah, I was gonna say talk about the wrong place at the wrong time, but
wrong place, wrong time, whatever,
I actually think Beach Creek is mostly pretty place.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to live on that property, Don. I don't think I'll be welcome if I move up there, sell it, maybe move later on. I'm thinking about maybe donating it to the Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
It's not that much money. I got the price of a pretty good used car in it.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask you because I didn't even know if you ended up buying that property or not.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to live up there. I'm staying down here with my son. My son's got health problems. I'm kind of doing things he can't do.
Yeah, just helping each other out.
He gives me a place to live, or I help him with the mortgage here. Yeah.
Just ain't nothing wrong with helping each other out. I mean, you guys are family, so.
Family is family.
And that, I mean, it's all you got, and you don't want to have any regrets, later on.
Well, I got plenty of regrets, Don. I got regrets, buckets full of them.
Well, I mean, we all do, but if there's some that we can fix beforehand, that those are the ones that we feel better about.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
But
I'm standing down here in beautiful Ella, Georgia.
Ella, Georgia.
Ella. I'll tell you something, Don. You're going to say I'm crazy. And you know where Candace Bly is right now?
Yeah, I do.
Do you? I could have swore I saw her down here at LJ on the 3rd of July, about 11:30. I could have swore that was her.
Huh.
But maybe it wasn't.
Yeah.
There ain't too many women look like that.
Oh, Lord, don't say that. We got to give them some credit, man.
Yeah. Yeah. She didn't look like Candace to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
In my opinion, he has COPD or heart failure. I have heart failure. I breathe like Jackie at times. When I walk up my hill, it depends how exerted I am. I possibly have COPD. I smoke a lot. I know people that have had COPD. They don't always wheeze and cough like that. It comes with physical activity, or if you're swollen, or if you're not peeing, or taking your water pills, or whatever your medicine is, your breathing treatment. If it's humid out, that can change. Jodi and the police, everybody has said they heard and seen Dobbs huffing and puffing. You can see on his channel and in his videos how Dobbs moves around. I don't think he's faking it. I've been around enough sick people to, I don't know. Even my mother, who had lung cancer, she didn't always breathe heavy. It comes with exertion, or if you're sick, if you're filled with water, if you have an infection in your lungs. Anybody who's a nurse, if I have any nurses in here, maybe could help me explain it.
I've seen that face on the computer so much that I'll never forget it.
Yeah. When I seen her the other day, I have to admit, she did look like she is a lot healthier, put it that way.
Yeah, drugs take a toll on you.
So,
he has grandchildren. Did you know that? He has dogs. He has grandchildren. He has lots of grandchildren, actually. I have babies crying in my home. Does that mean I took a child? I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, look at what you want people to look at. Lots of people have children in their home. They have grandchildren, nieces, nephews, kids of their own. Just because you have a child in the background doesn't mean you stole summer wells. And that's the kind of shit that, in my opinion, needs to stop on the internet. Should he dox the child in the background to prove it isn't Summer Wells? Would you prefer for him to put another child in his family in danger if it happened to be one of his grandchildren?
Alcohol.
Yeah, especially after years and years. So did you ever see them the whole time you were up here?
Did I see who?
Them, Don and Candace. Did you see?
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, innocent. That's not true. Andy said the police had him get in touch with Dobbs and get his phone number to them. Nobody's been cleared. We know that publicly. But there is actually other evidence that the police and TBI have talked to Dobbs, and when I find it, I'll show it to you. There's actual evidence of the police wanted his number through many avenues.
Well, I got there on the 14th of June in 19 and 20 and 21. I got there right before 4 o'clock. And guess who the first person that comes by in a white Sonoma pickup is?
White Sonoma.
Okay. He's going to tell you he seen Dawn first before anybody. However, more proof the police had his phone number even before Summer went missing is that they were there on the 14th, and Jodi and Andy both tell an elaborate story about how the police had to get his phone number, and Dobbs didn't want to give that phone number to Jodi and Andy. And there's also evidence that Andy talked to Dobbs after. According to the realty company, he had to get realty information. Okay, I'm not going to do that tonight because I've been on for a long time. I'm not being rude, but tomorrow we can do that. I'm not worried about a child screaming in the background of somebody's video. People have children in their family. I'm not doxing yet another child. I don't believe it's Summer. The police have been to his homes, and he's living with a son. Did you not hear that?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's God.
Yep.
He comes by. And he asked me, what am I doing? And I explained that I just bought the property. I show him my plat. We have a short discussion. I tell him I'm a veteran. He said, thanks for my service and everything. It's a real short discussion, and then he goes on. But I told this to Chris Cobalt. I've been talking to Chris Cobalt, and
the PI.
It seemed to me
the PI reached out.
Had something on his mind.
And this was the day before?
Yeah, the day before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he seemed like he had something on his mind. You ever see a man have like 1,000-mile stare?
Yeah.
That's what he seemed like. He might have just been doing some good drugs. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, he goes on. The first time I ever met him, all the time I ever spoke to him. He goes on down toward the end of Big Beach Creek. He goes that way.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he alerts Andy Bernard that I'm on my property. Because, okay, I'm out there, I got my chainsaw out, and it won't start. So I had a bow saw in there, and I started that little road that goes up. It's an old road.
Mm-hmm.
I started cutting a couple little saplings off there.
Yeah.
I'm ignoring their trespassing sign because I know they're bullshit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard a little bit about that.
Yeah. Excuse my lisp. I had all my upper teeth taken out.
Yeah.
And that's why I mispronounced stuff.
Oh, you're fine, Jackie. You're fine.
Yeah. Anyway, so he goes on, and I'm pretty sure he alerts Andy and Jodi Sue that I'm around. And about 15 minutes later, here comes Jodi and Andy Sue just raising sand. Just raising hell. And that on the 14th, I know that Don Wells was home before 4 o'clock because I made my first Facebook. The Ben Hill Hell post was made right before 4 o'clock.
And this is on the 14th or the 15th?
The 14th.
Okay, day before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Don's home before 4 o'clock on the 14th. I know that. I can, you know. Anyway, so Andy and Jodi Sue are raising hell on me. I'm showing them my plat and trying to explain myself. They're not having it. And they bring down the old plat from 1976. I believe somebody said it was.
No.
Yeah, in the state. So we're going back and forth. Yeah. And, excuse my throat. So they call, I guess one of them calls the law in.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there talking to the law. I turn around and there's a whole gang of hillbillies out there, right down the road. A whole gang of them. I think Candace and Grandis was in that mix, but I'm not sure. There's a whole gang of hillbillies there. And yeah, I could tell I wasn't too much welcome there.
Huh.
Although on the land, I was trespassing on my own land.
Yeah.
But
you kind of knew at that point. You probably knew it wasn't going to work out, didn't you?
Well, at that point, yeah, it was. I knew I wasn't welcome up there.
Yeah. I mean, did you
got property rights? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, did you try to make amends with them, or try to, you know?
I have not been up there again since I left there on the 14th, the evening of the 14th. If I ever get up that way again, I'm going to park there. And I'm going to try to talk to the neighbors that passed by. Try to, you know.
Yeah.
I need to go up there and find the pins. I want to try to talk to the neighbors. And
well, Lord,
I'm not that much different than they are, except I didn't grow up there. I'm a.
Listen, I agree with you on some fronts. I don't think Jackie is completely. Man, I'm itchy. I had to pee. I don't think Jackie is cleared by any means. I just think some of the reasons people look at him like a child screaming in the background, that's not, to me, we all have children in our families. That doesn't mean that some are the feds. You think they're not watching Jackie Dobbs? If they heard a child screaming in the background of Jackie Dobbs' video and they thought for 1 second it was Summer, you don't think they would be there? I don't. No, he said Dawn was in his white truck that night. He was one of the first people that he seen, and Dawn looked like a very similar story to John. He was deep in thought. Yeah, he's living with his son. He just told Dawn B that his son has some health problems.
North Georgia hillbilly.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't mind going up there with you. I mean, you can call me when you get into town, and me and you can go. We can go have breakfast at Hardee's and go up there, and you can show me your plot of land, and of course, it probably needs a lot of excavating, don't it?
Yeah, I'll have to. When I was moving up there, I had enough money to get me a driveway cut in on that property.
Yeah.
And maybe a septic tank put in. And I was going to, put the septic tank in just so I could be sanitary, and then maybe get one of those little rent-to-own drop cabins put in on it, or a camper or something. But that's not going to be now. So I don't know how East Tennessee hillbillies settle their scores, but down here in North Georgia, we're kind of civilized down here.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, we're pretty good here, but I think it's just the area up there, and when the cops, I think when the cops came up there, that's what stirred everybody up.
Well,
I don't believe it was really you.
Jodi Sue called the cops.
Yeah.
I think her or Voldemort did one.
Yeah.
Voldemort, what her name?
Yeah, but I would say a majority of people up in there are nice people.
Yeah.
It's just I think everything probably got, because of Jodi Sue being so anal about everything, it probably just got off on the wrong foot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, she's got her YouTube channel, and she knows a lot of YouTubers, and my son Joe says that when all this happened, that she just started stirring things up and telling tales about me and stuff,
Yeah. Yeah,
I ain't been back there since I left there on the evening of the 14th.
Well,
I never met them people before in my life, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, speaking of being up there, did you ever see that red truck they were talking about?
Red truck? No, I was driving the Blazer.
Everybody keeps saying something about a red truck up there.
No, I did not see a red truck.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe I did.
So he told you straight off the bat he had a red truck. He said, no, I went down there in a Blazer. He misunderstood what Don B said. Don B is such a little guy. We'll leave it at that. No, this is the 14 innocent. He said he seen Don about 4:30 riding down the road. He was one of the first people we seen. He stopped and talked to him. We can go back and re-listen. We'll just start over.
Hey, is this Jackie?
I believe it is.
Hey.
How you doing?
Hey, pretty good, buddy. Pretty good.
Put the speakerphone on.
Put a speakerphone on.
I just I'm hard of hearing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm half blind and hard of hearing. Old.
Well, getting old sucks.
Yeah, it does. I'm proving that. I'm pretty strong. I've got breathing problems, but I'm pretty strong. Helping my son. Me and my son trying to live together.
Oh, okay.
I never got to know him growing up, and now we're getting to know each other.
Well,
Him and his son are trying to live together. He didn't get to know him growing up. Now they're trying to get to know each other.
that's good. I mean, at least you made it. A lot of people don't make it to that.
Yeah, well, it's yeah.
That's
well, this situation up there in Tennessee that I fell into, that's the damnedest thing. You can't make this stuff up.
You can't, can you?
No, you can't. You can't make this stuff up. It's crazy.
I mean, talk about being up here at the wrong time.
Yeah, and nothing in the world could have stopped it. It was meant to be that I was there at that time, at that place.
Yeah, I was gonna say talk about the wrong place at the wrong time, but
wrong place, wrong time, yeah, whatever, you know.
I actually think Beach Creek is mostly pretty place.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to live on that property, Don. I don't think I'll be welcome if I move up there, you know. Sell it, maybe a little later on. I'm thinking about maybe donating it to the Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask you.
It's not that much money. I got the price of a pretty good used car.
Yeah, but we don't know what time Dawn came home and what time the firing happened. They never said that there was a time, but we do know DCS was coming, or CPS, whatever, that night, and probably wanted to see Dawn. So Dawn probably had to be home, and that's probably why they scheduled in the evening to come, because Dawn worked and they probably wanted to see Dawn. Dawn was home on the 14th. He goes through, I just showed you a video where he said DCS was here and the lady came all around and she looked at my house over there and she looked at my house over here. So, Equal Justice, Pamela O'Connor said that she cannot see you, innocent. Dawn was definitely home the 14th while Dobbs was there. That's when CPS came, and he tells us.
Already.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap over there.
Well, documented.
Yeah, I was going to ask you because I didn't even know if you ended up buying that property or not.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to live up there. I'm staying down here with my son. My son's got health problems. I'm kind of doing things he can't do.
Yeah, just helping each other out.
He gives me a place to live, or I help him with the mortgage here. Yeah.
Just ain't nothing wrong with helping each other out. I mean, you guys are family, so.
Family is family.
And that, I mean, it's all you got, and you don't want to have any regrets, later on.
Well, I got plenty of regrets, Don. I got regrets, buckets full of them.
Well, I mean, we all do, but if there's some that we can fix beforehand, that those are the ones that we feel better about.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
But
I'm staying down here in beautiful LJ, Georgia.
LJ, Georgia.
LJ. I'll tell you something, Don. You're going to say I'm crazy. And you know where Candace Bly is right now?
Yeah, I do.
Do you? I could have swore I saw her down here at LJ on the 3rd of July, about 11:30. I could have swore that was her. But maybe it wasn't.
Yeah.
Very too many women look like that.
Oh, Lord, don't say that. We got to give them some credit, man.
Yeah. Yeah. She didn't look like Candace to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've seen that face on the computer so much that I'll never forget it.
Yeah. When I seen her the other day, I have to admit, she did look like she is a lot.
How do you know he lives alone now? Equal Justice. His wives? Well, he's not inside of his house. He's not going through the whole house. It's an apartment. He's an old man. We don't know that he lives alone. I believe he's in the same address as he was when he came on 4 years ago when he was living with his son. The house still looks the same. I don't believe he's moved. I've talked to the son. I knew they were going to. I've talked to family members of Dobbs myself. I don't know.
Healthier, put it that way.
Yeah, drugs take a toll on you.
So,
drugs and alcohol.
Yeah, especially after years and years. So did you ever see them the whole time you were up here?
Did I see who?
Don and Candace. Did you see?
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I got there on the 14th of June in 19 and 20 and 21. I got there right before 4 o'clock. And guess who the first person that comes by in a white Sonoma pickup is?
White Sonoma.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's Don.
Yep.
He comes by.
And guess who the first person to come by in a white Sonoma pickup? That's Dawn. He drove by. Did you hear it, Innocent?
And he asked me, what am I doing? And I explained that I just bought the property.
He asked them, what was I doing? And I explained to him, I just bought the property. So Dawn makes the call to Uncle John and Andy.
I show him my plat. We have a short discussion. I tell him I'm a veteran. He said, thanks for my service and everything. It's a real short discussion, and then he goes on. But I told this to Chris Cobalt. I've been talking to Chris Cobalt.
Yeah,
And it seemed to me that Don had something on his mind.
And this was the day before?
Yeah, the day before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he seemed like he had something on his mind. You ever see a man have like 1,000 mile stare?
Yeah.
That's what he seemed like. He might have just been doing some good drugs. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, he goes on. The first time I ever met him, all time I ever spoke to him. He goes on down toward the end of Big Beach Creek. He goes that way.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he alerts Andy Bernard that I'm on my property. Because, okay, I'm out there, I got my chain.
Okay, so what did Innocent say he said? You still out there, Innocent? What did you think he said? That was what I said he said anyway, but okay.
So, and it won't start. So, I had a bow saw in there, and I started that little road that goes up. It's an old road.
Mm-hmm.
I started cutting a couple little saplings off there.
Yeah.
I'm ignoring their trespassing sign because I know they're bullshit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard a little bit about that.
He knows his property lines. He knows what he was sold. He knew that Jodi and Andy's no trespassing signs were bullshit. Now, we just heard Jodi Sue say that a couple weeks prior, Andy Bernard's parents came in to put cameras in. We heard Jodi talk about the sale. Well, we knew the sale happened. If you buy that piece of land, you're going to fall off the hillside. If you come near my window, Truth, in my opinion, Dobbs was trying to be set up. He's an old man, and I didn't find anything with that doll other than it was out. Maybe somebody sent it to somebody, his wife or somebody, thinking it was funny. I think it's fucking hysterical. I didn't see nothing that said he took Summer in it. I seen him running from his fucking wife. Here, let's have another laugh. We'll go listen to it again, because I can't get over that, and I'm never going to stop fucking laughing about it now. He said, tell God to take that back or something. Whoever put this fucking video out needs to go to hell. I'm sorry. He was like, who told you that? My God. Hold on. I already took this live apart. Here's some images. This is the image with the this is what Jodi Sue's mom posted, or his mom. Hound Elvis is innocent too. I don't live there anymore. Betty Lee, my ex Lonnie, and my family too. Any lawyers out there that might help me explore possibilities of lawsuits, and prayers for Summer. I am innocent in this matter. My statements to law enforcement were true. They have not been hounding since. I answered all their questions back in June 2021. Leave my folks alone. I am innocent. I am angry. I am vengeful towards certain YouTube creators, and I fully intend to wreak the legal hell on someone when this shit show ends, and I don't blame him. There being many cameras at the roadway inn, and Elvis need to urinate fairly often, there should be plenty of dated videotape to prove I was where I said I was all day. 6/15/2021. Tapes at the neighboring marathon stations too. Not too long ago, I shared a live where he talked about the marathon stations. Now, where am I looking at this? I'm in the wrong projects. Where the hell did I just get that? Hold on, I can fix this situation. We're going to have to go back. Remember 7/16, guys. Oh, maybe I can't. Just remember 7/16. Let me go. I have it open in another file, I think. Where did you go, Amanda? Jesus help. Just listen to this while I look. Let me go back to the 7/16 mark. Jesus help. I fucked that all up. We're going to re-listen to that later. You can clearly tell I'm getting tired now. I've been on here for 7 hours. I'm going to revisit this when I wake up after my 2 o'clock coverage. Before I go, though, I do want to go over, I just want to play a video that I had played earlier in the day, yesterday. This was about addiction. This is a family member of the Dykes. I gave my thoughts. Hold on, I don't want to dox. Just give me 1 minute here. I gave my thoughts on addiction yesterday, and I just want to share this one more time before I hit the wrong damn thing. Hold on, guys. We getting here. This is a member of the family of the Dykes and another family in the area. I have to go look at the last name. If you missed my live yesterday afternoon, I gave a lot of commentary on this. It shows addiction in the area. I read some comments between Destiny and myself where she gave me permission to play this and said that she was going to come on my panel. I'm going to share my last live with her. I've yet to do so. Let her know I've gone over that. And whenever she's ready to come up and talk, and if she was pleased with how I did my live and covered her and addiction, and if she'd like to talk further about addiction in the area as a whole, as a general, I think we need to hear what she thinks about missing kids, and if there's a possibility there could be a kid in the meth in the mountains, or is it that bad? What kind of things has she seen? I really don't want to get into summer with her because unless she wants to, she has her own problems, and it wasn't my point of covering this young lady. My story is very, probably way different, but similar to hers when it comes to dealing with family members who have addiction. I'm not going to give commentary again on this because I did a really in-depth, over like about an hour long yesterday afternoon on this woman, and I'd really like you to go watch it if you get a chance. But in the meantime,
this is something that I've wanted to address and talk about for a while, but I've kept putting it off. But when my dad passed away, my relationship with my stepmom became shit, even with her grandchildren. When my dad and my stepmom got together, my dad had 3 daughters and she had 3 daughters, and our parents co-parented and done everything they should do for children. My biological mom was an addict, so my dad took care of me along with my stepmom, which I'll always be grateful for her doing that. But my dad, along with my stepmom and along with my stepsister's father, they were all addicts. It wasn't just my mother. They all were. But my dad always made sure we were taken care of, no matter his addiction. He always made sure we never went without, none of us. My mom and my dad, they like swapped boyfriends and girlfriends, whatever. My dad got with my stepmom, and my stepmom got with, I don't know, it's just crazy. As we were growing up, my stepsisters, they always liked to diss on my mom, talk about how she wasn't there, and just hurtful things, because it wasn't my fault she wasn't around. But it turns out that they're just as shitty as she is. They're all addicts, and none of them are there for their kids. And the same people that I'm talking about, that my father raised, had the nerve to steal things from him, the nerve to tell him, "You're not my dad, fuck you." And just hurtful things. And my dad made sure they had everything. He bought them their first house. Well, helped them get it. Let me rephrase that. He didn't buy it. He made sure that they could pay for it. He made sure their bills were on and paid if they needed help. He did buy their first car, all of them, as he did for his own kids. He loved them just as much as he loved us. And they just became disrespectful as fuck. They became disrespectful to him, so he lost respect for them. They were lying to him, stealing from him, and they were grown-up adults living off Oklahoma. And all the money she made was gave to them, and what money he had, she got because she spent all her check on them. And my dad was just like, that's not okay. That's not okay. But that's just some addicts for you, I guess. My dad was an addict too, like I said, but he worked his ass off every single day. He didn't have to go ask for help. He worked. He got it himself. He made sure his bills were paid, the kids were taken care of, even grown-up adults. Even me, because I lived with him. He didn't choose his drugs over his family. He became sick with cancer. And it was time for him to make some big decisions for what he would want done with his things. He left his home to me. And he left the rest of his things to his wife, my stepmom. And I've always lived with my dad, like I said. After he passed away, my children, my stepmom, and my boyfriend at the time continued living here. The boyfriend was 3 of my kids' father. And I guess my stepmother thought it would be cool to let my stepsisters, just bring their drugs and do whatever they do, and I was like, no. So I tried being civil with her, telling her, I don't care if they come, but they're not bringing nothing in. Just themselves, that's all. Well, that didn't work. So I flipped my shit. My children were finding drugs and needles, and I said, fuck no. One of these stepdaughters that we were talking about here even had the nerve to walk in the living room while my father was still laying on the couch, deceased. Her first words are, Mom, where's the pills? So to this day, 4 years later, that irks the fuck out of me. You know what I've done with those pills? I flushed them down the fucking toilet. My dad also had life insurance. His funeral was paid for, his casket. He had $2,000 left. That was for his headstone. Guess what? He's sitting up there without a headstone still. Because they went and took that money and spent it on probably drugs. The whole big problem with that is because my dad left me his house. Because he knew if he left it to his wife that all of her kids would be here, and he knew that Destiny would leave. I ain't gonna put up with that shit. I'm not wanting to deal with it. He knew this house would go to shit. There wouldn't be nothing left of it. So that's why I've got the house and they don't. I've tried to be nice and do what I think's right, but it just puts me in a shitty place every time, so I'm not trying with them anymore. And I have nothing handed to me. I do receive help, and they could receive help too, but like I said, every bit of help they've got, they fucked it up, and that's not me. That's on them. I don't make their choices. My sisters, they work their asses off every day. They don't receive any help, none. They don't get food stamps. They don't get WIC. They don't get housing. They don't get Nothing. They go to work. Their husbands, they work. Their mothers, their fathers, they do what they should do. We have children dependent on us, so we get up every day and say, hey, we have children dependent on us. They need us. We got to get up and get it the fuck done, no matter if we don't want to. So it really just bothers me when people are like, why'd you kick them out? Or why'd you do that? Or why have you said what you've said? Or whatever. Well, for one, I'm not going to let my kids live around drugs. I'm not living around drugs. I don't do drugs. Never have. Never. I've smoked weed and I've drunk, like I said, but I'll be damned if there's going to be needles and bad drugs up in my house. No. And to the people asking, let them come live with you. Let them come live with you. If you're so worried about why I don't let them live here, let them come live with you and see how long it lasts. Some of you already have, and you seen real quick, didn't you? Coming at me, asking me all those questions, and then you found out for yourself. It sucks, it does, but my life doesn't have to suck just because theirs does. And I'll be damned if I let it. I dealt with so much my whole life with them, and I don't have to anymore. And I'm not. Call me what you want. I don't care. But these same people that claim to love us so much, where are they at? They don't call. They don't come over. They don't check in. I never said, hey, Mom, to my stepmom, you can't come over. Nope. Never did I. Still, though, she don't come here. She don't call. She don't ask how you doing. She does when it's convenient. But my kids are more important. They don't deserve inconvenient people. They deserve the world. And I'll always stand on that. So, y'all can say what you want about that whole situation, but until you've been in my shoes dealing with that, you don't know shit. And me, I'm not perfect by no means. No means. None of us are. We've all had our problems. But we never let our problems overcome us. I'll be the first to admit. I had a problem. I like to drink. I like to drink a little bit too much, actually. When my dad passed away, everything at home went to hell, like I said. And I started drinking when my kids would go with their father on the weekend or whenever they stayed. I liked it. It was fun, and I didn't give a fuck about nothing or nobody. I was numb. I didn't care. I didn't have feelings. It started to affect my family, though. And I was like, okay, I'm done. This is not me. And I won't let it overcome me as a mother, a person, a friend, anything. So I quit. I haven't touched alcohol and it's been a while. I don't want it, and I don't think about it. My children are more important, and that just wasn't me. It wasn't. So I stepped out of that, and I was like, nope, no more. We're not doing this. So no, I'm not the one to judge you. I'm not. But when it comes to my children's well-being, I'm going to cut you out of my life and theirs and do what I have to do to make sure that they're safe. And do I still love these people that I'm talking about? I do. I always will, and I'll continue to pray that they'll do better. And there's just so much more that I could go on and on about with these people, but I'm not going to. I said what I had to say, and I feel like I've said enough. And if you don't like what I've said or You don't like the choice that I make, because I know all of you guys are watching me, everybody. I really don't care what you think either. If you would let them do that to you, then you're probably the same person as they are. You're no better. Look where they are now. It's sad, but they have nothing. But it's from their own choices. They've been placed to place to live and get kicked out everywhere they go. Everywhere. So you tell me, would you let them do you like that?
I gave deep commentary on that yesterday afternoon. I'm not going to re-give the commentary. That poor woman, you're right, Chris. It breaks my heart, and I feel for her and with her, facing a lot of similar things in life that she has, coming from a family filled with addiction. Her video really touches me, and I don't know why every time I hear her talk about the drinking, this is now the third time I've watched it and I've cried. I know what it's like to go through addiction with family, and I also know this woman is a member of the Dykes family. I don't know exactly how. I don't really care how. Unless she wanted to tell me. I don't know exactly what family members she's talking about. I know I was sent this video. I'm not going to say by who. I promised I wouldn't. However, I didn't want, when I talked to this woman, to be about summer in particular, and it hasn't been. I told her I probably covered most of her family members. I read that to you yesterday. I gave her my channel name. I asked her to join me. She sent me back a beautiful, touching comment giving me permission to cover her video, and I want to do it justice. My point was that addiction affects so many, and in Summer's community, we are seeing the ripple effects from Summer going missing and what it's pulling out as far as addiction in that area, where we hear Ronnie Lawson talk about, we don't have a drug problem here. Well, let me tell you that the almost 5 years I've been covering Summer Wells, that I have seen more obituaries for young people in your area than I have for old people. I'm talking 50 and younger, many in their 30s. For me, it sounds like you got a drug problem in the area, Mr. Lawson. And I am praying when this new Sheriff Stewart, is that his name, comes in, that he is willing to clean your area up. And I'm hoping that for us covering Summer, we could see results of it, and it will trickle down into our other cities where you could teach us to be better. I think it's important to hold addicts accountable now. I think we have coddled addicts for far too long in this country. I'm not saying don't love the addict in your family. I'm saying that we need a different approach, because what we have been doing for all these years during the epidemic, I believe, has not ended. It's only gotten worse with new drugs, new pill press materials, more materials put into your meth, more explosions of houses, more missing children, unalived children because parents can't keep themselves together, more children being taken by CPS than ever before because parents are irresponsible and just don't give a shit about their children. And it has ripple effects on family members who are sober. So, yesterday afternoon when I covered this, that was my point. I didn't want to make this about Summer. Now, if this woman ever wants to come on, she lives in Greenville at the moment. If she ever wants to come on and talk about Summer, because that's closer to Van Hill, right? Like, she's welcome to. However, that is not why I am sharing her content. I am sharing it because of one, her name. We know that's a family that is very involved with drug use and the moving of. We know it's a Summer Wells name, but more so than the name, we hear the story from her that we hear from many Americans, including myself, the siblings, the trickle effects, how it goes down generational. You see the parents using, then you see the children using. It's not going to stop until we call it out. I have family members. Right now, I haven't heard from my sister in weeks. It's not usual, and I'm worried. She may not be alive, but you have to learn to love the addicts in your life from a distance, or you're just going to destroy who you are. It causes a lot of mental illness for the survivors of the family members. I look at it as I'm a survivor of addiction, even though I was not addicted in the way they were. And financially, it hurts when you're raising their children. Mentally, it hurts as you watch their decline, them die, as you bury them, when you're looking for them because they go missing, when they steal from you, when you don't have much while you're trying very hard to help those addicts. It's a very big thing in my life, and it's why I'm here on YouTube, and I've been explaining that to you, is I had to go searching for my own sister and found her in an abando. That's what we call it here where I'm from, with a pimp, and I had to chase her blocks away, and I had to fight the fucking pimp, and there's a 14-year-old girl coming out of the house. This was years ago, and I've never forgotten that. And I always thought that, like, one day maybe I could come and advocate. Did I ever expect it would be in this form with YouTube covering a missing child in Tennessee? No. I wanted to tell my stories, but this is not exactly what I wanted to do on YouTube, but this is what it turned into. I hope you guys will look up Destiny Dykes and follow her story. She is an amazing young woman, and she's going to do big things one day with her voice. All right, guys, I'm going to say Pesamore, peace and love. I'm going to get off of here and try to get some sleep so I can bring you more content later. There's so much I just leave off on. The McCoy people. Dogs, go and tell God, take your six back. That wasn't about Dawn. I don't think that had anything to do with Summer at all. I'll see you all later today. Sorry for such a 7-hour live. I don't do this often. And I had fun with you guys. It was nice to laugh tonight. I'll see you all later. Pesamore, peace and love. Good night, good morning, wherever you're from. Toodles.